Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of GGJ Prep Week. I'm Tim Culling, the Executive Director of Global Game Jam. here with an entire day of content for you from sponsors, community members, all kinds of good stuff for you to watch and learn and get ready for Global Game Jam. We have our friends from GitHub joining us, so we'll bring them on right now. Hello.
Hello, Tim. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Maybe just give me a thumbs up if you can, because I can't actually hear you. Sweet, fantastic. Okay, I'm doing this completely flying blind here. As you can see, I'm currently in a remote setup room. I am in a small little room in a hotel in London. I'm on the floor because there is no chairs and tables. But I thought it was really important to get all this global jam stuff over to everyone. So really excited to be here, and thanks. I'm actually from Australia, but yeah, I'm just currently in London traveling for work and speaking at a conference. But yeah, really excited about the Global Game Jam happening next week, and super pumped to talk to you all about GitHub and gaming today.
Cool. I'll let you take it away.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tim. All right. So yeah, what is GitHub? This is something a lot of people like to talk about, especially in this day and age that we have here. Sorry. Yeah, what's on there. Let's go back to resume slideshow. Who knows what's going on? This is like one of those things where I decided and checked that every single thing worked, and then you get to the actual thing and nothing actually works. But that's totally fine. So I've got the chat open as well. I should be able to see everyone chatting, which is fantastic. So I'll reply and put as many links and stuff in the chat as I can. But yeah, really annoying. Somehow I left a microphone somewhere and I'm on limited number of USBs here, but sweet, this is how we roll, right? So this is me. My name is Mish Manners. I'm on the developer advocate team at GitHub. So our beautiful little octocap for our team with our cute little avocado. So yeah, you can find GitHub on all the social media channels, which is pretty cool. And you can actually find me on social media as well. So I'm Mish Manners on pretty much every social media platform known to man. That's my cute little octocap there as well, which is super cute. All right, so today we haven't got a heap of time, so I'll have to skip through a couple of things. We'll talk really briefly about what is Git, talk about the collaboration aspect of both Git and GitHub, talk a little bit about what GitHub actually is, if you haven't heard of GitHub, a little bit of a demo. Most of it's pre-recorded as well, so there shouldn't be too many issues with things streaming and things like that, as we all know. We talk a little bit about GitHub and gaming and what gaming actually does and game dev has to do with GitHub. And then a little bit of Q&A if we can fit it in. If not, I'll let you know exactly where you can pass me messages and things like that. So sweet. Also, thank you for people putting in the chat being like, I can hear you. Dark Moon Zama, thanks for that. Okay, so what is Git? If you haven't heard of Git, it is a distributed version control system, or DVCS. And what that means is that it is a system that uses both version control and is distributed. So first of all, I'll talk a little about what version control is. So version control, if you haven't heard of it, and also just to note that Git has been around longer than GitHub. So we're talking specifically about Git to start off with. So version control is basically like the tracking or the changes that a document or something has undergone throughout its life, right? So if we can think about this as like the creation of a document, we can see here, we create the document, there might be different changes to it, whether it's spell checking, grammar fixing, color changes, all these kind of things that change and happen when you create a document. Now think about this as like, when you're creating a document, right? So if we have a look at what that actually looks like in terms of like documents, this is kind of what happens if you don't have version control, right? Or this is kind of like people's version of version control. So if you've ever done any kind of like PowerPoint presentations or things like that, you might have stuff like this, which is, here's my version 1 of my presentation, and then I'm going to say version 2, and then I'm going to say version 2 with changes, and then I'm going to add features, and I'm going to save all these different versions. This is not good for a couple of reasons. We'll summarize who's a bit annoyed with this. This is not good for a couple of reasons. One, this obviously takes up a lot of space on your computer. So instead of saving one document, you're saving like 10 or 20 of same or similar documents. The other reason why it's not great is that it's difficult to go back to changes. So say if we wanted like version 3, but we wanted the color changes or the logo changes of version 1, like how do you merge those things? So that's one thing. The other problem with tracking changes in that situation, if we think about a file, this is a single person working on a file or a project. What happens when it's multiple people, right? So what happened if I create a document and then Steve comes in and corrects the spelling, and then Amy comes in and makes grammar changes, and then Sarah comes in and does other things, like, right? We get a whole lot of people working on it. So instead of having 10 or 15 documents that I have changed, you can sometimes end up with stuff like this, right? Which is kind of annoying, and the bull gets is our little battle bull, he gets very, very upset. But yeah, we can see here, so like this is kind of what happens, right? Like what is Git, it's a copy, final, Mark's edits, Tim's edits, Dave's edits, Carly's suggestions, all this kind of stuff, right? The other way you can kind of think about version control is you might think about like a Word document, right? So track changes in a Word document. So what version control actually does is puts all those things into one file. So all the information about the file is in one document. You can see this on things like Word, and even in like Google Docs and things like that. You can see a history of a file, right? That's version control. And what distributed version control is, instead of having over here, instead of just having the one file and having the 3 versions of it on the database, it's now distributed, which means it's on a server and now everyone has the same file. So if I'm working in a team and I'm like, oh, we're working on this, I can see exactly what's happening, right? Everyone knows what's going on. Everyone's actually happy when this happens, right? And all this comes down to is collaboration, which is obviously nothing new. Collaboration is something we've done for a long time, but a lot of people often forget about it when it comes to doing things like projects and development work, right? You might have heard this term, teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, but together everyone achieves more. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why we want teamwork to happen. And it's really important across an organization. We might think about this like a game dev team. You might have the developers, the marketers, the publishers, the management, right? And if they're all working in separate little boxes, the thing doesn't really get like, there's no kind of, everyone's not on the same page. So you might have the developers working on something, the game designers working on something else, the marketing team marketing a game that's 2 versions too old, and the management team sitting there pulling their hair out because they don't know what's happening, right? So what we see a lot more in these days, not just across here, we usually circle way around, it looks nicer just across, is that people actually collaborate more across teams. And if you do that, you build better products and services for your customers. I know Global Game Jam is sharing some of the links to github.com. I'll share at the end a resources link where you can find every single thing I'm going to talk about today. So don't worry too much about having all those. But what's often the case here is we often have something sitting in the middle of these team collaborations to help with collaboration. And one of those is GitHub. And now obviously there's a whole bunch of other things, especially in gaming, we use things like Discord. You might be using a whole bunch of, might be using a game engine or something as well, right? So there's a whole bunch of different things, but I'm going to talk just really briefly about GitHub. Now, really quickly for GitHub, if you haven't heard of it, it's an open source development platform where people come together to collaborate and build code. We now have 94 million developers on GitHub, which is pretty crazy. We announced that at Universe last year, so that's really exciting. And GitHub has a bunch of collaboration features. Now, when people think GitHub, if you haven't heard too much about GitHub, but you might have just heard of it, you'll think, oh, that's that platform, the open source platform, and that's it. Like, oh, that's that place you store code. But people don't realize there's a whole bunch of cool things you can do on GitHub. So yes, you can store code, but you can also do code review, which is something developers know quite a lot about. Now these things called teams, there's issues, there's forms, there's projects, there's documentation, there's discussions, and there's a social coding aspect. So I'll go through a couple of these, and I might fly through these a little bit so I can talk more about the game aspect stuff. Usually do a bit longer demo, but we might skip some of these things or skip half of the demo. So the first thing is code review. And so if you haven't seen GitHub, but if you are a developer, you might have worked with things like code review. So you can review code side by side, which means if there's been changes made, I can actually see what those changes are and either accept or reject those changes. So all of these things that I'm going to talk to about now is, these things like issues and forms and projects and things. A lot of this comes down to the GitHub flow and the way that GitHub flow works. So what we have, when we're working on a project is we'll have a main project or main file that we're working on. And when we want to make changes to that, we create a branch, we work off that branch, and then we're ready, we merge the changes back in. So that's like that code review style, merging some of those changes. But along here, these discuss proposed changes. This is what a lot of the new features and a lot of features people don't understand is where it all sits. So I'm going to go through some of these. So for argument's sake, this is my repository here. If I had a little bit more time, so I only found about doing this last night. If I had a little bit more time, I would have actually showed you my repo that I used for my game development project. So last year I created a game in Unity and used GitHub. So I would have re-recorded all these demos with that repository, but I'll drop a link to that actually. You can see that here. I think it's github.com/mishmanners. And it'll be under one of my repositories. I think it's called like Unity Lego or something like that. But for argument's sake though, for this one, we've got a repository, which is a open source project I started for Hacktoberfest. And it's all about just building a small application to allow people to translate their dietary requirements into other languages. I travel a lot, I have a lot of dietary issues. It was a bit of a problem. Figured out other people had the problem too. So a couple of things you can do here. So this is just like almost like a file, like a folder on my project. So a repository is like a folder for you where you go and you put all your like files and things for the project. So that's just what a repository is. So you can see here, the first thing we often do is when we open up a repository is create a bunch of issues to track the project. So you can see here what I'm doing before I've even started working the project. I've done a bit of like project-y type stuff, which is open up an issue that's going to help me track my project. So for this one, it's an application. I want to do things like, just start on the database to house all the translated data. I want to collect the data and then build out that database. I want to work on some of those features. Then I want to actually build the capabilities to do it, and then I want to build the app. So when I was making my Unity project, and you'll see it in GitHub, a lot of things I did was things like, all right, decide what kind of game I want to make, build the game assets for it, build the integrations for it. And I was using a micro game template that Unity had already built, so I had to take a lot of that in. So I was creating all these types of things, right? And when we're going through issues, we can even create things like issue forms. I'm not going to go this because it isn't as relevant, but if you want to know more about this, I'll drop a link below. But both the project stuff, or like the issues I just showed in issue forms, is this new thing called GitHub Issues, which is part of our new project planning and project development lifecycle that we've released on GitHub, which allows you to really manage a project. So if you're starting next week, your global game jam, and you are building a project, this might be a really good one for you and your team. So you can see what it is we actually go through and help you and use a project board to actually help manage and track a lot of these things. So you can see I started, an issue before. So what I'm going to do is add all those issues directly. Ooh, I got added as a mod. Thank you, Global Game Jam. I'm now a moderator. Maybe because it didn't allow links before. So that's cool now that I'm a mod. So I can hammer ban anyone. So be good. So you can see here what I'm doing is I'm creating a project. And because this is an application, I have a few different things. It's a database. I have things like, the translation, the database, all that kind of stuff. For a game development project, you might have, you can have your general things, which is starting, blocked, to do, done. You might like to have those, or you might have phases or sprints. For game development, I like to have things like targets. So like you might have a design column, you might have a back-end column, you might have a marketing column, you might have a music column, you might have an assets column and things like that, so that different parts of the team can track it. You might like to set it up in phases and have like color coding to track the different, whether it's design or music or back-end development and things like that. So you can kind of set up your project however you like. It's kind of a blank slate here, which is really cool. But this project management stuff is really, really good. And I love this. And it's really useful for working in a team. So when you're working in a team for Global Game Jam, this is fantastic. The next thing we have is our documentation. And what I really love about GitHub is the documentation lives alongside your code. And this is really, really cool. And so one of the things is we have a game off, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit. And a lot of the source code for each of the games in the GitHub Game Off was on GitHub. So when I was reviewing a lot of the games, I'd go to the source code. So I'd go to the repository, and a lot of them didn't have READMEs, so I didn't have any documentation about what the thing is about. So documentation is really cool. So if you're building a game, stuff like, what the game is, a GIF of the game, like of it moving, kind of, entice the audience in, whether that's a judge or other people who might want to play the game. Maybe a little bit about, is it a role-playing game? Is it a first-person shooter? What is it about? What are the goals of it? What are the objectives of it? You might have credits and things like that. So having that living alongside your code means you can do things like, documentation review with having the documentation side by side, and your whole team can work on it together. So this one's really cool. Another one, which I won't go into too much because this probably isn't too relevant for you doing the Go Game Jam, but if you do end up building more community-like features, you might like to use GitHub discussions. However, I understand that as gamers, we like to use Discord. So this is kind of like a Discord type vibe, but it lives alongside your code. But even a lot of open source projects who may still use Discord often use this as well. So I won't go too much into this. I'll drop a link to the discussion so you can talk about that. But they're really cool. You can have like, different categories and mod views and things like that, kind of like on Discord with all your different channels and things there. But yeah, it's pretty cool. So what I want to talk about next is all the different ways you can use GitHub. Now, as developers, we like to do things the way that we like to do things. And at GitHub, we like to support developers in working the way that they actually want to work. And so one of those things is allowing them to use GitHub in any way they like. So how are the ways that you can use GitHub? The first one is on the web. So all of the demos that I've showed you so far, and those screen recordings, which I've actually taken myself as well, so they are all mine. So all those screen recordings are from the web, so using GitHub on the web. So you can go to a browser, github.com, log in, go to your repository. You can do things like code review and discussions and all that kind of stuff on the web. So you can do it in a browser. The other thing you can use is a web editor. Now, if you use something like VS Code, if you come from other type of development, you might use VS Code or IntelliJ or something like that. You can actually use a VS Code style editor in the browser. So if you go to any repository and click the dot symbol or like the full stop or the period or however you want to call it, it'll open up an editor where you can do some lightweight editing and things like that. Using some of the features that you might have in VS Code. So you can see there, it breaks out into a folder hierarchy like you see in VS Code. And it even has, like, if you've synced it with VS Code, woohoo, we've got people from Italy. Hello, welcome in. So yeah, if you synced it with VS Code, you'll have some of your VS Code features and things like that. So this is, a little bit more code functionality. However, if you want more functionality, and you don't necessarily want to open up an editor, you can actually open up a code space. So GitHub Codespaces is a fully integrated development environment in the cloud. Now, what's really good about this is, sure, VS Code is great, IntelliJ is great, JetBrains is great, all those things are great, or all those development environments are fantastic, but often you need the machinery and the hardware to actually run that type of stuff. Whereas with Codespaces, as long as you have a browser, you can run a code space. So next weekend for the Global Game Jam, I know a lot of you are doing it virtually, but you might be doing it in person as well, or you might be on the go. You can open up a code space in anything that can run a browser and actually do your development. That means, for like some of the gamers are probably sitting there going, anything that runs in a browser, yes. If you can open up a browser on your Xbox, you can run a code space on your Xbox. You can run it on your PlayStation. You can run it on your phone. I've seen people run it in a Tesla. I've seen people try and run it on a watch. The whole what can you run Doom on? Now it's become what can you run code spaces in. I've even seen someone run it on a Samsung smart fridge, which is crazy. So anything that can run a browser, you can run code spaces, which gives you a fully integrated environment. So you've got your terminal, your debugger, your version control, you can run the program, all that kind of stuff is there. So Dark Moon, you're saying you're starting to use VS Code. This is fantastic to know. So yeah, code spaces is what you do. So you go to the web, and instead of like click the little green button instead of open on desktop, which we'll get to in a minute. Instead of downloading it and then opening up in your environment, you can click code spaces there. So that's that CLI, which we'll go to in a minute too. But you open up code spaces and you click create a code space, which creates it on that main branch. And you can see, depending on how good your internet is, it spins up a container, and within seconds you are up and running. This means you don't have to wait for a machine, you don't have to wait to get credentials, like all the dependencies are there, all your preferences from VS Code or JetBrains or IntelliJ or whatever it is all there as well. So everything is there that you need, which is fantastic. Now, Dark Moon, if you're keen to hear to try code spaces, you'll also be very happy to know that during Universe last year, we announced that every single user now gets code spaces for free. So every single GitHub user gets 60 hours of free code spaces usage every single month, which is crazy. So if you haven't tried this before and you were like worried, or maybe it's going to cost a lot of money, you'll be able to spin up a code space for Global Game Jam and run it on anything you like. So this is really good one for you to do. The next one is GitHub Desktop. So if you're a bit like me, I love using the GitHub Desktop. I don't come from a traditional coding background as well. So I love the fact that GitHub Desktop has all these bright big blue signs like, hey, open up a repository. Okay, cool. I'm going to clone my repository. There's my history. I can see my history changes and things like that. I can like browse to all the different files there. What's really cool about the desktop too is you can see there's a big blue button that says, hey, this thing is new. Would you like to push to main? Well, hang on. Would you like to push to origin? Would you like to do this? If there's like any issues in terms of you might not be up to date, there's a big blue button that says pull in from the main and things like that. So I like desktop because it's a great way to work. If you are keen, I can drop a link to a bunch of if you go to my Twitch channel, actually, twitch.tv/mishmanners, and have a look at my old videos. You have a look, maybe search for Unity. I did all my Unity game dev live on stream as well. And you can see how I was using, making changes in Unity and then pushing it using the GitHub desktop, which was really fun to do. So if you're worried about how this is like going to work for game dev, that's how I used it, which is awesome. Then you've also got the GitHub CLI, because we know lots of developers love working with the CLI, so you can use all your GitHub features in the CLI. So if you're a bit of a CLI command line interface person, you can totally use everything in a terminal. So you can do things like check out PRs, view your issue lists, you can review PRs and things like that from the CLI. The other one which you might enjoy, oh, that was weird, section break, might have to fix that. The other one is if you're like you're using mobile and things like that, whether you use iPad or Android or phone. I love using GitHub Mobile because I'm from a remote company, and so when I wake up in the morning, I can just open up my phone, go to my GitHub and see what I've been assigned to overnight and things like that. Super handy. So if you're at Global Game Jam in person and you want to go grab coffee or Red Bull or fuel up, or you want to go play a game, you can kind of keep an eye on your GitHub issues and see if people are responding to them that way. I don't know why there's a little section break title there, but we'll fix that. But yeah, GitHub Mobile there, so you can see they've got some pretty cool stuff happening. It's awesome. I'm going to get rid of these section breaks. I don't know what's going on there. We also have mobile, the project features available on mobile as well. One thing I wanted to talk about really briefly, only because it's a hot topic right now, is AI and this AI pair programming stuff. Now, you've probably seen all the stuff happening with ChatGPT and AI artwork and all that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to tell you that we do have AI pair programming. So if you are thinking about joining Global Game Jam and you're not super into development work, or you want to get more into it, you might want to try out GitHub Copilot. So Copilot is our AI pair programmer. It works in with any of your favorite IDEs, so whether you're using JetBrains or IntelliJ or VS Code or anything like that. So this is VS Code working here. So you just go to the VS Code extensions, download the thing called GitHub Copilot, install it, and run it. And it's really, really cool. Well, you need the mobile app too. Yeah, it's available on the App Store or Android, so that's pretty cool. Is GitHub the best version control working on video game production? We're going to get to that. So I'll finish talking about this, and then we'll talk a little bit about the version control stuff for video game. So yeah, Copilot, download it. It's really cool. So this was me using it again because I did this last minute. But if I got to do a game-specific recording for this, I actually use Copilot to help me with my Unity C# stuff, which it's pretty good at C#. So this one was me trying to reverse a sentence and using JavaScript, and I totally forgot how to use JavaScript. It'd been like 6 months since I used it. I was like, how do I even start? So I wrote, I wrote a few things out. And what I did was I was like, I need to reverse a sentence. And then Copilot's like, blah, that's how you reverse a sentence. I'm like, okay, it's a bit more in depth than this. So what I did was I actually wrote down using comments what the actual thing that I had to do was, which was reverse the sentence, start the new sentence must be capital. No other part of the sentence need to be capital. So when you reverse it, the capitals at the start need to be then lowercase, and the end must contain punctuation marks. So what I did is, this is Copilot suggesting me, we've gone one thing too early. Spoiler alert. So this is Copilot suggesting different features and functions and things now. And you'll see that as I'm using it, so I've enabled it there. It's suggested me that, and you can obviously not accept the changes if you want, similar to like kind of ChatGPT. But yeah, so you can see I'm writing comments as I'm going because I figured out that writing comments was actually the best way to get the best responses from Copilot. But for example, if you are writing, a function for a game, whether you're using Ruby or Unity, you might say, I need to do some, basic input controls, and you put, need to move character up and down, and then Copilot can help you out with that. In moving the character and things like that. So this was reversing a sentence. You can see Copilot is giving me a bunch of responses there. And I'm accepting a bunch of them, but I'm also changing some of the things around as well, because I didn't want it, to do everything. Now I'm going to jump ahead because I want to get to the game dev stuff. But basically Copilot was like, oh, yeah, like we can fix all that for you. And after I'd done it once, it learned what I wanted. And then, so when I wrote that out, it just spills out the entire function for me to do that. So it's pretty cool. People are loving it. This was somebody from a company which you might have heard of called Instagram, who's saying it's basically the single most mind-blowing application of machine learning he's ever seen. So that was pretty cool. Copilot can also help you explain code. I'll drop a link to this because I want to get to the video game stuff. And it can also help you translate code. So if you're a Python dev and you want to say use Ruby for game development, you can write it in Python and get Copilot to help you translate it. So that's cool. I'm going to skip over some of the social coding stuff, which is a couple of new things we've produced because I did start a little bit late due to tech issues. We have some stuff called achievements and Skyline, which is pretty cool. But I really want to get to this, which is the GitHub and gaming stuff. Now, some of these questions have been asked, so hopefully I can answer a few of them. So Git is really, really good for source code, right? Especially for, doing things like, websites, apps, and all those kind of things. But there's a few problems when it comes to game dev. Now, there's the two main problems in game dev is that you've got a lot of tiny, tiny files. So you've got you've literally got thousands of files. If you've ever cloned or sent your Unity project to GitHub, you understand what they're talking about in terms of like literally thousands and thousands of files. So if you've got thousands and thousands of files, some of them are really small, but also some of them are really quite large. So with game dev, you've often got lots of big data assets, like you've got music and sound effects and graphics and things like that. So it's not typically used in the gaming industry, like GitHub isn't, because of just these couple of issues with the source control. So a lot of big game companies they either don't do source control at all, which is absolutely insane, because of some of the reasons we mentioned at the start of the stream, or they have their own system that they've built. So it's typically Git is not actually typically good at handling large individual files like graphics and images and all that kind of stuff. But obviously you've got the additional issue of all these being hundreds and hundreds of files when it comes to creating your file, right? But it is really good for the collaboration aspect. And there are a few different things you can do. So we've got the Git large file storage system, which is really good. And Unity is actually pretty good at handling a lot of the data and assets. So I cloned my project. So if you have a look at my Twitch stream there from a while ago, you can see how I use Unity and GitHub throughout the whole process. GitHub for Unity is no longer a thing. Git is much better managed, and the functions within Unity is a lot better for doing that, which is pretty good. So merge conflicts is a big thing. I don't have time, Overland Gamer, to go through all the merge conflicts. So yeah, that's a great joke. So that's one of the problems, with gaming and source control. But it is still really useful, and there are a lot of things out there like the Git large file storage system, and Unity having more features to be able to sync a lot of assets over and things like that, which is really good. So it's getting better. More work does need to be done in that area. So one thing I wanted to talk about was our game off. So we have a GitHub game off every year. And one of the things about the game off is you can create any game in any language, any platform, and the only thing you have to do is reach the theme. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because one of the benefits of using GitHub for gaming is that there's a lot of open source projects you can use. And for the game off, you don't have to use open source, but we promote a lot of open source projects that you can use. So there are hundreds and hundreds of open source projects. So one of the things is obviously trying to minimize the conflicts in the first place. But yeah, there is this thing on GitHub called conflict resolution and resolving conflicts. There's a bunch of different ways, and which is what I like about GitHub. So if you're doing it on the web, it'll tell you like you've got a merge conflict, and it'll say like, how would you like to solve this? And then sometimes it'll be like, oh, you can't actually solve this here. You need to go to the command line or use desktop as well. But if you need more on that, I can do more talks on that later. I know we've only got 10 minutes left. So, but yeah, I just want to call out some of the open source games. I'm going to drop a link to this in the chat as well. So I'm going to drop this actually now if I can copy that from there. No, I can't. So I have to drop it at the end. Actually, I might be able to just type it out while I'm talking about it. But yeah, there's lots and lots of open source game engines that you can use, which is really, really cool. And for example, one good thing about being open source is obviously it's free. So that's one thing. But the other thing is that, that hasn't come through. That is, so it's on itch.io. I'm going to find, I'll actually grab that instead. GitHub game off. So one of the benefits of open source, obviously it's free. Second benefit is that you can actually, contribute to it. So if you find an issue with it, you can actually fix it and then encourage other people to use it. And the other thing is that if you're actually, using it, then it's really good because if there's any updates and things, you can build those into your project. So some of the open source, I'm just going to bring this back up again. So some of the open source game dev projects or like game engines that you can use, Phaser is one of them, which is really cool. So if you're into JavaScript, like Phaser is really cool. Obviously, if you're a C# or C++, Unity is one of the obvious choices. But obviously, there's Unreal Engine too is another, the second obvious choice. The less obvious choice is Godot, so that's really cool too. If you're a Rust developer, there's Bevy. If you're Python, you can use Godot as well for Python. There's also Pygame, which is really, really cool. And it just hit, I think, 25 years or something. Pygame is pretty good. If you're a Java development, libgdx is really good. There's also Love. If you're a Luna developer, if you're Flutter, because a lot of people are getting into Flutter, there's Flame. And if you're Go, there's eBit Engine. So you'll have you'll see all those links on there, and I'll actually fix that as well. But people often ask me, like, and people say to me, well, if open source is so good and GitHub's good and all that kind of stuff, why aren't the big game developers using it? The answer is they actually are. So in the industry, here's a bunch of, and you'll recognize some of these names. Here's a bunch of the game development studios that use GitHub. Now, to be fair, not all of them use them for their actual source code. A lot of them use them for the collaboration aspect and things like that. Like, for example, EA uses Kubernetes, which is really cool. But they all, like all the major game companies have, GitHub repositories for various different reasons, which is really, really cool. Now, actually, I do have a little bit of time for Q&A, but here's all the resources as promised. GitHub.co, so you can either take a screenshot of that or that is the thing there. I'm going to quickly update that with the correct link as well. But while I'm quickly updating this, I was wondering, hopefully you have, it's gone a bit weird. Let me see if I can fix that. It's gone to blob.main for some reason. No, why is GitHub not letting me go places? That's right. I'll fix that in 1 second. Because that's really annoying. But I'll fix that. So ignore that one. I'll fix that one and I'll drop the link in a minute. But I was wondering, while I'm quickly fixing this, does anyone have any questions that they would actually like to ask about? So yeah, that blob.main wasn't working. So we've got 8 minutes until the next speaker comes online, and I'll drop you a spot to where you can actually fix where you can actually ask me questions. So basically all my social medias, which I will add to you in a minute. So I'm just going to quickly update this while people send through a couple of issues. So where is the game dev stuff? Top views, what is GitHub, GitHub, Skyline, syntax, so many GitHub things. Open source game engines, here it is. I'm going to drop that right in here. And I've also got a link in here to all those so I've got a link to all those open source game projects and also all the open source, all the companies that are using open source for gaming. I don't know why that didn't work, the blob.main. Inconvenience if that works. All right, we've got some questions coming through. Who have we got? Questions. Anyone got a question for me? We had, actually, I'll go back and answer a couple of those other questions that came through. Where is my little chat about? So there was a question about what do you do when you have merge conflicts? So I kind of talked a little bit about that. Merge counselor, this is good. And the other one of the many reasons why you should push and merge your code is often as well. Oh, yes, definitely. So to avoid merge conflicts, actually pushing your code regularly is a really good thing. And some people say, well, how do I actually, and I'll fix that GGCO as well. So I'm going to fix that. So that link will actually work. Yeah, one of the questions I often get asked is, how often should I commit my code? And I was like, well, as often as necessary. Like, basically every time I make a major change, I commit the code, whether it's to the main or not. So if I'm working on my branch, I commit my code regularly to my branch. So it's kind of like saying, how often should you save a Word? Like, if you're working on a Word document, how often should you save your document? How often do you save your Unity project? Basically, as often as you're saving your Unity project, you should be committing to GitHub, or you should committing your code. So not necessarily committing it to main, but committing it to the branch. So, for example, when you're working on a game, you don't want everything to break. So what do people do? So what they do, I'm going to fix this URL shortener right now. Shorten this to GGJ, and then that should work. So yeah, what a lot of people do is instead of they don't want the game to break. Like how would game developers or game publishers? They obviously don't work on features in the game while people are actually playing the game. Obviously there's MMOs and stuff have server timeouts and things like that. But what they actually do is they work on a slightly different branch. So while everyone's playing the game, whether it's Assassin's Creed or League of Legends or whatever, everyone's playing the game and having fun, right? So what they're all doing is they're playing a game. Let me go back to full screen. But yeah, they're playing the game, And in the background, all the developers are over on a different branch working on the features. And when they're ready, they push that to the main, which is why, you might, if you're playing Fortnite, obviously they do a lot more. So Fortnite, like every week when I'm playing Fortnite, it's like, oh, you need to update. So, that's a new feature. It's like, oh, we've now worked on the feature and it works. Obviously, there are sometimes issues, and there's things often where realize that my screen is going a bit slow because my OBS is running in the background. But yeah, so often, you might get things like, oh, sorry, I've had to put a patch, or I've had to fix a patch, or don't download this version because it's not working, and things like that. So there are issues, but that's how they work on a game. So they'll work on a feature in the background, and then when it's ready, they'll say, yep, we'll push that to main. Now everyone has to update their game, and you'll get the new feature in the game. So when you're working on your Global Game Jam stuff, you probably don't necessarily have to have all different branches going at once, but you might have branches for different things just so you don't break the game. Especially if you've got people out testing, so you might say, hey, the game's ready to test now, but we don't want to get Global Game Jam lasts for 7 days. You don't want to spend, you don't want to wait half a day for everyone to go test your game and then work on a feature. What you want everyone to do is you want everyone to go and, work on, test your feature or test your game out. But at the same time, you want to work on your features. So everyone's testing the feature out on the, the main branch, so nothing breaks. And then you're building and working on features on a different branch, so that you can when all the feedback comes in, you can change those things. So I've got a first time chat. Hello, it's Lady Sid. You're working with Unity and GitHub for the first time. You wish I attended this talk from the beginning. So far, it hasn't been too chaotic. Fantastic. Well, it's Lady. If you would like, obviously, good thing about Twitch is there's VODs, but also if you are really interested, I live streamed all my Unity and GitHub game dev stuff last year while I was building a game for the Lego Game Jam stuff. So it was a little bit different in the sense that I was using a template, so I didn't have to completely build the game from scratch. But if you have a look at all my videos and past broadcasts, you can actually, and if you search, can you search? I'm just looking at the thing here. You can right click and search. Oh, here, type to add categories. So if you type in game, game development didn't become a thing until later, did it? Software and game development. I'll see if it was out. Okay, so here's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so software and game development didn't become a thing until after I finished my Unity stuff. But if you go on to my videos here and have a look at some of my past streams, if you search for, if you just keep scrolling and then right click search for Unity, you'll be able to find all my live stream stuff. And I went through things like merge conflicts, Git log file system, and all that kind of stuff. So I know we've got literally 1 minute left to go. So the last thing I'm going to show you on screen before we have to end the thing, which is, why is that not working? That's annoying. But yeah, basically, if you have a question that you didn't get answered, basically follow me on any of the social media platforms known to man. You'll be able to find me on all the socials, my cute little gamer chibi. Find me on all the socials, and we'll have to drop because the next speaker is coming on. So thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And it was fantastic to see you all. Good luck for Global Game Jam. If you're in Melbourne, I'll see you in person. So catch you later, everyone. Stick around for the next speaker.
Thank you so much. That was a great talk. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. That was a lot of fun. I think people got a lot out of it, so really appreciate it. That was.
Again, I apologize that I can't actually hear you, and also I'm in London, so it's gotten darker, and so the room has slowly gotten darker during my presentation. But I do want to say thank you again for having me. Good luck to everyone doing the Global Game Jam next week, and if you're in Melbourne, I'll see you at the Global Game Jam in person. So thanks for having me, Tim, and good luck for the rest of the presentations today.
All right, thanks. That was a great talk from our friends at GitHub. They'll be on later this evening or later today, wherever you are, with a presentation in Spanish for people who speak Spanish, and that should be great as well. Up next, we have a presentation from our friends at RichCast. They'll be in the chat to answer any of your questions. So enjoy that. I'll cue that up here in a second. Hope you're enjoying your day. Getting ready for Global Game Jam next week. We're excited, that we already see 12,000 of you have signed up to participate in this year's Global Game Jam. And we're expecting to see quite a few more. We have over 700 locations around the world. So we're excited to see that. Enjoy our presentation from RichCast.
What should I do?
Okay, stay calm. What can you see in the room?
Hello, I'm Chris from Panavox, and I'm here to introduce our no-code interactive story creation sharing platform, RichCast. I work for the Oliver Twins and Neil Campbell, and together they've all worked on a bunch of games, with the Oliver Twins being responsible for Dizzy way back in the 80s. My personal skill sets include game design, experience design, and interactive narrative design. I've also taught architecture. I spent a lot of time in academia as a lecturer, and I'm also currently a final year student finishing off my PhD, which is in user experience through the lens of cultural heritage, which, as I'm sure you know, cultural heritage having loads of cool stories that need to be told, interactive experiences to be designed for telling them. I've recently found myself at this wonderful company, Panavox, in the game industry, which has been an experience unto itself. See, RichCast is a lovely platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. You can use voice or buttons as inputs. There's a library of AI voices to support your project, and you can include your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on the desktop right now, with the mobile application coming out soon. We're just going to take a deeper look into what RichCast can do in this video right here now.
Hi, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at Panavox, where we've been developing RichCast. RichCast is a brand new form of entertainment that allows creators to build exciting, interactive content without any prior knowledge of coding or programming. RichCast uses a simple drag and drop interface, meaning anybody can build a game, an interactive story, quiz, educational tool. In fact, the possibilities are endless. Creators are free to let their imaginations run wild, whilst players can access each title via desktop or mobile and control the action with either their voice or by using on-screen buttons. The unique aspect of RichCast is that you can quite literally have intelligent conversations with your characters and your creations. RichCast is bridging the gap for those wanting to create their own games and interactive content but who don't want to have to learn coding. So let's take a closer look at how RichCast works. Here's the RichCast editor. As you can see, very simple. The system works in the same way a flowchart would. Each tile represents an action, and all the creator needs to do is link them all together. So the first thing we're going to do is drag a visuals tile into the project. After all, the player needs something to look at. This is used to import pictures or video, and using an intuitive system, you can work with multiple layers to create animations and movements. As we all know, music and sound effects really do make a story's believability. Dragging an audio tile into the workflow will allow the creator to upload their own music or sound effects and customize these with a variety of options, including reverb, distortion, panning, pitch, and volume. Next up, we're going to add a speak tile to the project. Using a unique text-to-speech system, all the creator needs to do is type their text into the box, which will then be read back in an AI voice during the story. RichCast uses over 150 actors, which can be customized to suit the character. Creators also have the option to upload their own voice clips, which can be done with a few mouse clicks. One of the most important things in any RichCast project is choice. We want players to feel a sense of freedom and that they are controlling the story themselves. To do this, we have the aptly named choice tile. Integrating this into the project allows the story to reach a point where the player can make a decision about what they want to do. This can be as simple as a yes or a no, but using RichCast's voice recognition system, choices can be as complex as the creator likes. Let's say your story begins in an empty room. How are you going to get out? The door? The window? Maybe the player needs to look under a table to find a key. RichCast uses a keyword system to pick up on the player's speech and influence the storyline and instruct the characters from there. The possibilities of choice are limitless, and this is how we've crafted RichCast to allow players to have a conversation with their characters. For example, a character could ask you how you are feeling. Using choice tiles, you could respond in a number of ways, but however you decide to respond will affect how the character reacts. Lastly, we have one of the most important tiles in the RichCast interface, logic. Logic allows RichCast to have a memory by setting variables. Variables are things that can change in the story. This could be the fact that you found a relevant item, it could be that a character remembers they've met you, or it could be used to trigger an event. Let's go back to our previous example. You wake up in an empty room, but you need a key to unlock the door. When you find the key, a variable can be switched on so that next time you interact with the door, you're able to open it. Logic can be used in hundreds, if not thousands of ways, whether it's remembering a score in an interactive quiz, changing the way a character responds to the player, or used as a way of creating multiple story endings depending on the choices that the player makes in the game. We've also included several other options such as pages to help organise projects in a page system, junctions to avoid overly complicated projects, and comments which act as sticky notes for creators. RichCast can be used collaboratively with multiple creators able to access each project. Once a project is finished, the creator simply hits the publish button and the project will go live for anyone to enjoy. Of course, before publishing, creators will want to test their project. RichCast includes an intuitive test mode, meaning creators can ensure their project is complete, fully working and entertaining before it goes live. Entering test mode will produce a preview of the project, which can either be viewed in landscape or portrait depending on how the project has been set up. Creators can choose to play from the start or at any designated point in their story, with an option to trigger variables to allow testing of multiple routes and scenarios. Test mode also has a handy function to help creators predict any potential causes of running issues they might want to fix before hitting the publish button. Now let's take a look at RichCast for players. So we've been working with writers, artists, sound designers, and voice actors to create a diverse catalogue of interactive titles. One of the first is Sherlock Holmes and the Eminent Explorer. Playing the part of the world-famous detective, you'll need to interrogate suspects and find clues as to who murdered Sir William Blanchard. But what makes this title unique? Well, you need to follow your own line of questioning, gather evidence, and then present this at the end and see if you can deduce who the killer was. Far from a linear story, Sherlock Holmes gives you the chance to play an active role in solving a murder, using your initiative and cunning to find the answer. Let's take a look at the title using AI voices.
Dr. Watson burst into the cozy sitting room of 221B Baker Street, and there you were.
Where would you like to go next?
Okay, let's go to the bedroom. As we mentioned, voice clips can be easily uploaded and assigned to a speak tile as well. The really exciting aspect of this is that anyone can play a part in their title. In the past, casting voice actors would involve sourcing expensive talent, hiring a studio, a sound engineer. RichCast skips this and lets anyone integrate their voices into their story. We've built a vibrant community of creators at RichCast, many of which have written and published their own titles. 911, What's Your Emergency is one of these. Playing a part of a 911 operator, you'll need your wits about you to help save Penny, a stranded caller who is reporting some thing breaking into her house. Following her progress with a series of images sent to you through your mobile phone, you'll need to instruct her on how to escape her home and reach safety. Depending on how you do this will result in different endings. 911 What's Your Emergency is an absolutely thrilling title with excellent replay value. Of course, RichCast can be used in a more humorous way, as we see when we're introduced to the story with a series of warm-up calls.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, hello. I wish to report a noise complaint.
Who is calling?
My name is David Miller. I live in Westview, 124 Cherry Tree Road. I swear, if I find beer cans on my lawn tomorrow...
Okay, sir, what's the problem?
Some punk kids are having a party on their front lawn. They're keeping the whole street up, and I've got work tomorrow.
I'm sorry, sir, this isn't an emergency.
Seriously? This is where my tax dollars go? Screw you.
The caller is hung up.
London's Calling is a title that's really used the RichCast toolset to maximum potential. The story puts you, a police officer known as Rookie, against the Raven, a twisted psychopath who has placed bombs all around London. Your job? To defuse them. But you need to be careful, as one wrong move and the bombs will go off.
Why are you targeting London?
So how are you going to stop them? Well, the Raven sets a series of puzzles that you must complete. Failing to do each one will result in a bomb going off. This is a really gripping title that features puzzles, riddles, and more that the player needs to overcome to be able to progress. The officer in charge is Chris Davis, and how you perform reflects how she behaves towards you. Let's take a quick look at one of the puzzles in action.
Now we move on to the main event. Before you is a box containing a maze of train tracks. All you have to do is navigate the model train through the maze, reach the other side safely, and the bomb will be disarmed.
As we've mentioned, RichCast is so much more than a tool for just creating games. We recently teamed up with popular gaming YouTuber DJ Slope to create Slope's Game Quiz. If you're ready to put your retro gaming knowledge to the test, then this is definitely the title for you. As Slopes himself told us, despite being a passionate gaming fan, he had zero knowledge of how to create a game despite always wanting to. Using the simple RichCast toolset, he was able to make what you're seeing now. He'll ask you questions and react depending on your answer. This really is far from a linear quiz, and using a series of video recordings, Slope's reactions are genuine and based on your own responses.
Who's your favourite company? Is it Sega or Nintendo?
I'd say it's got to be PlayStation, to be honest.
Sony? Come on, we got a whole section of Sony-related stuff coming up.
In creating RichCast, we've built something truly unique. In 2022, gaming is more popular than ever, but there's always been a divide between those making games and those playing them. RichCast brings creators and players together, allowing anybody, and we mean anybody, to build their own interactive content. The RichCast mantra is create, play, share, publish. Until now, it was difficult to be able to do all of these things, but with our unique platform, we're giving creative control to anyone, anywhere, regardless of their skills, knowledge, and experience.
Hey everyone, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at RichCast. So hopefully by now you've got a bit of an idea about what RichCast is about. We've basically been working hard to create a platform that allows anybody to create interactive content, whether that be interactive movies or games or quizzes, without the need to know anything remotely technical. So you don't need to know any coding, you don't need to know any programming. There's a very, very simple drag and drop system that anybody can use, and within minutes get to create their own unique interactive content. So at the moment we have a desktop app which you can download on Mac and PC. We've got a mobile app launching very, very soon, which we're really excited about. So what we've been doing for the last 18 months or so is building a nice, big, diverse catalogue of interactive content for people to play. What's really exciting about RichCast is you can pretty much make anything in there, and that's brought us to learn or to work with a lot of interesting and unique writers. So where we are now, we've got sci-fi titles, we've got horror, we've got interactive movies, we've even got interactive magic shows, which is really, really cool. It's been a good 18 months for us, so we've been able to work with a lot of up-and-coming writers from all different backgrounds, writers, game designers, interactive fiction creators, and that's helped us build something that we think is really diverse and really exciting. A couple of examples of people that we've worked with. So we recently signed off on a project with Jane Fenn, who's written for Warhammer, and she's written for Doctor Who, among other things. Bronte Dawson, who's very, very established in episode and the romance genre, so she was great to work with. We've worked with Eddie Robson, who's worked on Transformers comics and Captain America, and as I said, we even have a magician on board, Jason Michaels, who was recently on Fool Me with Penn and Teller. So it was great working with, well, it's great working with everybody, but Jason in particular was great to work with because he hadn't actually built an interactive story or any kind of interactive content before. And it was great to see him pick up RichCast really easily. The main thing is he enjoyed doing it as well, which is always very promising for us to see. So we've worked with people from all different kinds of backgrounds. Where we are now, we've got a pretty good catalogue of things for people to play. When the mobile app is launched, you want to have lots of things for people to enjoy. One writer that we did work with is Dan Whitehead. So if anybody is not familiar with Dan's work, Dan works, well, he's an established comic book writer. He actually helped us build our first interactive comic called Pegasus Lost. You can play this on RichCast now, and this is one of the titles we've been really, really excited about. It's set in deep space, and I won't give too much away about the story, but basically you wake up and you've lost your memory. You're stranded on the ship and you have to try and figure out what's going on. Depending on what you do and the choices you make and how you interact with the other characters, it'll lead you to various different endings in the story, which is great because if you don't get the ending you like, you can go back and play another one. We hired a really good artist to work on this with us to bring the, this comic book look to life. So what we like to do is we like to celebrate the writers that we work with. RichCast is a UGC platform after all, so it's really important for us to acknowledge and showcase the people that we've worked with and the people that have put a lot of time and effort and passion into building the titles that we have. So we recently did an interview with Dan, which I'm going to play for you now. So Dan will tell you a little bit about his background, a bit about Pegasus Lost as a whole, and also how he found RichCast and how he found actually building the project. So hope you enjoy this.
I've worked on loads of things. I've written for magazines, I've written books, comics, I've written for TV, I've written for video games, I've written video game scripts and things like that. Among the things I've worked on, Star Wars, Minecraft, Lord of the Rings, Looney Tunes, Rugrats. I'm currently writing the official comic series of Terrorhawks, the old Jerry Anderson TV show. So yeah, I write anything and everything. So Pegasus Lost is a sort of sci-fi mystery, I guess. The Pegasus is a trade ship on its way back from a routine mission. You, as the reader / player, are the captain of the ship. You wake up having been knocked out to find that the ship is off course. Your co-pilot has locked themselves in the cockpit and changed the course, and you've got to try and figure out what's happened basically by exploring the ship and working with Dola Sunday, the only other person on board who's the engineer, and there's also a ship's computer who will kind of help you out and guide you along the way. So with Pegasus Lost, what I wanted to do, when Panavox came to me and asked me if I was interested in working on a story for RichCast, I wanted to not create something that was so big that it would get out of hand and I wouldn't be able to finish it. So I wanted to choose a story that would have a limited location. You're stuck on the spaceship, and also have a small cast, just so I could make sure I was comfortable using the technology. In terms of inspiration, it's obviously things like Alien are a big influence on this kind of thing, but I didn't want it to be about you being chased by a monster around the spaceship. I want it to be more of a mystery. I wanted this to be a mystery for you to solve rather than an enemy to overcome, if that makes sense and isn't a spoiler. Yeah, I've worked on several games as a script writer and sometimes narrative designer. Usually the kind of stuff I've done has been much more straightforward in terms of writing the scripts for cutscenes and in-game dialogue, that kind of thing. Just prior to working on Pegasus Lost for RichCast, I worked on a game called Closed Hands with a games collective called Passenger, and this had 5 overlapping stories which told all through text, as if you were interacting with the computers of each of the different characters, which is about the closest thing to what I've done with RichCast. So I've got some experience with coming up with stories that work in this kind of area where you're not just telling a linear story from A to B, you're giving the player choices along the way. You can have different outcomes, you can have different responses to situations. And it requires a lot more planning than just writing a straightforward story. You have to kind of consider every alternative, every outcome, every option, and also make sure that the player will know how to navigate through that. They won't, if there's options available to them that aren't necessarily clear, then they won't find those options, and all that effort you've put into that part of the story is wasted. So there's a lot more thought that goes into it. When you're writing a linear story, there's always all these little ideas that come to you, like, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. And the great thing about an interactive story is you can follow all those threads and see where they go. The trick is not doing it to such an extent that you're so overwhelmed that it becomes a huge tangle and it's impossible for you to finish, let alone for someone else to actually play it all the way through. And as my background as a writer, I kind of understand the principles of coding, but I don't know how to code. And one of the things I love most about RichCast is that you can just drag and drop the story elements without having to worry about the code underneath them. So it is just like, as a writer, I tend to see my stories as jigsaws anyway, that kind of need piecing together. And RichCast makes that literal. You can create a scene, you can create a dialogue, you can create an option, and they're all little, pieces that you can move around. So it's not just easy to put together, it's easy to change and tweak and edit and shuffle and all the things that you do as a writer once you've kind of got a story in mind. And RichCast lets you do that on the fly. And then test it immediately. That was what was great as well. You can start writing your story, and straight away you can play it and see, is it working? Do I need to add something here? Does that make sense? This input needs to be different. That outcome needs to be different. So just from the nuts and bolts mechanics of how you tell an interactive story, it takes all the hassle out of it. My favourite aspect of RichCast is how quickly you can get started with it and how quickly you can make things with it. When I first loaded it up, I was expecting to have to spend, at least a few hours, maybe a day or more, sort of figuring out what went where and how to do it. But as it was, my kind of like first faltering efforts at putting something together actually became the story I ended up doing, because it was so easy to iterate, so easy to go, oh, I can put that there, I can do this, I can shift this over there, that I didn't need to do a lot of onboarding, I guess. I just got on with it and it worked. I would think, I wonder if I can do that, and I could. So it was really intuitive, and it just kind of removed all the barriers between writing a story and making it interactive. I felt like I was just writing a story and then moving the pieces around however I wanted to, which was really refreshing. And also the AI voice acting is really good, which surprised me. I was thinking it would be very robotic, which is one of the reasons why when I started writing Pegasus Lost, I had the ship's computer as a character, because I thought, well, if the voices are going to be, a bit robotic and computerized, if I have a character who is a computer, that won't be as jarring. But in the end, we ended up using voice actors anyway. But I was really surprised at how good the AI voices were, and I probably would have been okay with putting them out without voice acting. But the best bit is you can hear, your story read back to you straight away, and the voice recognition part of it as well is so cool. You can talk to your story and have it respond. And we should be used to that by now, because it's the same kind of thing as, Siri and Alexa and all those kind of, voice activated assistants. But to have it in a narrative sense where, you're being told a story and then a character speaks to you and you can reply and the story responds to what you say, that's really cool. As a writer, that's really cool. As a reader or player, it's even cooler. And it's so much fun to do as well, because in RichCast you define what terms is it listening for. So you can kind of drop in little Easter eggs, like there's some in Pegasus Lost where, if you talk about aliens, the characters get a bit exasperated that you keep talking about aliens. But also it lets the player be themselves. You don't feel like you're... The thing with old text adventures, for instance, which was kind of my first experience of this kind of interactive fiction, was getting through the parser of, do you have to get the torch? Do you take the torch? Do you pick up the torch? And that's really hard, that's a barrier between you and the story. And with this, it's not there. You can tell your story to just listen for any of these words, and as long as you hear them, it doesn't matter how they're said, it doesn't matter what else is around them, it doesn't matter what the sentences your player says. As long as they say get, or as long as they say pick up, it will respond. So it feels really natural when you're playing it, which is probably my favourite thing about it, is that you become an actor in the story rather than a player. As for tips, I think the main one is just have a go. Play around with it, try things, experiment, because it is so easy to put things together and then change them and mix them up and shuffle things around, that there's absolutely no reason not to just start and play around with it. In terms of practical tips, keep your stories nice and clean on the screen. Nice rows of outcomes and plot threads. It's very easy with this kind of thing to get tangled up with lots of crisscrossing lines, linking back to stuff, things like that. But RichCast makes it very easy to not do that. You've got a huge kind of workspace to work with, so it's really nice and easy to make sure everything's laid out neat so that you can follow it and you can go back and change things. But yeah, it's so easy to use. My advice is just use it. Give it a go. Why not?
Welcome to the Right to Life orientation video. If you're watching this, that means it's your birthday. From the age of 20, all citizens must complete a Right to Life assessment. You find a wallet in the street. It's filled with cash.
Yeah, let's steal the cash.
Note that once the assessment process begins, it cannot be stopped.
Thank God you answered. There isn't much time, so listen. I'm from ComSec. We've made it our job to get you out of this.
RichCast is an exciting platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. We really want to lower the bar of entry so that if you've got a story or your friends have got a story that you want to tell and you want to make it interactive, you want to make it exciting, then we are there for you to support you through the RichCast tool. You can use your voice as inputs to guide the experience, or you can use buttons on screen. And what's really cool is there's a library of AI voices already built into the system so that you can quickly populate your experience with digital voice actors. Or if you prefer, you can add your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on desktop with the mobile app coming out soon. And in a moment, we're going to take a deeper look into what RichCast can do in this video right here, right now.
So this is the RichCast editor. So as you can see, it's very, very simple to use. It's just a drag and drop system, and all we use are the tiles across the top, which we drag in whichever order we want, all with various different functions. And then once they're dragged in, we just link them up, hit play, and then it'll just follow this through as we set it up to go. If you've seen the video previously in this presentation, you'll see it's pretty easy to use. It's pretty self-explanatory, but what we'll do today is we'll go through a brief example of how you build a short story. We're going to go for a horror story because everybody loves a good horror game. And I'll show you how quick and easy it is to actually build something really fun that looks good and is fun to play. So I think the first thing we want to do in this story is bring in a visual tile. So the visual tile is used to upload, as you can imagine, visuals, any graphics or pictures or even videos that you want to use in the project. You could, if you wanted to, film an entire interactive movie on your mobile phone, send this to your friends, and they're effectively going to be able to have an interactive story with you, or you could film yourself talking to them in an interactive quiz. There's quite a lot that you can do. Again, very, very easy to use. There's a few different options in here that you can use to customize your visuals, whether it's you know, panning across, zooming in, zooming out, making things a little bit more animated and exciting. But we'll get a nice background for this setup now. So this is how you're going to see the game on your mobile phone. If you wanted to, you can switch this to landscape as well, but we're going to go with portrait for now. And we have a layering system as well, so you can put an image in there and layer whatever you want over the top. So, you know, for example, if you wanted to bring in a particular character into the scene, you can set them up so that they'll come in from one side, or fade in, fade out, however you want to do it to make it a bit more exciting. So all we need to do is select an asset for the layer. We have an inbuilt asset library here that you can see, but I've actually imported a few things into the project just to use for this particular example. So for a nice background, let's go with the this creepy looking kitchen over here. Now, you might have seen this already if you've downloaded RichCast. This is actually a kitchen from 911 Watch Your Emergency, which is the title we've got live on there at the moment. But it looks cool, so I think we're going to use it for this one. Obviously, it's not going to look great on a screen like this, so all we need to do, just resize it. Zoom in as we want. And this looks kind of a nice place for the player to start looking at the big chunky knives on the table. So as I mentioned, we've got a layering system, so if we want to bring in some more objects that we can interact with, we just need to hit new layer and find the object. So let's have a look. So prop gun, let's go with that first of all. If we've got a monster chasing us, we're going to want a gun, aren't we? So let's stick that on the table. Now, as I mentioned before, you can do a few extra little things just to make this a bit more engaging. So rather than just have the image flash up and just have the gun just available to us straight away, what we can actually do is set this to fade in. So we've got a 5-second time here, which gives the image basically a time limit. So if you want something to fade in or to move, that will do so over 5 seconds. We can change that, we can make it shorter, we can make it longer, but 5 seconds seems about right, so let's go with that. So the gun's out on the screen. All we need to do is fade the gun out, flip to the end of the 5 seconds and make sure that's on 100%, test it out, and there we go, we've got a gun fading in. So let's do the same thing with a couple of other items that we could interact with. So keys would be a good shout. We might want to get out into our car and escape, so let's stick them down here in the middle. And we'll do the exact same thing with those, so let's make sure they're fully transparent and then fully faded in at the end. Make sure that's working. There we go. And let's give the player one more thing just for good measure. How about a prop phone? We might want to call the police. Let's say we don't want to fight this monster, we want to call the police, send for help. Again, just one more click. 2 more clicks. And there we go. Everything fades in. The great thing that we can do if we want to actually test this, make sure it's actually working, we've got a test console. You can jump into this whenever you like, you can play it from any point that you like, and you'll get this little example mobile phone that'll come up and show you exactly how it'll display on the screen. Just click on the block weight. And there we go. If we want to reposition them, we can do, but we know that it works. But what we probably want to do as well is set some atmospheric music or some atmospheric background. So we're going to use the audio tile for this, which, as you can guess, imports audio. So there's a number of different things you can do on here. You can import audio files, whether that's speech, whether that's sound effects, some music. We've got different effects that you can put onto the sounds. You've got distortion, you've got reverb. So for example, your character's, you know, walking around a cave and you want some footsteps, you can put reverb on that and it'll instantly sound like you're in a cave. We can fade it in, we can change the pitch, we can change the volume, we can put that up and down as we please. So let's call this background music and let's find some music that we want to put in. So we've got different channels we can assign these to, so we can have multiple channels playing at once. So in this case, we obviously want that to be the music channel. Now I did actually put some music in here already, so let's see, we can listen to what the music is before we actually put it in. Yeah, that sounds nice and creepy. Let's put that in there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to separate the two flows. So we've got one going off to the left and then one that's going to come down here. I'll actually play those both at the same time. And the reason I've done that is so that I can put in some ambience on the ambience channel. Let's see what we've got in here. Let's go with Stormy Night. Let's have some nice, some nice rain type effects. Like I say, if we wanted to, we could put some distortion on this. That's probably a bit much. We don't want that. We could have a high pass filter if you want the typical telephone effect. But this one sounds pretty good on its own. So we'll turn it down because we don't want that background to be too loud and destroying and annoying or distracting. And then hook that up. So now as you can see, when we hit play, it's going to go this way and play the eerie background music, whilst also going this way and playing the stormy background noise. So what we need to do really is think about what characters we want to bring into this. So RichCast at the moment has got over 150 artificial intelligence characters that you can use, and you can set these up by going to actors. Now I've actually set this up already, so you'll default with a female narrator and a male narrator. I've actually created my own actor called Joe here, and his speech type is a character called Oliver. So you can actually audition these before you put them into the project and see if you like the sound of them.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can change the speed if you want a bit of a slower character.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can even get ridiculous and turn the pitch right up.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
Oliver's obviously been inhaling some helium balloons, but I think we'll keep that at 0. You can change the colour, you can change to all these different actors. Like I say, we've got about 150 ranging from various regional accents, male, female, older, younger, children. So there's quite a bit in there that you can use. So we're going to stick with Oliver, who is going to play the character of Joe. So we've come into the kitchen with Joe, and what we're going to do, so let's have Joe ask us, what are we going to do? We can get a lot more creative than this, but this will do for now. If you want to listen to it back, we just hit play.
What are we going to do?
And we can type whatever we want in there. So what we're going to do, we can give this a title as well. So what are we going to do? That way we can recognise the title when we come out. One reason this is important is if you have quite a lot of dialect or dialogue in your story, I should say, you can export the entire script, and then the title will be assigned to the actual speak title here, so you can use that as a reference. One really exciting thing that you can do is you can actually import your own voice clips as well, in the same way that you import media. So if I have got a friend who wants to play the part of Joe, and I don't want to use the AI voice, I can send him the script, he can send me back his lines, and all I need to do is import them this way. We've got a batch import function, so if you've got hundreds of lines, they can all be imported in once. And we've just released a new system where if you there's a particular file name or file naming system that you'll see in the script. If you assign the file name to the file, when you upload your voice acting clips, they'll automatically assign to these tiles. So let's say you've got 300 lines of dialogue, you don't have to go through and import every single one and import them all to the right tile. It'll just do it automatically, which is so useful and, as you can imagine, a massive time saver. So we're in the kitchen with Joe, and Joe's just asked what we want to do. So this is one of the probably the most exciting functions of RichCast is the choice tile. So a choice, as you can imagine, gives the player a choice of what they want to do. So at this point, we want to think about what we've got in the scene and what we can interact with. So we've got our gun, we've got our phone, and we've got the keys. So let's give the player one of these choices. Let's phone. Now down here is our keyword box. So with RichCast, you can play either with buttons or with voice. As a creator, you can turn buttons off, so if you want someone to play entirely with a voice, you can do, or you can use buttons so that the player can actually tap on-screen buttons. So keywords are what the system will actually look out for when you're speaking to RichCast to give a command. So picking up the phone, you'll want words like phone, telephone, mobile phone, anything really that the player might say. You could put in, you know, anything you like in here, but whatever the player says, the system will look out for, and it'll pick up on the correct words and then send them down the correct route. So we've got to pick up the phone here. Well, equally, you might want to grab the gun. So let's go with gun, pistol, shoot, handgun. All things that the player might say if they were playing the voice. Then we've got the keys. Take the keys. Or the player might say, let's get in the car. Let's use the keys to unlock the door. Just a few of the words that the player might say to actually command what's going to happen next. So let's just do a little test from here. So we've got to the part with Joe.
What are we going to do?
And we can see that we've got the three choices that come up on the screen. Now what you might want to do, let's say that the player gets to this point and they're a little bit unsure about what they want to do. They might not know specifically which option they want to choose. We can actually give the player little hints by using a nothing option. So nothing basically triggers if the player doesn't respond within a certain amount of time. So let's give the player 5 seconds. We'll just call this nothing. Now this won't show up on the screen, but what we'll do is it'll lurk in the background, and if the player gets to 5 seconds without saying anything, it'll trigger that route. So let's hook that up, and then we're going to give the player a hint. So Joe's going to say, what should we do? Grab the gun, the keys, or the phone. And again, we can test this. So let's go to Joe.
What are we going to do? What should we do? Grab the gun, the keys, or the phone.
So there you go. You can give the player a nice little hint by doing that. Now you will notice when we go into test mode here, nothing appeared on the screen.
What are we going to do?
The reason is because we've tested after the image was generated, whereas if we go back here, we can see the image. There's also another option that you can incorporate, which is called anything or anything else. And what this does is this looks out for any speech that doesn't appear in the choice boxes that we've already put in. So for example, if a player decides to say bacon and eggs, obviously that isn't relevant to the story and that's not going to be picked up on the choice tiles. So we need to think about what the system is going to do if the player does that. So let's say they say something stupid just because, you know, they just want to be daft. So they've said something that's not relevant at all. Joe might say, I don't think that will work. And we'll test that.
What are we going to do?
Bacon and eggs.
I don't think that will work. What are we going to do?
There you go. So now we've got all eventualities covered. We've got the three choices. We've got an option if the player doesn't respond, and we've got an option for if the player says something that isn't recognised. So what we can do now is think about what's going to happen when the player interacts with one of these objects. One of the things that we can do is use a logic tile. Now logic is arguably the most complex part of RichCast, but the great thing is it's just literally a drop down menu. So this is where we set our variables. So for example, if a player has picked up a key or a player has found a bit of information that's key to the story that we need to refer to. The key example is probably the most common one. So let's say we need to get through a room or get through a door and we need a key to unlock the door. Once the player's got the key, the system needs to know that the player has picked it up, and then it will allow them to unlock the door and get through. So we're going to create a variable here. Again, this is probably the most complex part of RichCast, and it's literally a drop-down menu. So let's say the player has chosen the gun. The system needs to know that the player has chosen the gun. We can assign a number, or we can make this a Boolean variable, which means it's true or false. And that's it. So let's say they've chosen the gun. We want to set the variable to make the chose gun become true, because now they've picked up the gun. Chose gun. Very, very easy. So now when we go down this route and the player says, I'm going to pick up the gun, the system's going to know that's the option that they've chosen. And we can refer to that later on. So for example, if we got to the end of the story, if we've got the gun, we might be able to shoot the monster. If we picked up the phone, we haven't got a gun, so we can't defend ourselves, but Joe might say, let's call the police. So we're just going to repeat this for each item that we could choose. We're going to set up another variable. Let's go for chose phone. And we're going to set that as a Boolean. And then on here, we're going to set the variable to chose phone to true. And lastly, same thing again for the keys. So we're going to set chose keys to true. And now we know that whatever choice we make, the system is going to know that that's the item that we've picked up. So what we might want to do now is, let's bring the monster in. So let's go for a sound effect here. Now again, these are uploaded to the system already, so we've got a nice monster noise here. Maybe a monster growling might be nicer. Sounds a bit like a dog. Let's try this one. Okay, that'll do. Let's turn that down a little bit. Now what'll happen is we'll link that up so that once we've chosen an item, the next thing that's going to trigger is the monster sound. Now because we can hear the monster, let's have Joe jumping again. The monster is in the room. So Joe's nice and scared. Now, what we can do is now refer back to these items that we've already picked up by doing a quick check in the system. And we do that with what's called an if check. So we set our if up and we have, let's have if chose gun is true. So what this is saying now is, if I've chosen the gun, I'm going to go down this path. So if the gun is chosen, I'm going to go down here. If I chose the phone, I'm going to go down this route. Now what we also need to do when we're doing an if check is make sure that one of the options is always an else. So in this case, an else would refer to if I chose the keys. So we're saying if the gun was chosen, we'll go this way. If the phone was chosen, we'll go this way, or else we'll go this way, in which case, or in this situation, it would be the keys. So this is how we really make RichCast customizable and immersive for the player, because we want to make them feel like the choice they've made has had an impact in the story. So in this case, we're going to refer back to the items we've got. So we've got Joe saying the monster's in the room. If we've got the gun, Joe's going to say, shoot that thing. If we've got the phone, call the police. Call anyone. Maybe the phone's not the right choice. I think I'd have gone for the gun personally. And then if we've got the keys, unlock. Can't type. And let's get out of here. So we've basically now got a very short interactive story. So what we could do here is we can build onto this. So we could put a separate page for shooting the monster, which we could link to. So maybe the next page where we shoot the monster leads to a different bit of action. You know, we shoot the monster and it's wounded and we have to find a way out to escape because we've bought ourselves some time. If we call the police, that could link us to a different page, which, you know, let's say we've called the police, we now need to hide in the house and wait for them to arrive. Or we've got the keys, we maybe go to the car, unlock the car, but we find the battery's dead, and that means that we then have to go and find a battery to fix the car to get out. There's really pretty endless things of what you could do. So we're going to leave the demo there. Hopefully that's shown you exactly how you can build a short story really quickly. It's very simple to use, but we need to make sure we can test it and make sure it works. So we're going to do this on the mobile phone. So we've got the stormy night and the eerie music.
What are we going to do?
Let's take the gun.
The monster is in the room. Shoot that thing.
And there we go. So that's very brief, but it gives you an idea of how you can actually build an interactive story in there. As I mentioned before, there's page functions, so I can build a different page in here if I want to. So these effectively act like internet browser tabs across the top, and that just helps you organize things. So for example, if you have various rooms in this house that you wanted to go to, maybe you've got the lounge, you've got the basement, you've got the kitchen, you've got the bedroom, you can separate these into pages, and that will really help with your organization. Another key thing that's worth doing is having some comments in here. So we're really keen for RichCast to be used as a collaborative tool. Comments can help you if you're coming back to something. So, you know, reminder, needs audio. So when I come back to the project, if I think, oh, do you know what, I need an extra sound effect in there, I can jump in and do that. Similarly, let's say you're collaborating with Joe. Joe, rewrite this text. So when Joe comes to it, maybe Joe's our script editor. When he comes to the project, he can see that and I'll think, okay, I'll rewrite the text, and that's his job done. So yeah, that's RichCast in a nutshell. Hopefully you can see how easy it is to use. It's something you can pick up very quickly. If you do have any questions about it, you can email us directly at community@panivox.com. If you want more information, you can head to richcast.com, and that will give you a bit of a help guide as well as some details on how to get going with your first interactive story. But yeah, we hope you enjoy RichCast as much as we do, and anything you need to know from us, please don't hesitate to get in touch.
You are a field agent of the Omega Institute. Dr. Alexander Kane has attempted to change history by interfering with the assassination of Julius Caesar. You are not to attempt to alter history, or you will be fired.
We have to go back in time and collect evidence by talking to people and snooping around. Let's go. Just tell me where and I'll be right behind you.
Let's go to Rome.
You've arrived in Rome. The year is 44 BCE.
Right then. Let's get a move on.
Hey there, welcome to the Magic Show. Now, I'm going to ask you to place your left index finger on your pinky finger. I'm going to ask you to move a total of 5 times. I'm going to do it too. Ready?
My hand is ready. Let's go.
You're on your right index finger. Isn't this fun?
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean Coherence, at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just $2 is syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching the presentation from RichCast. Hope you learned a lot about that technology and their tools. You can go to richcast.com to learn more. They'll be available all throughout Global Game Jam next week to answer any questions you have about the tool. So yeah, definitely check that out if you're interested in making narrative games for the Game Jam. Up next, we'll be bringing on our friend Oleksii from the Ukraine. He's from Ukraine. He's our regional organizer, site organizer, community organizer. Does just about everything with the game dev community there in Ukraine and has been growing it steadily over the last few years and keeping things going during this incredibly difficult past year that they've been facing with the conditions around the war that they're, the attacks they're suffering. So I'll bring Oleksii on to talk more about that. Hello.
Hello, team. Glad to see you.
Yeah, great to see you.
Hi, I'm happy to be at the Global Game Jam Prep Week, and I think this is a really great idea to start building the communities, to start all this community movement before the theme is announced, and especially as we are moving online. Today I can share our experience, how we in Ukraine are doing Global Game Jam, what we do between the jams, because our communities keeps going, and of course, what is the current situation and how our friends from the whole world can help. So I have a small presentation here. If I can start there. So I'm pressing present slides, present screen, yeah. All right. So is it going well? Could you please check? I'm showing it from the. Yeah. All right. So we joined Global Game Jam in 2016. So it's been 7 years, and we are looking forward for the 8th year of Global Game Jam as Ukrainian game developers. So as for me, I'm also an indie game developer. I'm associate professor of the Economical and Technology Institute by Robert Elvorty. So, and everyone knows that Global Game Jam is not a traffic jam. It's not a jam which we eat, but this is a descendant of jam session. And when I was preparing this talk, I just looked for a picture of jam session from 1920s or 1930s, all this creative atmosphere. And it has great resemblance to the pictures from Global Game Jam Ukraine. I think it is one of the first meetings, maybe 2016, maybe 2017. And this is a team from Odessa. So they're joining and spending their time very creatively. Right before Ukraine joined Global Game Jam, our community was ready for this. We had many developers who were making Flash games, and on Flash it was really easy to build something, to code something, and to draw something and get the result within a few days or a week. So we had conferences, and we still have them, Games Gathering, Game Dev Conference Lviv, and Get IT, which did a great job uniting the community. And the first game jams began to appear in 2015. They were called, sometimes they were called jams, sometimes they were called hackathons, but the key idea is that it's to create games within a tight schedule. Yeah, so as for me personally, 2014 was the year when I defended my PhD thesis. I had to pause. My game dev activities, but then to return to game dev, I decided to do something at Ludum Dare, and I was very you see, I've got to the top 100 in innovation, and this motivated me greatly to go on in my game development and bring such activities to the community. So in 2015, there were 517 cities in Global Game Jam, and at that time, it was first time for me to get a GDC where I met Global Game Jam organizers, and I learned about what is Global Game Jam, and then I learned that there is no location in Ukraine, Global Game Jam. It was funny that when I spoke to the Eastern Europe coordinator, Robert Podgorski, it appeared that we met each other virtually as the Flash Game Developers Forums. So I've got all the information that we need a place, we need internet connection, we need a place for presentation. So at that time, I'm just telling you all the stories from good old times when there was no pandemics, no war in Ukraine, and we had to spend all this time jamming physically. So we needed place, internet, and place for presentation. And I spoke to my head of the university, and everything went really smoothly. And Serhiy Nedilko told that why should we start small? I wanted to start small just to gather our students, but they suggested that we should invite all Ukraine just at once to our institute. So here is, we appealed to the sponsors, to Elvorty, to Hydrosila, so local businesses, to internet providers. So this is the historical document, our drafts. So we spoke to the TV channels, we got press coverage, we made all those billboards across the city, and also we met the teams who were arriving to our city, Kropyvnytsky, by train or by bus. So we met them at the railway station or bus station and took to the institute. And right in the institute, we organized 48 hours long location where so this is a picture from outside. It is winter outside, but we have lights in the window, and this is what's going on inside. So this is from Global Game Jam Ukraine 2017. So all this creative atmosphere, just like on the good old jam sessions from the jazz time. So I also share the link in the GGJ UA Telegram chat. So I hope the participants will recognize themselves. Also, we run a Twitch live stream, and it's nice to see that the people who we met at the very first Ukrainian Global Game Jams later became successful game developers, and they began working at the in this field and got their games released. So this is my favorite photo of Global Game Jam Ukraine. Just, you know, as a location coordinator, I never get to the focus of the camera, you see, because I have to run all this place. So this is our Kharkiv team who met who came to Global Game Jam Ukraine. And then since 2018, the communities in the other cities, they felt that they are ready to get their own locations, and we got all the information needed, all the support needed to get them locations, and since then we started growing. But as the locations, so what we learned from extending Global Game Jam in Ukraine, so the main mission, the core mission of Global Game Jam in Ukraine is, in general, Global Game Jam in general, it's to unite people, to show them that they are not alone, to show them that they, if they have passion to game development, that so many people in their own city share the same passion. But with organizing locations in every city, instead of all the Ukrainian game jammers coming to the central location in Kropyvnytsky, we didn't want to lose the connection between the city. So it's one of our ideas, which proved to be successful in the pre-COVID world, was that we began inviting the game jam participants from all the Ukrainian cities to the central location in about 2 or 3 weeks after the Global Game Jam. So we organized this. This was a meetup, not a jam, not a hackathon, but just a meetup where the participants came together with their games and showcased these games to other participants and also to the guests, to the press, to the visitors who decided to look what games can be made within 48 hours. And also at these locations, we thought about how to incentivize, maybe how to not just to award, but maybe how to distinguish some of the game creators. So obviously, this is one, when we're talking about game jam prizes, this is my favorite picture. It's from a German Nicht Lustig cartoon. So it says this, that you see the situation, pirates have found a treasure, and the captain is reading a note, and the captain, and the note says that, and now when you ask yourselves, where is the gold, where are the diamonds, where is the treasure, look inside your souls, and you will see, experience, friendship, and all this adventure experience together, which is has much more worth than gold and diamonds. And all the pirates agree, oh yeah, this is the real the experience that we get while searching for the treasure. So obviously, this cartoon is intended to be ironic, but for Global Game Jam, this is totally true, and we keep saying to the developers that, and it's totally like this, that Global Game Jam, the main prize which they get by participating Global Game Jam is their game, it is their experience, and it is their connections which they gain while working at the Global Game Jam game. But we also understand that developers want to know how good their game is. Well, obviously, when the game is released, it is obviously to see that my game was played by 10 million people, my game was played by 2 million people, and it is easy to compare. But the game creation games also needed some scale to get compared. And to get, why we do this? We do this to give the developers resources to keep their game development and to get their game eventually to the release. So this is, we had a judging panel, which was working physically, then online. And so this is, yeah, and what we thought that the best prize on the Game Jam was the conference ticket. You see, the ticket to the game development conference, it could cost $100 to $200 or even $1,000. We had such partners, but the usefulness of this prize was only for those game developers who were determined to get their game released. Because why would you go to the conferences and showcase your game if you don't want to get it released? So this prize gave necessary impulse, necessary boost for those development teams who decided to move from their game jam creation right to the game release. And of course, the prize was just a conference ticket, maybe sometimes with a booth, but the developers just took on their own the expenses to get to the conference, to live there. But anyway, this was a great motivation to participate and motivation to keep developing game. So here is one of the examples, one of the conferences our team also from Odessa and from Kropivnitsky, we were showcasing Global Game Jam Ukraine games. It seems to me it was 2017. Yeah, and what was fun that at that time Ukraine didn't have a visa-free agreement with Europe. But you know, like game jammers can make games within 48 hours, and they managed to get visa to Europe within maybe 10 days or so. So to quickly get everything ready and then to showcase their games. So this is from Sweden, from Nordic Games. So they got a ticket with unlimited. With an unlimited number of meetups they could appoint with the publishers and journalists and other representation, other industry. And we've got results which show that such approach leads to the number of games which get from the Game Jam prototype to the release. So, for example, one game I can show, it's a game which started as Waveless, and then it turned to be Icy Bounce on the release. So the team was 3 school students. They were less than 18 years old at the location, but they got accompanied by their parents. And the Game Jam theme was waves. So they decided to make a game about a penguin who is jumping on the ice, on the sea, and each jump also created waves. So you see, the design right now we would call this design hyper casual, but at that time I doubt there was even a hyper casual term as is. So they made this game as a gem and then released it to App Store, to Google Play, and to Amazon. And on the App Store they got 240,000 downloads. So this was definitely a success for first team of students and a team how a game jam, a game made within 48 hours can lead to massive install rate. So another game, it is from 2018, is a game called My Happy Train on the Game Jam location and Pixel Express on the release. So what is interesting about it, that this game was made by one developer, and it was made on Unity, and at that time we got partnership with Unity, and Unity gave a ticket to Unite conference, which took place in Berlin in April 2018. So the game was made in January 2018, and then the developer kept making it, kept expanding it, and in April 2018 he attended Unite and kept going. I can even try to open the location, the Steam page, Pixel Express. Yeah, here it is. I'd like to show the trailer. Let me... So this is the game Pixel Express by Andriy Bychkovsky. But as I told, it was made at Global Game Jam 2018, but if you look at the Steam page, it still has coming soon. So you might ask why? Why did he made such a long way from the Jam version, but didn't make it to the release? And also got distinguished by the Jam partners, but I will tell you why. Because in 2019, the same developer, Andriy Bychkovsky, came with another idea of the Game Jam game. So this happens to many of us. When you have one game, but then you get one new idea and you have another one. So, and at that time, the game was about what a home means to you. And he decided to make a game about a home on another planet, on Mars, and made a game named The Farlanders, and which changed to Farlanders on release. And this game was initially made as a team of two together with artists. Then he expanded a team further, found a publisher, and then launched a successful Kickstarter campaign, and this game was released just 1 week ago on the 17th of January. So if we go just open here Andrei Bychkovsky, and I will just Farlanders. Yeah, so and this game is right now in the release, and I'd like to show you how it looks like. So we've got even Steam. All right, full screen, and let's go. So this is the second game originated at Global Game Jam by Andrei Bychkovsky, and the game which got made all the path from the initial version in 2019 to the release in 2023. So feel free to join. And and right now it has very positive user reviews, so you can get the release discount and get the game if you like the simulators and all these building games, and I recommend. So let's go on with other stories from Global Game Jam Ukraine. So in the year 2018, there was a theme transmission, and one team in Kiev location, they just met in Kiev. They didn't work together before. They met at the location and thought of a satirical game in the mood of Papers, Please. So transmission can be interpreted in many ways, in multiple ways. So they thought of a game about a Secret Service officer who listens to the transmissions of people, radio transmissions, and finds out what is allowed to say and what is not allowed. So this satire about the oppressive services. Yeah. So and this game was distinguished at Global Game Jam Ukraine 2018. They've got tickets to the international conferences in Europe. Then afterwards, they participated. So at first, that was their first conference, game dev conference. They got multiple contacts, many interesting ideas from the conference visitors, got several possible publishers. Then they kept going, developing this game, and they finally, by the end of the year, during the year 2018, they submitted their game to other contests and won them. And by the end of the year, they won Best Unity Game at Kyiv Games Gathering Indie Blast contest, together with a prize. But this game is not yet released. If I look private line, maybe it even doesn't have a Steam page. Yeah, it didn't get there because one thing we all game developers know, it's a paradigm shift and feature creep. So after each conference, after each talk with the publisher, the team decided, okay, so first it was like a puzzle atmospheric, then it was like a role-playing game, then it should be more of storyline. And every time the scope changed and they didn't get to the release. But what we get in the end, we get the team who met each other at Global Game Jam 2018 in Kyiv, and they stayed as a team. And at Global Game Jam 2020, they made a game. It was a repair theme, and they made a game, No One Lives Under the Lighthouse. And they made a game in January, and they released it in April 2020. So they used all their experience with private line, how long can be post-jam development, and then they learned from their mistakes and get the game released. And I will show you Under the Lighthouse. Yeah, here it is. And it got 1,197 very positive reviews. This is atmospheric game about a keeper of a lighthouse. So yeah, the team is called Marevo Collective, and if you like horror games with story with a deep meaning, feel free to check this game from Global Game Jam Ukraine. It's in release since April 2020. And this team keeps going and making other games about which I hope I will tell you. And so they have a big history of Game Jam participation. And right now they're making an anti-war game, Zero Losses, and I'm getting to the theme how we, obviously as Ukraine game dev community, how we are surviving and keep working. So on Global Game Jam 2022, we had multiple of cool games, and we organized even for online, we organized a Discord meeting. It was in the beginning of February, where we showcased each other and discussed each other's games. Then we arranged these games in the form of post at our site GGJ.org. So here are some of the games from Global Game Jam 2022. And we first I'd like also to show some of them. So one of the game is called Ambidextrous. This game was made 1 year ago, and it's about the theme was duality, and it's about a knight and a sorceress. But the story who helps this knight overcome puzzles and defeat enemies. But the game story is deeper. So in fact, the story is such that the girl is reading a book about a knight, and with her feelings, with her thoughts, is helping in all this the knight in all the adventures. So I can show you how the game looked like in the Game Jam version of Ambidexter. Yeah, and so this is the Ambidexter game from Global Game Jam Ukraine 2022. The theme was duality, and obviously this game might have been released by now if not the Russian invasion. So, but the team, when they have the possibility, they keep working on this game, and this is the current version of how it evolved. Так, yeah. Yes. Okay. So So the ambidextrous game, and we have the game which managed to get released after Game Jam 2022 is the game Dual Cat. Again, the theme was duality, and sorry, yes. Yeah, so again, the theme was duality, and the development team thought about such sample of duality as a Schrödinger cat who can be alive and not alive. And the fact that this cat could change live and not live stance helped this cat solve the puzzles. So the gameplay on Game Jam looked like this. So so the cat could change its state from alive to not alive and not be triggered by obstacles such as robots or maybe traps or cannon. And it was released as an HTML5 game. Dual Cat. Wait, I'm not going to open image. Yeah, just this is. So much work has been done since the jam. By the way, they had to rewrite the game from Unity to default to get it better played on HTML5. So we have the cat. First task is to collect stars. First mission shows how to jump, how to get the fish. Yeah, so I had to find all three stars before getting the fish. And then next mechanics introduces the stances changing mechanics. So these robots abducted the cat. And pressing F, if I go right here into the poisonous gas, I will just lose. But if I press F, I should keep this F. Haven't played for a long time. So I press F. I can't move because, well, if it's not alive, it can't move. But I can switch to not alive form, then switch back to alive and go. And this is how I can win the level and solve the puzzle. So this level also has just stars collection. I will just go in a quick way to the very top, show you one more level of this game, and you see that it's got 45,000 upvotes. Yeah, so now I must somehow, if I switch to F, this gas won't be. All right, yeah, like this. I just switch to F phase and then I get to the aim. So this is the game Dual Cat. So our highest number of participants was 500 before the pandemics. Then we got a drop, and then we got growing, and obviously we could get much more released games because we had all these hopes, all this excitement after the Global Game Jam 2022, but then it was the day 24th of February when Russia attacked. And the first, it was a shock. The first missiles struck Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian houses, Ukrainian airports, and we just didn't know what to do. So people came to the military organizations to join defense forces. We started writing to our friends, and what was a heartwarming recollection of these days, it is when our friends from abroad started asking us how are you question as soon as the news reached the other countries. So in Ukraine, we say that if a person asks, how are you? It means that they do really want to know how are you. So this question has got a very deep meaning for Ukrainians since then. And since the very beginning of the Russian invasion, Global Game Jam released a statement, and we're very thankful for this. So this is the full web page, which summarized the ways how can be helped for those who had to leave the country, for those who had to stay and fight, and for those who lost their house, their health, their loved ones. And we are deeply thankful for the worldwide game dev community for this. As the war which Russia's waging against Ukraine did not stop, right now it's 300 days, over 300 days, almost a year. It's exactly 11 months today, because it's 24th of January today. Yeah, so in summer, right before the Ukrainian Independence Day, which was after 6 months of war, Global Game Jam organized this set of interview with Ukrainian game dev community. So our game developers shared their experience, their thoughts. So right now in Ukraine, we had to cross the windows with these duct tapes because of the explosion wave, to get the window, get at least some protection against the explosion wave. So when Russian rockets hits city, we have to hide. We have to sleep in the corridor, because at least when you're in the corridor, it gives you 2 walls of protection. And when the air raid siren is active, for example, just today, all the territory of Ukraine had active air raid siren again, and it happens every day and several times a day. So people have to spend time either in the shelters or at home, but in the middle, in the hall. So our developers, our community members, those who have such possibility and transport, they travel, well, not travel for leisure, but travel, just go ride across Ukraine, bringing supplies to people who stay in the area, to people who suffered from Russian attacks. And then many of game developers joined Ukrainian armed forces, and we keep helping by everything as we can. And when people have to stay in the shelter, so for example, I teach students at the university. When we have air raid siren, then together with the students we go to the shelter and continue working, continue learning, programming there. So we keep going, and we always remember that if we can make games, for example, now, this is all thanks to the Ukrainian Defense Forces, and thanks to the help you, our friends, give from the worldwide. And we are deeply thankful for that. And we really hope that peace and justice are restored. So I can share the ways. I can tell you more about the ways how you can help and what is going on. First, from the game development point of view, we have Games Gathering Conference in Ukraine. It's active since 2015. It's actually one of the biggest conferences in Eastern Europe. Before the war, it got about 3,000 attendees. And as the war started, the organizers of Games Gathering organized the conference Games Gathering Game Dev Under Bombs. So it was a series of lectures. They are still available on YouTube. They are both in English and in Russian. So the message from the organizer is, I had this event, but it's necessary to make it because it's necessary to tell people what's going on from the first person. So the game developers who became volunteers, the game developers who joined the Ukrainian Defense Forces, they made speeches like in usual times. The same game developers were telling how to use Unity, how to monetize a game, but at these conferences they had a topic to tell, an important topic. So you can check this conference, Games Gathering, ggconference.com, and Games Gathering Under Bombs. So this conference took place in April, so much more terrible events has happened since then, and it took place. It took place in mid-April, and the conference was free, but it keeps working as a donation gathering for those who suffered and in need of medical or psychological assistance due to hostilities, for those who lost a house as a result of war, for those who joined the army to protect Ukraine, their wives and children, and those who was forced to evacuate from war zones and has experienced difficulties with housing and work process. So Game Dev Under Bombs, it accepts donations via cards, via PayPal, or via crypto, and via bank transfer. And many companies have supported it, and we are really deeply thankful for them. There are many more lesser scale volunteer activities also run by game developers. For example, this one, opocket.org. It's a fund, volunteers initiative run by the game developers from Kharkiv, from the eastern part of part of Ukraine. The city, I'm sure you heard about this, how Kharkiv experienced all this heavy shelling and bombardment, and it still goes across the border. So at this fund, it's possible to support via crypto, via PayPal, or via card. So they spend this for all the needs for Ukrainian defenders. So, and of course, there are bigger funds which cover the needs of defense. The fund which is called Come Back Alive, and it takes all this all the needs for defense. And obviously, I'm sure you heard about this. The President Zelensky's initiative United 24, it was launched as the main venue of collecting charitable donations in support of Ukraine. So, and it's possible to select what do you want to support, like defense and demining, medical aid, or rebuild Ukraine. So all the options are available, and literally every help can literally save lives, and we are deeply thankful for the support, and to Global Game Jam for the possibility to talk about this and ask about this further. So if we look at the map of globalgamejam.org, so right now you won't see locations in Ukraine. but this is because of safety measures, because no part of Ukraine can be safe from the Russian missile, and we are running these locations in the stealth mode. But after the jam, we will make the games visible. So right now we are just working like this. We are gathered in the chat. We talk to the organizers. We get to know each other, and we are running the series of Ukrainian streams. For example, the developers of the before mentioned games will be present at the streams where they will share their experience in Ukrainian, and this is like our part of Global Game Jam preparation week. And those locations which have possibility, they will also run a set of master classes. Yeah, so this is what we're going to do for, and again for a Global Game Jam 2023, we also going to organize an all-country, well, not physical meeting, but online meeting to show each other what games did we make. So this is more games from 2022 showcased here. And on the online meetings, we have video address from the judges, for example, judges from Pocket Gamer, from Game Industry Connect, from Vlad Plotnikov Production, from Play24 and other game dev companies who support us, for example, Microsoft Ukraine and others. Yeah, so what about one more thing, yes, about the community. So right now we have a Telegram chat of more than 800 members, and we run regular, right now we are going to organize this way that if it will be possible, we are going to spend this week together with you, together with all our friends from the whole world, and let's jam together. So first, we want to wish all the game jammers a peaceful jam. It is easy to understand what was thought to be given for granted before something is lost. So first of all, have a peaceful jam. We deeply wish you this, and please stay connected with your Ukrainian friends, and we together we will make great things. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope our ideas, experience, and stories were insightful for you. Have great GGJ 23. Yeah, I will stop presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks for sharing all that information and all those great stories of the GGJ in Ukraine over the years. Really appreciate all the things that you've been doing over there to keep the community together, keep yourself safe. Just try to do something positive while you all are facing all this, these horrific events that are occurring in your country.
Thank you, team. Heroyam Slava. Thank you. Very, very touched by the support and sending also great wishes from the Ukrainian community. I will have a chat right here open. Yeah, thank you.
That's great to hear. Yeah, it's inspiring to see you all still try to do all this while you're under attack.
Yes, we have now a protocol of how to better not to disclose the location, but get the games uploaded and be shown afterwards, because it's vital to see that we are a part of worldwide game development community, and exchange ideas, exchange thoughts with all our friends worldwide.
Absolutely. We're excited to see what everybody makes over there and just hear the stories of how you all jammed this year for sure.
Yes, and excited to see what will be the theme. I intentionally, just by being in the chat in Slack, I will tell you the truth. I am just keeping my will to not to pick the theme. Yeah, I will just better look what will it be on the stream on the 28th. Yeah.
Nice.
So for our Ukrainian viewers, now I will move to Ukrainian YouTube stream. We will have a talk with Vitaly Ishchenko. He will talk about his experience of game jamming in Ukrainian on our YouTube channel. So thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thanks. Enjoy that, and have a great Global Game Jam 2023.
Thank you. Have a great Global Jam.
Thanks. Yeah, super inspiring story of all of our friends in Ukraine. Hope you're all staying safe if you're still there, and yeah, just have a great Global Game Jam this year, and make awesome games if you can, and just hopefully this helps to lift your spirits there, and we'll see things come to a peaceful ending, and you all can resume your lives as you as you should be allowed to, and just, keep your country safe and free for people to make games and do whatever they want in their lives and just enjoy things and enjoy each other. That's what Global Game Jam is all about, making friends, making memories, making games, and bringing the world together through the power and enjoyment of making video games. So yeah, we really appreciate Oleksii and the time he's given today and leading up to Global Game Jam, helping all the sites in Ukraine to join the jam this year, and people to be able to join the jam sites. They're doing a lot of extra work to keep you all safe and protected, and have a great event there. So it really means a lot to us as organizers, and I'm sure it means a lot to you as well. So thank your site organizers, and thank Oleksii for all the hard work they're doing to make this event possible this year in Ukraine. Yeah, so up next we have a chat with our friends from Unity, who are sponsoring again this year. They're one of the main game engines that people tend to use at Global Game Jam. So we're excited to bring on Russell and Emily and Esteban from Unity to chat with us a little bit today. Hi everyone, might as well go around and introduce yourself.
Well, I'll go ahead and hop in and get started. So hi everyone, my name is Esteban Maldonado. We're all from the developer relations team. I'm a developer advocate with Unity, and I'm actually located in Seattle. And by the way, Tim, I'm actually going to be each of us is going to be visiting some of the physical spots in the game jam. So yeah, nice. Look out for us. At least I'm gonna be visiting the one in Seattle. But
nice.
Nice to meet y'all. Happy to be here.
Pro strat to get the Unity folks on your team here.
Oh yeah, indeed.
Yeah, I can go next. Hi everybody, my name is Russell Sung, and I'm also a developer advocate here at Unity. I'm happy to be here, happy to support Global Game Jam and all the amazing things that are about to be made.
And nice to meet you guys. I'm Emily. I'm also a developer advocate, newer to the team, so really excited to be here. And love Global Game Jam. Really excited to hang out with you guys.
Awesome. Yeah, you mentioned you're going to be joining the sites here around the country. I'm wondering, how many jams? Is this your first jam? Have you done other jams before? And what is some of your favorite projects and memories from past game jams?
I get started, and no, this is not my first game jam. And by the way, yes, I am going to be participating in this one as well. So I'm gonna be visiting the Seattle site in the Science Center. And in fact, weirdly enough, I'm looking to my right because I actually have open, and yes, I participated in the last 2 global game jams. And yeah, I want to keep it. I want to keep it as an actual. Yeah, so sort of like an actual tradition, like a lot of the other were like probably doing. One of my favorite ones was a 2D game that we made in 2021 with my fellow friends from the Puerto Rico game developers, which by the way,
Nice.
that's where I'm from.
Nice.
So yeah, not my first game jam. The last one I had made was a VR eating simulator. So my team and I had come up with a game called Eat or Yeet, and you had to like shovel food into your mouth that was coming down a conveyor. But if it was like super healthy, you'd have to like slap it away. So yeah, we'll be visiting some sites. I'm based in Toronto, Canada, so that's gonna be a good time. Looking forward to meeting some people in person and you know, just sharing some advice and tips.
Sweet. Also too, not my first game jam, so really excited to be interacting with this community. Global Game Jam was actually the first game jam I ever did back, I think, in like 2015. So this is an awesome, awesome game jam, and I'm excited to be a part of it again. Trying to think. I think the one I made with this game jam first was like a train. It was like if Temple Run was a train. And we switched between train tracks, which was really fun. But yeah, no, and I'm based out of the Boston area, so I'll be doing one of the jams around there.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. That's really like representative of Global Game Jam in a nutshell. They're like people from all over making all kinds of different weird and fun games. So, you know, what would you say is the main value of participating in a game jam, since you've all done multiple?
Well, did I unmute? Yes, I did. At least I mean, like there's multiple values that can come in the game jam. All of us we were actually very recently at the Boston MIT Reality Hack, hanging out with her. By the way, shout out to anybody who that participated on this one is probably going to be participating on this game jam as well. But oh my god, one of the biggest values that I would say, there's a lot of them, and I'll let Russell and Emily fill out on the others. But like at least to me, the top one is the actual connections that you make, because yes, you're creating a cool product and you're practicing some cool skills, but like the actual connections that you make is has a lot of value, because sometimes a lot of these game jams, people just join just to have fun or something, and people say like, oh, let's just make like this like silly or like sometimes quote unquote dumb idea, but sometimes those dumb ideas, quote unquote, like actually people take them and continue them as projects, and those people that maybe randomly stumbled upon them could actually even be future teammates. That's one of the beauties about it.
Yeah, I totally agree with Esteban. I think it's really giving people a chance to step out of their comfort zone, right? Like if you're traditionally doing programming or something and you want to explore 3D art or you know, UX, you can do that in a game jam. And I think it's really about meeting a whole diverse community of people that you might not have a chance to interact with, you know, and like kind of creating something cool and engaging, and then you have that bond afterwards, right? Like down the line, you'll be like, oh, remember that game that we made, you know, like 4 years ago? And then you kind of catch up and you build bonds in the community, which is, I think, really fantastic.
And I'll say too, I think one of the funnest things that I've experienced is definitely just like the knowledge that you learn from these kinds of events. Because like, you know, you're prototyping something and you're learning like, okay, what kind of scope can I hit in this kind of time frame? Like for example, one game jam I did, I was like, I can totally do rope physics in 48 hours. Newsflash, I couldn't. Um, so it's just you learn a lot about like your skills and what you're good at, and then also too just the fun of like revisiting old concepts in future jams, being like, wait, I built a dialogue system. I totally can actually do this because I really know what I'm doing this time. But yeah, so just there's a lot of fun in learning, especially with jams.
Yeah, absolutely. You all are making my job easy here, because you're telling your stories, and these are exactly like the values of why GGJ exists and what we try to do. You know, Esteban and I were at a hackathon a few months ago here in Seattle with Niantic, and it was the first in-person jam or hackathon I'd been to since 2020, and I just like missed that energy so much in the room of like all the creative people, like just having a great time and learning and connecting and bonding. Like you said, I'm excited to see that again.
Well, that is true, and like Emily said, and by the way, that one was a fun one as well. By the way, shout out to our friends at Niantic as well. Thank you for the light ship tour. That's the stop in Seattle. That was a pretty fun one. But like Emily mentioned, like sometimes you propose to yourself a challenge. Oh yeah, sure, I got this. I kind of did the same thing at that hackathon where I thought I could actually implement a service and that I could I just upload these values to the cloud and whatever, it'll be easy, just a server connection, and like, oh my god, no. You quickly find out, especially in a jam like the one from Niantic, that it was really 1 day and a half of like, time is very limited. So you start discarding ideas. But yeah, no. And that's that little failure, like that little fail, like really comes a lesson that you learn and take away from it. Like it's really fun.
Yeah, 100%. And that's a good segue to the next question of like, what's the best way to make sure that you complete a project at a jam, if that's even your goal, like.
At least for me, one of the top things that actually has helped me out in future game jam projects is to actually plan out your idea. I mean, of course, like in any project, like whether it's a game jam or like an actual year-long project, yeah, you can plan as much as you want, but things will never actually go 100% to the plan. But at least in a game jam, like if you're thinking of making like a simple 2D action shooter, kind of like a rogue game, but what does that mean? This a simple 2D top-down shooter. Like really think about, okay, what is the enemy? What are like some basic behaviors of the enemy? What's gonna be like the control style? What is gonna be the flow of the game? Like what is gonna be the flow of the game? And like and really think about how that ties also to the theme, the theme of the game jam, and really like. It's basically like like the game jam result in total is going to be like a prototype of something. So make a prototype of the prototype, even if it's just a piece of paper. But once the team, everybody can sort of like picture it in their head, then you're really on a good start.
Yeah, I mean, totally echo that. I think it's really important to also understand your concept, right? Like you might have this big, huge blue sky kind of idea, but you really got to dig deeper into like what's the fun part about it. Is it like the item customization? Is it the player's experience in this level? And then really get to the deepest part of that concept, and then you can still polish stuff in a game jam. You can just only polish less stuff. So be very select with the time that you're putting into the different mechanics, and don't be afraid to throw stuff away, right? Like if something's not really working in the game and it doesn't really make sense anymore, just kind of have a list of ideas that you iterate through and just go on to the next one, because it's about being creative in this kind of limited time and figuring out what works best.
Totally agree with everything that Esteban and Russell have both said. And to add on to it too, like you're always going to overestimate how much time you have and how much you can do. A rule of thumb that I've heard is like, and I've utilized and has worked really well for me, is like 80-20. So do 80% of the stuff that you do know, and then 20% of experimental. If your goal is to finish something concrete with like, it's an actual game that you can play with the buildable demo. If you just want to try whatever, that doesn't matter. But if your goal is to like, you want a buildable demo, that's awesome. And to definitely echo what Russell was saying about like prioritizing what's important, like definitely have those things where you're like, this needs to be in there, it's not going to work, and focus on that, especially making sure that works before moving to the fun stuff.
Yeah, I always say the ABC of jamming is always be cutting, like just make it smaller. But yeah, I'm just go ahead.
No, sorry. I was gonna say there's a reason why even AAA studios also cut down stuff as well. Like whatever studio, like for every game project that you play, there's always like a good amount of features that the studio wishes that it could have been implemented, could have been added. Always.
Absolutely, yeah. Start with your massive scope and then like scale it down more and get it down to that one or two mechanics that you really want to try to make at the gym and make them fun. So on that note, I'm wondering how you can save time at the and get results fast at a game jam, and like how does Unity help with that sort of thing?
Well, sorry, to make sure I understand the question, how does Unity as a product, or like us also as a company?
Either way, as a product or as a company. Like I'm wondering, a lot of people use Unity at our game jam, so like I'm wondering, if you have tips to get up and running fast and prototype and that sort of thing.
Oh no, definitely. Definitely one of the coolest things is that's obviously like Unity, the editor, at least like from different engines that I've used, like has a very good it's a very good time to like get started, like very easy, very user friendly for beginners, and I'm just not just echoing this from personal experience, also from what I've heard from other jammers, that they gravitate towards the engine. And also one thing that definitely helps out like a good community. Honestly, I would say the way that like the community helps each other out is amazing to see. And again, we saw this live again when we were in the Boston MIT hack. Like the way, like the love was real, like how teams were helping each other. And to quote one of our other developer advocates who's not here today, like I would say that's one of the strongest aspects of Unity, like their actual community. And I agree with that, for real. So but of course, on the more technical side and everything, I would say obviously also a very huge asset store where people can actually post their assets that you can use on your own projects as well. But I'll let my teammates here, because there's like 1,000 more points that we could talk about just on this question alone.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We saw this, when we were in Boston. There were many teams who actually, being more of a hackathon as opposed to a game jam, their backgrounds were very diverse, right? They didn't necessarily come from a gaming background, so they were able to really like pick up and go with Unity and learn in the week that they were hacking, and a lot of those teams ended up winning their track. So I think that just speaks to the kind of the accessibility, like not really being intimidated by the idea of all the things that the engine can do, but just looking at like tutorials. We have an excellent Unity Learn page that has everything from, if you're doing an XR, like how to do a VR world, or the classic rollerball tutorial. And these are things that can really accelerate and help you get going faster, right? Like you can look at these sample projects and kind of understand how developers build things out, and you'll say, oh, okay, I can see how this script works, and I can understand movement and kind of what makes sense for a mechanic this way. And again, echoing the asset store, it's so fantastic, where you can have like toolkits, you can have upgrade to your character models and assets, and it's just accessible for you.
I think for me too, going kind of off the like things that you can add, the package manager also has a lot of really cool like packages that you can add to your project to add better looking things quickly. Like for example, Cinema Machine. If you want like nice camera work, Cinema Machine is a fantastic package. I use it in every project I ever make. And then on top of that too, depending on what version of Unity you're using, newer ones have like these presets that are like, oh, are you making a 2D game? Are you making a 3D game? And they'll include a lot of like basic sprites and stuff that are fantastic for gray boxing. So if you're working with artists and you're a programmer and you're just like, I need to put something on screen that like looks like anything so I know what's going on, those pre-made sets through the Unity editor are really great to utilize.
I also wanted to add that like especially when you're in the game jam, like definitely if you say, oh, I want to make this character awesome, cool looking character that's sort of like a ninja and throws these awesome crazy weapons, but like what we were talking about, like you first start with the very basics. If you have a square, just a simple white or gray square that does the thing that or at least almost behaves as much as you want to your character, then there we go. Like you at least complete it. You have your character there, and then you substitute it out with like proper art and all that. And again, that's where we go back to like asset store and taking advantage of like other reusable assets that people have made. You can use them for testing that your concept in your game like actually works, and then like Russell said, you go ahead and polish where you can. Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. GGJ is a jam where a lot of people come for the first time to try making games, to try game jams. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts, tips, or tricks for people who are coming to their first ever game jam, and what they can do and what they can expect.
Oof, definitely have fun, a lot of fun. I would say, definitely a lot of learning, especially if this is your first game jam, and I don't know, a lot of people do this, and they like go out and not even rest for the whole week. I personally would not recommend that, but a lot of people really like to go hardcore and like and omit sleep from the week, but to each their own. But and then also another thing is that the same way that communities actually help out, and you can and I would bet that like you can definitely ask questions on the Global Game Jam Discord. We also have an official Discord where lots of people already connected on it, and I know that a lot of people will be definitely joining Global Game Jam there and talking about their projects as well. That's another option for people to get some help. But it's gonna be good. If anything, if there's chaos, it's the good kind of chaos. That will be my bet.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think it's also so great to kind of take yourself out of your comfort zone, right? Like you'll really surprise yourself by the things that you might not think were possible because you don't do those things. So it's great to have this like foundational set of skills that you can then help somebody else that's running into these problems on your team on. But it's all about collaboration, right? So I think the best part about these game jam teams is that you really get to explore areas that you haven't done before and then kind of see those results.
I think for me, if I were to go back and do my first game jam over again, um, I think the two pieces of advice I would give myself is like, oh, find a tutorial to do exactly what you want to do. So like if it's from a programming perspective and you want to make a game that's, oh my god, like just a shooter, like a basic shooter, find a tutorial that is exactly what you're looking for, and then if you have time at the end, you can build on it, but then in that case you have something cohesive to look forward to. If it's from like an art perspective, look up a Blender tutorial that's like, how do I make a donut, and then you can follow that tutorial and have this cute little game about a donut because you know exactly what you need to do. Because you'll find yourself like running into bugs, running into issues. If you have a tutorial that will help walk you through step by step, it'll make the process a lot easier. And then my second piece of advice is game jam prep. And what I mean by that is buy snacks, buy coffee, especially too, because as Esteban said, if you're one of those people who's like, you're gonna stay up late, that's totally not me. You're gonna want snacks and stuff to, if it's 3 a.m. and you're exhausted and you need something to keep you going, if it's right there prepped ahead of time, it'll really make a difference.
Yeah, stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, Jammer.
Hydration's important.
If you don't sleep like out of proper nutrition, definitely. But and I would also say like again, have fun on the top of it. Like have fun with your project, and also like this could be, remember, this is a chance for you to like also step out of your comfort zone or strengthen an area where you would like to. But again, at least like me personally, I always like to like do something. I take these as an opportunity to practice something that I haven't practiced before. Like this is a perfect area to like fail, but in a good way, to learn.
Yeah, 100%. And just walking in the door to your first game jam is a huge accomplishment, and walking in that room, at least, or on your Discord or wherever you're participating, at least a third to half of the people are in the same boat. They're all going to be new and nervous and wondering, if they're going to be any good, or but that's kind of secondary to what the jam's all about, which is, like you said, just having fun and meeting new people and learning new things. You're not trying to like make the next great AAA game in a weekend. You're just trying to do some things, and you will fail, and that's fine, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, failing upwards is definitely a thing. Like a mechanic that might make no sense, and then you kind of break it with a bug, and it suddenly becomes fun. That's totally fine.
And Russell and Emily, I believe you might have noticed this as well, like during in Boston. But a lot of people actually were like, I don't know, I've never used this Unity editor thing. I was actually surprised. I was like, huh. So really, if like Tim mentioned, like if you feel like maybe, I don't have a lot to contribute, or I don't know, I don't know much about coding, or like, trust me, any game project will there's a very big chance that it'll have something where you can help out. Like everybody has a skill set, and everybody can bring something to the table. And yeah, I guess you got to find out like where, but like, trust me, that there's a reason why the community is like very welcoming. It's like, no, because there's always something. Like game projects are weird like that in a good way.
Yeah, 100%. I've seen jams where people taught other developers how to use an engine in a weekend and built a whole game out of that. I also was reminded of a story of one of our board members, our secretary of the board, actually. She's in Egypt, and something like 10 years ago, she was working as like a software engineer at a bank and didn't really like it. And somebody told her about Global Game Jam. So like she spent a month doing Unity tutorials and went to her first jam and met her eventual partner there, who she has kids with now, and now she's a gameplay engineer at a game company in Egypt and one of our main organizers and on the board. So like, I'm not saying that's going to happen to everybody, but that's just a possibility. Of you never know what happens if you take that chance and go to a game jam.
So the person heard about this and completely like got excited about learning about game development. Then and this person like basically changed their career and basically a huge turn in their lives.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's amazing. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I see people here locally in Seattle who they keep trying. They come back year over year, and I see their skills improve, and eventually they've gotten jobs in the industry and are senior developers now. So there's a pathway that we're trying to create for people to find their way. And I meet people at conferences all over the world that tell me that was their way in. Like there was no games industry in their part of the world, but they went to a global game jam and met somebody that knew somebody that got them a job, and here they were all these years later at GDC or Gamescom or wherever, and all that happened because they just took that chance and went to global game jam and met the right people. So that's really what things we're trying to create here.
That is another thing. Like a lot of times people like think that the game jam experiments are just like game jam projects are just small projects on the side, but no, like these projects that they actually can contribute. You can actually use them on your on your portfolios, because it is a skill. It is an area where you practice your skill set. What do you think, Russell and Emily?
Yeah, I mean, totally agree. Even when you go interview at companies, they want to see practical stuff, right? Like you can go to school, you can get all of the paperwork, but they really want to see if you have that kind of hands-on experience, and that's where I think Game Jam really benefits. You get to have these like Tim was mentioning, you can see your progress throughout the years, and you can say, hey, look, like this was like 4 years ago game jam, and now look at where I am today, and that represents your body of experience and work, and that's really appealing to companies that want to hire.
I definitely agree. It's fantastic for portfolios, both from across the field spectrum, maybe programmer, artist, audio. Like it's a lot easier to showcase something if it's live and moving. And then also too from the other side, if like you are an indie developer and you ever want to publish your games and make that your career one day, there have been tons and tons of famous indie developers who have posted game projects for these kinds of game jams, and it made it their career because they winded up loving the concept, working on it more afterwards, and then it flourished into something even bigger.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Celeste that was one of those. It's a game that started in a game jam, and it just grew from there. I don't know if it was a game project in this game jam, but yes, like if I remember correctly, it was a game jam, and it grew up to be a very incredibly successful game, which even I personally played, and I love it. So shout out to the devs.
Absolutely, yeah. Those are some of my friends on that team, so it's a great game.
Nice. There you go.
I'm looking forward to their new game as well. Yeah, we had, I think the most famous one to come out of Global Game Jam was Surgeon Simulator. Started at GGJ, and then, Goat Simulator is another one that, I don't know if that was a GGJ game, but I know that came from a game jam. And there's a whole page on our website where you can see other games that have come out of it. Screen Cheat, if you ever played that game, was kind of like an old school, like N64 4-player multiplayer game, but like the thing was like you could only you had to look at other people's corner to see where they were. It was an interesting mechanic. It was made in Australia. Yeah, so there's a ton of great examples like that some of them went on to be great successes. Others just kind of were the foundation of a team that people figured out that they liked working together at a game jam, and they just kept going and made it into something more.
Okay, then the Go Simulator, I did not. That one surprised me. I did not know. I will say, but no, that's but that's very cool. Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't say that's like the aim of the jam to try to make something like that. Like sometimes happy accidents happen like that, and you stumble on a great mechanic that people are really excited about, and like there's a lot of buzz in a room full of fellow game developers who see something cool, and people take that and run with it. Like Oleksii, who was just on from Ukraine, showed us a couple games that went to full release from their GGJ sites, and those are great stories to hear. And we try to feature those on our on our community spotlight pages. So yeah, there's a lot of history of people making stuff at game jams that went on. Emily mentioned donuts earlier, and my friend Ty made a game called Freshly Frosted. That's a Unity game that started at Train Jam a few years ago that just came out recently. So you can look for that on Steam, just to give a little plug there. But yeah, I'm wondering, we've been talking about a lot of different concepts and things. There's a lot of different game jams, obviously. Just wondering, like, what makes GGJ unique to you as a jammer and as participants?
Well, I'm gonna try something. Gonna try something real quick here. I'm gonna take a risk and gonna take a wait. Where's and try the thing is there we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So pulled this up earlier. I got kind of excited. We were talking about. So one of the things that I like about GGJ is that honestly, you can go back and see like your old projects. I mean, I know this is not the only game jam that does that, but and by the way, these are the last two projects that I did on for this one, and one of them was in Unity, and the other one was actually done in Unreal. My team wanted to use it, but this one was called Perro Rescue, which was about an actual project where we took a sample. Like a lot of people that know Unity would actually recognize this. Could actually recognize this city. This is one of the sample projects for a race card game, and we actually modified it where you actually where you actually need to reunite lost dogs with their owners, and then at the end of the play session, it tells you like how many dogs you rescued. In this case, I only rescued one dog. So there are probably like five around the city, and that was really like the flow, the flow of the game. The other one was called. Unfortunately, we didn't put screens on that one, but that one was sort of like a simple game where people like you could actually have switch between negative and positive charge, and you could be either reflected or attracted to specific goals, and it was just like a jumping simulator. Now one of the things I like is that you can actually come in with these, like I mentioned earlier, silly ideas and like make a game out of that. And also, like a lot of stuff that we mentioned, we actually put it in practice in the previous projects that I mentioned. So the one where you actually had to rescue dogs, we basically didn't create any new assets other than a UI. We really reused a lot of assets that were already available, and that's how we were able to like actually like complete our game.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, you show a game about dogs, and I'm legally obligated to ask if you can pet the dog or not.
No, you can rescue them. They magically appear on top of your head, and
Gotcha.
And there we go. But that represents as you're petting them, as you're taking them back to their owner. So there
Gotcha. Thanks.
So what I love about GGJ is you can kind of feel the energy in the air, whether you're at a game jam site or like you're doing it online. You can kind of relate to the fact that there's tens of thousands of people doing this around the world, and you're really able to tap into that kind of community, right? Like you're struggling with this mechanic, you're like, is this a good idea on the Discord? Or you kind of reach out to people around you, and like you said, Tim, there's so much talent in the room with you if you're at a site, and you can just kind of look around and see what people are working on and be inspired in your own projects. And I think that's really one of the amazing things about Global Game Jam.
I think for me too, it's like GGJ is like great for getting people into the space, because I feel like a lot of people say that Global Game Jam is their first game jam that they've ever done. And I think it between like kind of like what Russell was saying for like the energy of the community, and then like just I don't know, it's very inclusive, and you can also see too, like not only are there always a bunch of new people, but there's always a bunch of vets who come back again and again. And so it's really good at getting you into the space and creating people who stay here for a long time, both coming back to Global Game Jam or also to exploring a lot of the other game jams that are out there.
Yeah, 100%. I'm wondering, Esteban or any of you, if those were people that you knew before, or you just met them at the site or online, or if you came with a preformed team, or if you just formed a team and went from there.
Honestly, again, since both of these projects I actually worked on with the same community of my developers from back home, but at the same time, it was also pure random, and you actually and you make it work, and I know like it can actually happen like in the middle of your project, in the middle of your week. That of course, I mean some conflicts may arise because people want to take the project in one direction, another person wants to take it in another direction. It happens. It's part of human nature to like have a small conflict. But honestly, if you if you discuss it as a team, and it's sort of like a reach like a good consensus, so it's like you can still make it work. But so don't be afraid of like just randomly forming teams, but At least for me, that's how it's always picked. Like, hey, anybody need a tech artist or anybody need a programmer? All right, you? All right, cool. Let's go. and we just make it work.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think team formation is one of the most fun things too. For our project, we had, friends who were in industry, and then they brought their friends who were interested but hadn't had any experience. So that was really fun to kind of like share experience and knowledge amongst our team. And, like Esma was saying, like don't like put yourself out there, right? Like try and meet people that you otherwise would not have the chance to work with. So I think that's my advice.
I think one of the other really cool things too is like, especially where a lot of the global game jams take place, because a lot of the times it's in like collaborative spaces that you may kind of know some people, like colleges, for example. That's where I did my first one, was back like my freshman year in college, and it was really nice because like most of our team was formed from people I'd already known, but we included a couple of other people that we didn't know as well, and I know a bunch of teams that like got together, they became friends afterwards, especially too because it's a good excuse to meet more people in your space. So it's really nice, especially when it's in those like community groups where you might not interact with these people, but now you have an opportunity to.
Yeah, 100%. That's a big part of why we do it, is to bring all these people together and give them a chance to meet each other and make some games together and learn. It's a fun opportunity for everybody, really. And if you're going to your first gym, just look for any you're having struggles finding a team or whatever. You just look for your organizers or find them online and tell them, I haven't found a team yet, and they'll all be super helpful to help you find one. When I run a site, we usually have a couple different, like, looking for group channels on our Discord and Google Sheets that we use to keep track of, who needs people on their team or who's looking for a team. Do our best to find everybody someone to work with.
Yeah.
So yeah. Do you have something you want to add there, Esteban?
No. Just some people even actively want to like have different people every time. Some people might actually even do that.
Yeah, 100%. And if you're a returning jammer, look to those new people and take them under your wing and bring them onto your team. I mean, some people come with really specific agendas at GGJ and want to make something, know what they want to make and know who they want to work with. But if you're just free forming it, definitely look for those new people and take them on and make them feel welcome and show them the ropes a little and get them in and bring them, keep them coming back, is what I would say. That's all helpful. We've talked about a lot of things people should do. Any thoughts about what people shouldn't do other than not sleeping, which we wouldn't recommend?
Things that you shouldn't do at a game jam. Definitely be. I was gonna answer it in the you should do, like, don't be like quiet. Don't, like, as in, don't cut off communication with your team. Like, if you all of a sudden, like, you have a, I would say that if you have a question, if you run into a problem where you feel like oh no, I'm gonna go ahead and like do these extra 30 tasks, or like, I'm gonna work on this, I'm gonna work on that, but you never know if another person on your team might already be working on something that you want to work on. So, like, in any game project, like, good communication, like, it will definitely help you out over the course of the project, over the course of a game, and same as in a game jam.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important not to be afraid of better ideas, right? Like, you might have this amazing idea for this mechanic, but your team members might have different ideas and different opinions. And I really think it's important to be accepting of other ideas and just kind of taking a step back and saying, I'm really into this idea, or I'm really into this mechanic, but it doesn't fit with what the team wants to do, or doesn't fit with the theme of the game, and just being okay with that.
To bounce off that, actually, don't throw away ideas immediately. Even if it's like someone pitches something super crazy, kind of like what Russell was saying of like, I don't know, like obviously you're not gonna make an MMORPG in a weekend, right? But if someone might say a joke idea that leads to this actually really interesting concept, because they're like, oh, let's do an MMORPG where everyone is popcorn. And it's like, well, we can't do an MMORPG, but popcorn, we could work with that. So when you're brainstorming, let the ideas flow naturally and don't, stifle yourself until you've gotten all the ideas out and then filter through for the good ones. I'd also say to don't meet too much, but don't also not meet too much, if that makes sense. Because if you're constantly meeting with your team to deliberate on things, you're not going to finish anything. But then if you don't meet enough, you might steer away and have completely different games or two completely different things that don't work together. So yeah, like think about how you want to like maybe do like schedule like meeting times like all right, every 2 hours we're gonna check in, every 5 hours gonna check in. We'll check in at midnight, whatever it is. Because I've definitely done that in the past where we've met too much or we've met too little. It's a something you gotta gauge.
In one of the other game jams, did you actually meet like every 2 hours? Is that a real example?
We were meeting constantly and like
Oh,
we
wow.
still ended up meeting, like we ended up getting a lot of stuff done, but we realized halfway through the jam we were like, we have been deliberating for like 10 hours. We need to make something. So don't meet too much.
So you need a producer, maybe.
Don't underestimate a producer. That's another don't.
Right? Seriously.
Yeah, if you feel you may not have that much tech skills, but if you're really good at organizing tasks and keeping your team focused, then heck yeah.
Yeah, game jams always need producers, honestly. Like these, even if you're just running to get coffee or doing anything to keep your team going, that's a huge benefit. I swear I didn't feed these guys talking points, but listening was a big thing that came up at our GDC roundtable last year. People feeling like they weren't being heard was a main sore subject, I guess, for some of the people who felt like maybe based on their looks or based on whatever, they just were assumed that they didn't know what they're talking about. So that's a big thing we're trying to emphasize this year is listen to everybody on your team and give everybody a chance to sort of talk and have their ideas and have their inputs. There shouldn't be any tyrants on a game jam team, we hope, and just we're here to have fun and meet each other and listen and learn. So that's my advice, at least.
So next year everybody has virtual avatars and voice changers. That's what
I mean, if certain companies have their way, then potentially.
I will say too, on a serious note from that, I'm definitely really soft-spoken in groups, especially if there's loud people. And one of the most amazing things that I've ever had teammates do for me is even if I have nothing to say, every now and then having someone be like, hey, Emily, did you have any thoughts? Because, sometimes you don't, but sometimes you do, and you're trying to get in there and it's really difficult. So if you are a bit more extroverted and you notice there are quiet people in the group, don't be afraid to just check in. And even if they say no the first 3 times, later in the night, there might be a time where they come up with this really awesome concept or idea or a fix to something that no one else had thought of just because they were too nervous to bring it up. So, but thank you for bringing it up. So I'm one of those people that I definitely feel that.
Same. Yeah. And I mean, game jams can be a lot of sensory overload for people. So we try to make quiet spaces if you need it at our jams. Yeah, and I do remember one of our organizers mentioned that as a exercise where they make their teams go around and ask everybody on the team for their input. So that's a great point there. Yeah,
sort of like a game jam stand-up. Nice.
Yeah, I remember a team actually was doing stand-ups at one year. I think maybe that was our first or second year doing GGJ here in Seattle, and like you were saying, every couple hours they were doing little stand-up meetings. It was mostly people from Microsoft, I think, were on that team, and so they were very much in that stand-up meeting mode, and they made a really good game out of it. So that was something. Communication is definitely important. A lot of people use the GGJ Discord. They'll make their own Discord. The site is probably going to have their own Discord, WhatsApp, Slack, whatever tool that you use wherever you are, Telegraph. There's a bunch of different chat programs that your organizers will set up to keep in contact, and definitely do that. That's like a huge part of the game making process and jams, you know, like that's learning what other people on the team are doing and how to interact with those people is important too. That's if you're going to try to make a career out of game development, like you sort of have to know what everybody else is doing to be able to be able to contribute at your best. Yeah, so this Saturday we'll be revealing the theme of Global Game Jam, which we haven't done yet, but I'm wondering like if you have any thoughts about your favorite like themes from the past or what you're looking forward to maybe.
By the way, sorry, Tim. The thing is that we were talking about like things to do, things not to do.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Another point is that if you're like the only person who knows version control, please help your team.
Shout out to Nish Manners who's watching, who was on earlier doing the GitHub presentation.
Oh, that's awesome! So you did like a GitHub intro, or like how to. Nice.
Yeah. That's a great point, because at the end of every game jam here, we sort of ask people like what went well and what could have went better, and like most of the people will say version control problems were like a huge issue in game jams. So like figure that out early in the jam, and then you'll save yourself a lot of time at the end.
It's not a game jam without at least one merge conflict or two.
Oh yeah. 100%.
But sorry, to go back to your question, to your original question, honestly, at least me personally, I forgot. Well, I mean, look who I'm talking to. Who was what was the theme last year?
Last year was duality.
Duality, true. I was gonna say polarity, but I made a project about literal polarity. But that was a really good one. That one made us think, and I remember when we were talking about but we were like defining duality, and one of the things that we've done in previous game jams is like we take the word of the theme and we literally look it up on the dictionary, and we start off from like there. What does the dictionary say duality is? And we sort of like trying to make a game that goes towards that a good definition of it. But then that one was one of my favorite ones, because like it really made us think. And then all of a sudden, one of our team is, I mean, duality is just like two things, right? So what if we have positive and negative, and we make it like a magnet game? And then from that quote again, quote unquote silly thought, we started laughing, and they're like, yeah, right, what is it gonna do? Like change polarity in midair, and like, oh, and then you start thinking and like, oh, wait a minute, and that could be an actual challenge, bro. So that was a really good one.
Yeah, I mean, one of the again unique things about GGJ is that you can kind of see everybody's take on the theme, right? Like what something means to you might be something completely different to a different theme halfway across the world, and it's really amazing to see how that resonates. And so my favorite theme, I looked it up, the history of them, is what home means to you. And I think that can mean anything from like a tower defense game to like a VR walkthrough of a place that's important to you. And so that's what I really love about GGJ themes. They're so unique, and you're really able to see what it means to other people.
Definitely agreed. The game jam we did for my team back a long time ago, I think it was like, what do we do now or something? And I just love how people's, like, to bounce off what Russell's saying, like how people will interpret that differently, but also like the train of thought of how you get from point A to point, Z or whatever, where it's like you do something that's very similar to the name, but then it just kind of like how conversations tangent. It like it's still related in the end, but it's like, how did we get from here to here? And it's still related. Because I don't remember exactly how we got onto the concept we did, but what do we do now turned into a train hopping tracks. And I think because the concept was you hit the end of the train track and you have to jump to another track before you crash into something. I think that's how we came up with that. But like, how did we get from this point to this point? It's so interesting seeing people's thought processes of how their ideas evolve from the theme.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different ideas and genres, and just like every kind of game you could imagine comes out of Global Game Jam. We had close to 6,000 last year, and I'm sure we'll see something close to that again this year, if not more. So, the possibilities are endless in terms of what types of games people can make. We did have a question from Twitch chat relating to version control, and they asked, with regards to version control in Unity, what do you all prefer, using Git or Plastic SCM as part of Unity? If any of you have answers for that, or if you can't answer that, if not, that's fine.
At least for me, whatever the team's most comfortable. Like in my experience, that's been GitHub, but Plastic SCM is really a good tool. It's really a good version control tool, and quite easy to use. But I would say, whatever the team's most comfortable with. If all of a sudden that's Mercurial, then yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, coming from a background in game development, our team used Git at the time. And so it really depends on the expertise of your team, right? Like, you don't want to force somebody to use a different tool. Although I will say that Plastic SCM has come a long way. So if you're, kind of checking out alternatives, take a look.
I'm gonna echo both Esteban and Russell's sentiment of like, yeah, obviously it's your team expertise, and I've used both Plastic and Git, and I think they're both great for different reasons. But yeah, focus on where you guys know, and then also too, like, depending on how your team is structured, like, you may not even need source control, because like I know in the past when we have when I was way less experienced with tech, we used like Google Drive, and because we only had like one programmer, so we had artists sending people, OBJ files over, whatever it was. So like whatever system works for you and that you can consistently do in a short period of time, do that.
Yeah, I've seen people use like Dropbox and stuff, so it's always not the most secure way to do it, but it works if you have a small team, for sure.
USB keys. That's gonna happen. No doubt.
Yeah.
You're gonna see people throwing USB keys at each other on the site.
Old school. Nice.
I got your OBJ for you.
If you're on
Yeah,
Mac,
for sure.
do your AirDrop or whatever.
I've seen some real ambitious people set up Perforce servers at the gyms and use that. So if you really want to go nuts, you can do that too. But
oh wow. well, whatever works.
Yeah, like you said, use the tools that the team is familiar with. Get up and running fast. There's a ton of great tools that you can use that are available for free during the gym on our website that you can go look up. So definitely take advantage of that and see what we have there if you're trying out the gym and getting ready this week to install all this stuff and do the tutorials this week, because you never know what the internet's going to be like at the site or even at your place. Like, things go wrong, and they will go wrong. So make sure to be prepared in that way. Yeah, so we're coming down to the end of the segment here. I'm wondering if you have any final thoughts or things you want to say to our jammers out there as they're about to embark on Global Game Jam 2023.
At least for me, for all of you that are participating and seriously participating and gonna take like the full week, I congratulate you already, and take it as a challenge, and if you're already done it before, definitely welcome back, and I really hope that all of you have a very good time creating, and I hope that you come up with something you're proud of, something that you can remember, and you can look back in a few months from now and a few years from now and be like, oh man, that was awesome. So yeah, so basically it's good luck, and I hope you have an amazing jamming week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, embracing the challenge, embracing this adventure that you're about to embark on with so many people around the world, and really kind of lean into it, and, just have a great week jamming, and can't wait to see all the cool stuff that comes out after. All the amazing showcase videos too.
Definitely what both Esteban and Russell have said. Have a great time. This will be a fun experience no matter what kind of thing you pop out by the end of it. One last tip of advice: don't build on the last day. Build before the last day. I will tell you from experience, you will run into build issues. But from a more fun perspective, yeah, enjoy it. Feel free to explore crazy ideas. The sky's the limit. Like do what's in your heart, and have a great week.
Awesome. Super appreciate it. Is there any way people can stay in touch with y'all or follow up with y'all if they want to see what you're working on at the gym, or have any questions maybe?
Well, I should have done what Emily did, and I believe that's her Twitter. So Emily, good call, good call. But y'all, at least for me, you can find me at Twitter at Esteban, like my first name, Game Dev. That's it. Very simple.
You can find me on the Twitter DevRelRus, and as well as in the Discord.
Same as they were saying, this is my handle for all socials. I forget what I am on specifically on Discord, but feel free to check me out on Twitter if you need to get in contact with me.
Well, awesome. This is a great talk with y'all. I super appreciate it. Best of luck to any of you who are participating in Global Game Jam. I'm sure everybody out there watching learned something today, and they're super excited as a result.
Thanks, Tim.
Definitely. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Bye.
Well, yeah, that was a lot of fun with our friends at Unity. Really appreciate that. Hope you all learned something and got inspired to participate in Global Game Jam 2023. If you are out there getting ready, make sure you go check out those Unity tutorials, join their Discord. I know they're super active there. They're excited to meet you, give you help during the jam, answer all your questions, and a lot of times they'll go through and play a lot of the games after GGJ on their Twitch stream and talk about those and have some fun. So yeah, definitely reach out and be in touch with our friends there at at Unity. And thank you to Unity for being a sponsor this year. And you can learn more about them and all of our sponsors at globalgamejam.org/sponsors and find out all the exciting offers that people have for you to take advantage of during the jam. A lot of free tools, free technology that you can use and make your games with. Go there now and install the stuff and learn all about it and get ready for GGJ in a few days. Up next, we should have our friends from Avaturn who were here yesterday to talk a little bit about their service. And we'll be bringing them on as soon as they're here. So stay tuned.
You use regular selfies to make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar? Do it inside your own product with Avaturn, a new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
Hey, Sergey, how's it going?
Hi, Tim. How are you? Good morning
Doing great.
on your end and good evening on our side.
Yeah. Welcome back to GGJ Prep Week. Excited to have you here. So I'll let you take it away.
Excited to be here on the second day of preparation as we gain traction and heading a bit closer towards the exciting week of Global Game Jam. So good morning or evening, everyone. My name is Sergey. I'm from the Avaturn team, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about our new next generation Avatar platform, how you can use it during Global Game Dev Jam or in general during your during your game development process, and bring either your users as themselves into your game, or just create avatars really easy, even as NPCs. So without further ado, what is Avaturn? Avaturn allows you to generate a 3D avatar from a 2D photo in a couple of seconds. The avatar comes with a standard humanoid rig. The input is from a camera. It can be up to 4K. And the output is a light GLB avatar that looks exactly like you. Your geometry, your texture, it is truly one of a kind, and we are very excited to present it first here at Global Game Dev Jam. And actually, we are releasing it officially tomorrow, so you are still welcome to enjoy it as a beta until tomorrow. Important things before we start. Go to avaturn.me and sign up as a global game developer, and you will be credited for $7,200, which is effectively 3 years of a premium package where you can get your own customized subdomain, you can upload garments, you can customize this avatar environment that you integrate into your game with your own logo, and pretty much get everything absolutely for free as a global game dev developer. So go and sign up now to avaturn.me as a developer and start integrating. It is really easy, 10 minutes, as I will show you now. So without further ado, let's go and see what is avaturn.me. Let me share the screen real quick. Share screen, and here we go. So yeah, this is the Avaturn.me new website. Effectively, it has two functions. You can either create your avatar right away, or you can start integrating. The integration is the process is that you have to fill up the form. It takes around 1 minute. And based on this form, we allocate you a subdomain that you can integrate into your game or app. Now, here we have the docs. You can integrate Avaturn into Unreal, into Unity. I know the majority here of developers are Unity developers, so I will start from showing a Unity example. But first, let me show you the avatars themselves. So it is a web-based system. You do not need to download an app or whatever to create the avatar. Hence, it is being integrated into your game or app as an iframe. How it works, you can either take a new selfie, 3 photos, or you can choose your existing selfie if you have done the scan before. Let me just show how easy it is to create your own avatar. And just a second. Now we'll go. So as you see, we have new avatars created. And sorry, as you can see, we have less updates before tomorrow. Let me create again the avatar in real time and see if it is a problem on my end. Yes, it is a problem on my end. So let's ignore the last minute and And here we go. Okay. Okay, let me try to log in again. Okay, so I don't know what was the source of that problem specifically. Maybe I have too many avatars there. But the point is as following. Once we go into Avaturn, we choose whatever selfie we did before, or we can do a new selfie using our phone. And here is the result, right? You can see it is my face, my avatar. It has my exact geometry, and you can even see every small details in my face. What is unique in Avaturn that unlike existing avatar platforms, it does not create your avatar from a pre-made 3D asset. Rather, it uses generative AI that we train based on a very large data set of 3D scans of people, actually the largest in the world. Therefore, we generate the entire 3D model of the person based from a 2D photo in real time. So once the avatar is being created by the user, they can choose their body type, whether it's male, they have male body types, whether they are female, they have female body types, so that's not a problem. Then you can customize your hair. You can see that even that we built the avatars to be really light in order to work in any environment. We made sure that they look high fidelity as possible. You can see it specifically in the hair. You can change the color of the hair, of course, not just to standard hair colors, but you can actually use the RGB system in order to change it to any color you wish. So here you can see I'm changing it from more natural colors to kind of neon blue. So that's also not a problem. And of course, you can change the garments of your avatar. And you can, even as a developer, you can upload new garments. We actually had a developer 2 days ago uploaded something like 100 shirts over a day. So it's really easy to do. Make sure you reach out to us if you are interested to customize with your own garments and with your own logo after this call. And of course, sunglasses, you have here shades, and you can customize with shoes. And finally, we have an animation section. The avatars are not being downloaded with the animations. They are downloaded in a T-pose, but your user can probably enjoy a little bit more by seeing their avatar dance, making flip-flops and whatnot. So going back to Avaturn, once the avatar is being created, the user clicks on export, and that's about it. So if, for example, this is your Unity example, you've built a game with a predefined avatar, as you can see. The avatar has a humanoid rig. They have probably an Examo animation and some game logic on top of that. Let me show you how easy it is for you to quickly replace the avatar with the user avatar. So the user goes into your game. They click on a certain button. That's it. They have their avatar system open up. They just need to choose which avatar they want to use. Click on save. Just a second, I have a problem here with this specific user for some reason. So let's go back to another user. So yeah, I'm logged in, and I chose the avatar that I want to play with as a user in the game that you developed. And here you go. We have a new my avatar in the game that you developed. Imagine having 100 people, all of them scanned with Avaturn, and all of them can see their friends, themselves in this game. It is as easy as that. The integration takes anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes, and it is completely covered here in our docs. Effectively, it is a simple copy-paste integration. So once you sign up as a developer, you get your own subdomain. And all you need to do is you have here an example of the HTML code. You just copy paste it into any environment that supports HTML. In this case, I showed you our Unity that uses the web view plugin. And of course, I will show you now to you in Unreal. Effectively, what this HTML page does, it sends out the GLB file of the user to the external environment. In this case, Unity or Unreal or whatever environment you are developing at. So, yeah, back to the Unity environment. Again, you see, once we have here the integration, and once the user clicks on Open Avaturn, your iframe will be open up. The user can customize himself. And here you go. Save. And again, we have a new avatar in your Unity environment. It is as simple as that, to integrate and to engage your users into an immersive experience with their own realistic avatars. Let me show you now the Unreal example for the Unreal developers among us. It works pretty much the same. So we have here the standard Unreal Engine 5 environment with Avaturn example already embedded into that. You can download both the Unreal and the Unity sample from the Avaturn channel on the Global Game Dev Discord server, or you can go to Avaturn Discord server and download it from there. We also, of course, will offer you live support to answer any question that you may have. So let's click quickly on play. You see here, this is, let's say, a pre-made character, and the user goes into the game. Oh, here you go. You remember the avatar that we designed just a second ago? You see here. Okay, cool. Let's choose this avatar. Okay, loading, and that's it. We click on save. That's it. We have a playable game character, which happened to be my avatar. You can scale it to how many avatars you actually wish to. So really easy, really simple to integrate. The avatar, again, I mentioned coming with a standard humanoid rig, so they're really easy to integrate using, for example, Mixamo. You can just download the Mixamo animation and apply them directly on the avatar. That's not a problem. So that's the Unreal example, and this is the Unity example. I would like to invite you again to go into now to Avaturn.me, sign up as a developer, and start playing either with our examples, whether with the sandbox that we offer in the docs. Come to our Avaturn server or go to the Avaturn channel that we have on the Global Game Dev server. We would be happy to support you, to assist if you have any questions. And of course, go and create your own avatar. You'll be amazed how easy it is. You'll be amazed how realistic and engaging it is. And hopefully you'll be able to deliver the same experience to your gamers, both on Global Game Dev Jam and beyond. thank you for listening to us, and I will give you the rest of the 45 minutes to reflect, enjoy, and of course, go to Avaturn and explore further. Thank you.
Thanks, Sergey. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely everybody go check that out. Looks like really excellent technology that people can implement at a game jam and make some cool avatars for their games.
Absolutely. Thank you again, team, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Yes, that was Sergey from Avaturn. You can create avatars out of Selfie and upload them to their service. It's really cool technology. They'll be back again tomorrow to talk and answer questions, and they're available on our Discord channel. They have their own Discord channel, discord.gg/GGJ, to sign up, and you can go there and ask Sergey questions as well. He'll be available all week and throughout the jam to answer any questions about the service. So yeah, up next, take a look at the schedule here real quick, which you can't see because you're seeing me. But yeah, up next we'll have Big Bang coming up at the top of the hour. It's noon here Pacific time. Yesterday's stream was a lot of fun, and hopefully I'm sure today is going to be just as much fun from our headline sponsor, Big Bang. So yeah, stick around. We'll be back in about 40 minutes or so.
Use regular selfies to make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar? Do it inside your own product with Avaturn, a new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
Hello, my name is Daniel Cook, and I co-founded a company called Spryfox. Some people blame me for starting the merge genre, and as an apology, I thought I would read you a little story. Once upon a time, this is like 3 years ago, a lone rider stopped at a small village. No one there knew how to make games. It was a very, very sad village. The rider kind of blurted out, "Hey, let's make a game." The villagers all looked at him, very confused, but they decided it's a lonely village, it's the middle of winter, let's roll with this. "I want to make Zelda," said one villager. Halo is the only game that exists, declared another. Stupid writer, we don't even know how to make a game, yelled the villagers. It was a tough crowd. The writer, however, was secretly the rarest of magical creatures. They were an optimist. No problem, said the writer. We can make a stone soup game. Blank looks all around the room. The villager in a very, the short villager, there was a short villager with a very deep voice, said, what, stone soup game? I've never heard of that. Well, it's really simple, said the writer. First, you put out a stone. The writer fished a single black ghost stone, because they had lots of them in their pocket, and put it out on the table. Then we go around in a circle. Everyone goes around in a circle and find out what each person can add to the game that they're making. Why don't we try it right now? There was a tall villager with a back curved like a candy cane, and they confessed, I don't think I have anything to contribute really. I study the cross-pollination of orchids by mountain hummingbirds, and I like to write on my blog about them. Everyone kind of cocked their head to one side. There was an old man who's kind of had a beard, balding, very old, and he had a nose like a pickle. And he said, "Ha-ha, I can make rude noises with my armpits." And he demonstrated. It was glorious. His name was Roland. There was a tiny little lady who once lived in Brighton who said, "I've been playing with Bitsy and Twine, but I'm too ashamed to show anything because everybody knows, that those are not real games." And then one child, they started crying. They said, everybody is saying that they have something that they can do, but I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to make a game at all. And the writer said, aha. And they pulled up a magic scroll. They're an optimist. They have magic scrolls. And they said, okay, let's read the scroll. The scroll has the answer to this. The scroll said, spend some time asking people what they need. And then, if you can't help them, find someone who can. And the child is like, oh, I can do that. I can do that. That's not that hard. And then there was one last person deep in the shadows. They had glowing eyes. And they whispered, I've been playing with particle effects. Boom. that kind of put an end to the conversation. So they put all these things on the table, and then they asked, well, what good does this do us? What can we even make? And it turns out they could not make Zelda. They couldn't even make Halo. Instead, there was a game they could make. And so they fiddled and they screwed around and they tried some things and they built some stuff and they threw it away and then they tried some other things and they made a plan and made a checklist and tried to add a cool thing here and a cool thing there and took them out and added them again. And when the timeline was up and then they had to ship the game, they shipped the game. And it was an interesting game. It was a game about hummingbirds and blowing things up in Bitsy, and all the characters talked by farting. Just that was the whole conversation. And I'll be honest, this was the best game ever. Like literally the best game ever. And it wasn't the best game ever because it sold the most copies. It was the best game ever because it was their game. It was their unique, no one else could have done it, contribution to the world. Anyway, so that's the story. And I suppose because you're very value-oriented people and you want to get something out of this and get things done and check things off and figure out what you've learned, you want to know the lesson to the story. So here's one thought. Every game I have ever worked on is a stone soup game. Every team has unique talents, things that only they can do. And all you have to do to find that out, to find those unique talents, is to ask. So just ask them. And every team also has a game that only they can make. So embrace your weirdness. Embrace your limitations. Good luck. Be kind to one another. And if all else fails, don't forget that magic scroll and listen to what people on your team really need. All the best.
So, we saw we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys! Look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously? Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating. See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ. Hi, today we're going to have a look at how to take a single-player game and make it multiplayer with Coherence. Coherence comes with a lot of features that help you make all kinds of multiplayer games. What we'll focus on today is how easy it is to get started. To test this, we wanted to see how quickly we could add multiplayer to a popular package in the Unity Asset Store. You'll find the link in the description below. So let's get this started. Let me turn on the timer. First, let's go to Docs Coherence.io and click on the installation page. We scroll down to the Package Manager section, and I'll copy the URL to the package repo. In Unity, let's open Project Settings and click on Package Manager to add our scope registry. We'll enable pre-release packages and then enter the name, URL, and scope. We'll click Save and close the settings. And now let's open the package manager itself and select My Registries. We can see that the Coherence package is already available, so let's go ahead and install it. Now that Coherence is installed, we can click Welcome in the Coherence menu and open the Coherence Hub. Let's connect the project with our free online username by clicking on Login Sign Up and logging in the browser. Going back to the Unity editor, we can now select our default organization and project. Now let's set up our scene by clicking on the Scene tab and adding a monobridge, a live query, and a sample connect dialog. Now we can look at our Fox game object. We can see that it has a lot of components for handling animation states and inputs. Let's add a Coherence sync component to it. We'll need to convert it into a prefab, so let's click on Convert to Prefab in Assets and add it to the prefab mapper. We have to define what fields to sync over the network, so let's click Configure and select Position, Rotation, Local Scale, and all parameters in the animator. There is a lot more we could be synchronizing and fine-tuning, but let's stick to the defaults for now. Right now, we don't need to expose any methods as RPCs, but we do need to define what happens to components on remote Foxes. We want the rigid body to be kinematic and disable the input and other components that control the Fox's logic. When Coherence spawns this prefab over the network, it will make sure these settings are applied. Now let's close the configuration window and go back to the Coherence Hub. Let's go to Schemas and click on Bake Now. This will generate the client-side network code for all our Coherence prefabs. If we want to use the Coherence Cloud, we have to make sure that our configuration is uploaded. So let's click on Upload to Coherence Cloud. Now we can hit play and we'll see that the region selector gets populated with the EU region already. So we can go ahead and create a room. We're connected to the cloud, but there's nobody else in our session. So what do? Let's make a build. We'll create and join a new room called Demo. And run the editor scene again. We can now see that the demo room is already here, so let's join it. And voila, 2 Foxes synchronizing online. We can now send this build to a friend and play the game together. Let's check the timer. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to set up basic networking. Not bad. Coherence also allows you to share builds online. Let's first go to our project dashboard, go to Share Build, and make sure we have build sharing enabled. To make things extra interesting, let's switch to WebGL and make a new build. Let's give our build a name. Let's call it WebGL. And when the build is ready, we can navigate to the Share Build section of Coherence Hub. Let's select WebGL and the corresponding build folder. Now we can click on Begin Upload. Alright, the game build is uploaded. If we go back to the dashboard, we can see the public URL of the project. Let's open it in a new tab. There, the game's running in the browser. Let's create a new room and call it Demo Web and join it. In the editor, we can now join the same room. So let's hit play. See the room listing. As you can see, the demo room's there, and we join it. And now we can see the Fox syncing between the web browser using WebRTC and the Unity editor using UDP. Thanks for watching this video on how to make a simple multiplayer game with Coherence. This is of course just the start, and there's much more to explore, like network commands, server-side simulation, authority transfer, and other advanced features. Stay tuned for more videos, join our Discord, and head over to coherence.io and sign up for your free account.
Hi everyone, my name is Elaine Gomez. I am a game designer at Brass Lion Entertainment, which is a studio focused on creating worlds that center on Black, brown, and other marginalized characters, cultures, and stories. I'm also proud to be one of the 6 co-founders of Latinx in Gaming and give developer-related support to the organization's many activations. I really wanted to share my short message with you all without reading my notes, but I don't want to screw it up, so please pardon me as I read along. I've had the privilege to be able to build my career around things that I stand up for and I'm passionate about. I'm so honored to have a few minutes to share a short message with you, and I want to thank Tim Collins and the Global Game Jam team for giving me this opportunity. I thought quite long and hard about what to share. There are so many things to touch on, like not overscoping, not forgetting to eat and staying hydrated, stepping away from the computer and getting moving, or not burning yourself out and taking care of your mental health. But instead of telling you things you shouldn't do, I wanted to focus on something I think you should do, and that is to grow. Challenging yourself in a way to make this global game jam an experience to look back on and to be proud of something that you were able to accomplish that you normally wouldn't be able to do. Growing can take many forms, and it is especially does not mean perfection. If you take on something that you've always wanted to learn or wanted to do, and it's your first time doing it, cut yourself some slack. Give yourself some grace. There's room for failure because failing is not a bad thing. Your art may not be beautiful, your scripting may not be clean, your designs may not be super polished, but it's functional, and that is something to be excited about. This is one of the things that I love about designing in game jams. You have limitations, and finding ways to use them to your advantage can really make for interesting problem solving. And growing doesn't just apply to development, it also applies to social skills. It can be uncomfortable to work with people you don't know, and working on a team with several people when you're used to working on your own. Find something that works for you and that is best for you, but use the internet to your advantage to make communication easier. I encourage y'all to create something you've never made before, something out of your comfort zone. If it's a new genre, a type of mechanic that you normally wouldn't type of story that you have not been able to tell, go for it. Maybe you'll be surprised to find something new to enjoy about making games. What I'm saying may sound like cliche, happy-go-lucky message, but the reality is that growing is difficult. It's not comfortable. You will get frustrated, and sometimes the thing that you're trying to make is just not going to work for the time that you have. If you catch yourself spending too much time on something, take a step back, regroup, and find an alternative that will work for you and your team. Good luck, have fun, and enjoy this year's Global Game Jam. Bye.
Hi, I'm Chase Bethia. I'm a professional freelance composer, technical audio designer for video games, and it's an honor to welcome you to the 2022 Global Game Jam. You may not realize it right now, but the jam you're about to take part in is about to change your life in some kind of good way, even if you're a returning jammer. You're about to explore and learn your limits, discover new ideas that will hopefully electrify your creativity. Break out of your comfort zone to make some new friends and or experience some unfamiliar ones. Make the best of this opportunity. You probably wouldn't be participating if you weren't not excited about games or if you didn't want to experience making new art with another human being. Be open to all ideas and those that wish to collaborate with you. Everyone wants to feel included, and having more hands on deck is better than scrambling last minute to find some. You don't have time to build the perfect game, but you do have time to experiment and test a lot. Think of your game as Audrey 2.
Feed me, Carbon! Feed me now! More! Feed me, Seymour.
No, not that Seymour. My point is that the game is saying, feed me ideas. The game will tell you what it likes and what it doesn't. It has a pulse, a flow, a feel, rhythm. Ironically, this becomes the meta. No, not that meta. Meta in the sense of a jam and the game jam to collaborate. To make a game where it has a pulse, it has a heartbeat, it has a rhythm. I want to make something very clear and solidify a mindset of perspective. Game jams is not about crunch. It's about learning your limits. Yes, you have a brief amount of time to make something, but you only put the pressure you have upon yourself. You should be entering the jam with the goal of making a fun experience with friends in hopes other friends will enjoy. It's okay to be competitive, but there is a line. This isn't the time to learn about how to burn out, but to practice pacing, strengthen communication and critical listening skills, and quality assurance with assets for context. This is where you learn so many things. If you're thinking about making game development a career, you can take this opportunity to see what goes into making one. At the end of the jam, you'll be able to assess if you wish to pursue it or have it be a hobby. Jams are also used to learn new techniques, software, and experiment with an idea that's been lingering in the back of your brain. So, use the time you would have not made any other day to learn some new technology to use in the jam if you feel it will not stress you or the team out. Once you begin, you'll find out very quickly if it's daunting and a time consumer, or if you're a wizard at it. Remember, No one is going to lay you off, shut down your studio, or revoke investments if you don't get your game to the state of where you envisioned it to be. Game jams should be perceived to build the best starting point. Create to play. And if you get more done, or even finish the game your team set out to make, then that's icing on the cake. Don't try to do too much at once. More importantly, don't try to do it all by yourself if you don't want to. It's like trying to play and sing all the parts of the Bee Gees song, Staying Alive. Jams are coordinated to invite more than one person to collaborate. In this case, everyone can play or have a role to choose to do multiple. The point is, teamwork makes the dream work. Many minds can save time when you're in a bind. Yes, that rhymes. Start off with the small goals and work your way upward. I'm not saying it's not good to be ambitious, but to set the boundary on what you're very capable of doing first, and then the foundation is there, things are working smoothly, and if you have time to add on or design the extras you would like to have. Basically, set the need-to-haves from the want-to-haves. Game jams make opportunities. Over the years, we've seen so many successful game titles that were born from Global Game Jam, such as Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, and How to Do It, and more. Some games have spawned successful gaming studios. Those studios have created jobs for people that want to get their start in the gaming industry, earn a living, build a career, and do what they love to do, make games. I owe most of my career to game jams. If it wasn't for these, I would have struggled a lot more to get a portfolio started and even get work in the industry. I still game jam to this day because it's the best way to tap into my childhood creativity, something I think most of us have lost as we've had to grow up. But it's still there. We just have to dig deep. And Global Game Jam is the perfect time to scoop it up. After the jam, stay in contact with those you truly enjoy jamming with. Watch a movie on Discord together, or have a chat about which celestial deity Jeff Keighley will invite to announce a game award next year. Whatever it is, stay connected, but remember, friendships cut both ways. Who knows? Maybe you'll want to jam together in the future. Remember, to keep the fun alive, keep your mind open and ideas will flow naturally. Lose yourself in the jam. Be kind, stay hydrated and rested. Make stuff. Doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to get started. And once it does, it'll have a pulse, a rhythm, and a flow. And off you go. Have a great jam session.
Hello, Global Game Jammers. I'm Tanya X Short, the captain of Kitfox Games, a small indie studio in Montreal. And when Global Game Jam asked me to consider doing a keynote, I really wanted to accept because, I mean, Global Game Jam is amazing. They have helped so many people make their first games or just increase their skills, and I think it's a really wonderful organization from everything I understand. And I personally have benefited from jamming so much, and I really enjoyed my Global Game Jams. So I'm here to give you a little bit of advice and a little bit of inspiration, hopefully, in just a few minutes. So, I mean, in 2009, I made my first multiplayer game as an indie called Dungeons of Fate while I was still working in a big studio. And then in 2015, after I had started KitFox, we actually jammed in order to make our very first 3D game. And our studio often jams to become more comfortable with each other. In fact, that same jam where we were testing 3D, we also got acquainted with our very first employee, and it was wonderful. And even just more recently in 2020, we actually had all of KitFox take a week to do a game jam together to loosen up and explore new ideas. I wouldn't be the indie I am today except for the skills and the confidence and the friends that I got while I was doing a game jam. In fact, KitFox might not even exist because my initial co-founders and I met due to jams and presenting the games that I was part of making in those jams. And in my normal job as the studio head of KitFox, I often have to worry about really boring things like market research and pitching and budgeting, but that's the least fun part of my job. So when we jam, it's it being just me and my team and whatever's exciting to us is wonderful. We've made games with claymation ghosts or space station cat herding, whatever. Plus, jams are really the best place to test new ideas or new tools and led to games that have been great for KitFox, like The Shrouded Isle or Fit for a King. And those are two games that I'm really proud of that KitFox has published. So, and I used to be really proud that the teams I was part of often would win those jams that were ranked or something. But I'm glad jams have stopped ranking games because it was really quite silly. It often feels best when it's not competitive at all, except with myself. I don't mind competing with my past self, but trying to make the best game I can is already really hard. So there's no real reason for me to make it harder by focusing on what other people are doing. And, if I want to sometimes learn something new instead, or just enjoy myself, those are really valid goals too. I just recommend, I always make a point to ask all my team members what their goals are for the jam so that we can make sure everybody's either headed in the same direction or understands where our goals might be different. I do recommend, as my main point of advice, that if you want to make a game prototype that's somewhat polished and finished, whatever that means, because no game is really ever finished, I recommend highly trying to make the game completely playable from start to finish in a basic way by the end of your second day. So if you have your first day, you get your idea, and the second day, start to finish, then you still have most of the third day in order to polish and fix and add content and particle effects and that sort of thing, kind of thing. And I guess my only other real advice would be that I think you should ask yourself how you actually do your best work. I mean, I do my best when I've slept well and I've eaten well, but some people prefer to do all-nighters. And if you want to do that, I think that's totally cool. You can always make up your sleep afterwards, but just make sure you don't, become irritable to your teammates or your family members or loved ones as a result, and don't get resentful if other people on your team don't want to overwork themselves. That's maybe another reason to talk about your goals, so that you can all be on the same page about how much effort and what kind of work style you're all comfortable with. Anyway, all that to say that I believe in you. I mean, I don't know you, obviously, most of you, but I really do think that this is a great opportunity for you, and I hope that you're proud of what you make, and that this act of creation teaches you something new about yourself. Look inside yourself and ask what you have to say in this jam. It's a new year, for better or for worse, and it's a new jam, so let's try to make it a joyful one. Good luck.
Prepping for an upcoming game jam, at some point, every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. .BigBang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're gonna host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing, which is the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag. And there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. .BigBang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. .BigBang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like.
.BigBang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with .BigBang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use .BigBang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, .BigBang has a place for you. So that was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming! Hello. Welcome. I'm Ashley. I was in the video that you just saw. And today I'm gonna talk about .BigBang and build a game using it, and kind of show you how you can make games really quickly using .BigBang, and kind of what I am doing to prep for the jam with .BigBang, getting my things in order, and what you could do if you want to use .BigBang for the jam as well. So right now I'm hanging out in our hub, the social hub. So this is at .bigbang.com/social. If someone wants to paste that link for me, that'd be cool. But I'm hanging out in the hub, and we've got fishing, we've got snowball fighting, etc. But I'm coming here because we've also got a portal to our very own Global Game Jam hub, where you can access a ton of resources for if you want to use .BigBang for the Global Game Jam. So we've got like some templates that you can use to start out if you're new to .BigBang. All right, we're already getting started with my cat being on the stream. So I do a stream like every Friday for just making stuff with .BigBang. Pretty much every single stream, this cat jumps on my lap and comes and joins me, and she started within the first minute. So say hi to Sprout. But this is our beautiful Global Game Jam hub, where you can learn about stuff. You can walk over here and register for the jam. You can join our Discord server. You can look at some of the wonderful games that were made last year. Sprout, I'm sorry, that were made last year. And this year, people who make games for the jam and .BigBang will be featured in their own booths in this hub. So all these kind of loading areas soon will be filled with games made by creators who use .BigBang. There's also a parachute in here. It's a fun place. And yeah, you can see some different sites that you can join. Oh, this cat. Hello everyone, hi. So I wanted to show off our beautiful hub. Oh yeah, wait. There's also these little dancing floors That's fun. Oh, but today what I wanted to do is kind of walk through what you can do with .Big Bang by just doing things with .Big Bang. There is a link to this hub if someone wants to send it. I don't have like a chat button in here. I think I would need to go onto Twitch. But if someone wants to send a link to this hub, that would, yeah, there we go. Yeah, you can hang out in here. There's tons of stuff. It's also just really cute in here. There's chairs you can sit in. You know, manning this booth. There's hats you can pick up. Pretty cool spot. So what I was thinking is, over the past couple weeks, I've just been making some little tools for myself to make the jam easier so that I have some resources that I've already made, doing some practice. The other day, I was making like doors that are unlockable with keys, and so I want to make a little game using that. So I have a little template I've started with, and I'm just gonna go from there to make a little game. So this, right now, when you start with a new game, you just start in a blank world. I've got a couple things in here to start with, and we've got some entities, some objects. So first of all, if you start, when you're in a game, if you click on edit mode, then you will enter edit mode and you can start building away. So there is a basic mode. If you don't want to see all of the different UI, you just want to be moving things around, then you can use the basic mode, and you'll see down at the bottom of the screen, you can look at voxel objects that are, these are the voxel objects that are in the game. I can click on this drop down and see all of the voxel objects that other people have made, which there are many of those to choose from. I can look at ones that I have made, which are just my own voxel objects, and then I can also look at ones that I've liked. And so these are things that I can drag into my game. So for example, I made this door earlier. My cat is really... I made this door earlier that I want to use in this game. So I'm just going to drag out this door that I made, and now it is in my world. Now I have this beautiful green door, and I can drag out. I also have a door frame, kind of little archway that I made. Can use these different transform tools to scale it, drag it around, move it along the surface, move it up, rotate it, etc. So I have this door here. I want the door to move. This door is going to actually have behavior on it, where I want it to open up with when you unlock it with a key. This is not going to have behavior on it. So I have them separated out so I can add scripts to this door, but not have to add them to the whole thing. So if I want the door to fit in this archway, I probably want them to be the same size. Also, if I don't want the camera to be following my player around, I can press, oh, let me get into advanced mode. Can press B, and now I can look around my whole level and not have the camera attached to my player. So what I want to do is I want this and this to be the same size. So I'm just going to grab this scale. I'm going to give it a happy number, just a even 3, no decimal points. So now these will be the same scale. You can see when you click on an entity, you have this panel on the left hand side with all of these different properties on it. So you can see the name of your entity. This is called Enchanted Door. You can also see the transform properties, so I can see its position, I can see its rotation, change, and I can even parent it to something. So if I parented this door, put it right here, I parented the door to the archway. Now when I move the archway, I'll move the archway and the door together because they're parented together. I can also just X that out, and now they'll move separately again. You have a collision volume, a collision component attached as well, so I can choose right how this is going to collide with things. Right now it has a voxel object collider on it, so that means that the collision is just based on the shape of the object. I could make it a box, capsule, all sorts of different shapes depending what I want it to do. I'm going to keep it at a voxel collision, and it can stay as static. But this is where you find your various properties of your entity, and that's where I could find the transform property and set it to be the same as this. If you want to make your own object to drag into your game, you can go, there's a number of different ways to do it. You can go to this hamburger menu and click create an object. Oh, I don't want to leave this page yet. You can also just go to the main, to .bigbang.com and click to create an object. Once we load. My computer's working overtime right now. But yeah, so you can, oh no, did my internet cut out? That's no good. Let me know if I'm having any stuttering problems, because that's really strange. Looks like I am having internet issues. Yeah, because I can't save. Uh-oh. This is the... Yeah, the stream is... Okay. It's still running. But it kind of seems like I don't have internet. Yeah, I don't know. Can I load this? My internet has been really finicky today. Okay, I was able to load this. Maybe it just cut out for a second. All right. Perfect. I think we're set. I think we just had a moment of something weird happening. Doing it live. Yeah, let's see what happens. Man, I don't know what's going on. I am having... Oh no. Uh-oh. That is so weird. Okay, I'm allegedly connected to the internet. Let's see if we can get into anything, though. I don't know what's going on with that. I wonder if... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, yay! Live problems! Let's go. Alright, okay, I think I know what the issue is. But I'm going to be right back for like 1 second. But I have a little, yeah, so I'll be back in like just a minute. Okay, we're back. Yeah, it was the VPN went down, I guess. Chose a wonderful time to go down in the middle of the stream. But I just disconnected from it and we're fine. So we're back. Live making games. Had a little moment, but we're back. So, what I have done to prep for this is I have already made a little door that has a script on it to unlock it. So .bigbang uses, it actually has a TypeScript editor, code editor in the browser. So the whole platform is in your browser. And while we have tons of scripts that you can use that work right out of the box, you can also write your own scripts from scratch. So if you're new to programming and are worried about just diving straight into scripting, we have scripts already ready for you to use. If you're more experienced, you can jump in and just start writing different behaviors in TypeScript. So like I have these keys, and right now there's this collect pickup script on it, and you can actually just walk up to the key and now you picked it up. But I don't think they look very nice. They're kind of just sitting there. So I was thinking we have some movement scripts that you can use. If you go down on this panel at the bottom of the screen, there's a scripts tab, and it has some really useful like movement scripts and different simple scripts that you'll probably want to use in like any game. So I think since these are pickups, they need a little something to kind of like, I don't know, jump out at you and show that there's something to interact with. So yeah, I just dragged the spin script on it, and now we've got something. It's spinning in a circle. It's a little fast for my taste. What if we put the speed at like 0.2? So now I've gone, if I click on the item, if I click on the entity, my key, we see that it has the spin script on it. And that script, if you click on it, has a bunch of properties that we can edit. So any public properties that you make in your script can be editable, in the entity panel. So I could make this spin like super fast, but I don't want to do that. So if I put this at 0.2, it's going to spin nice and slow. I could put it, I could make it spin in a different direction. So maybe have it spin in the X direction, but I don't want that. I liked how it was spinning. I'll set that back to 0, set this to 1. Now we've got these spinny little key, and we didn't have to write any code for that. The spin script is accessible, and we can just plop it onto our entity. I think to jazz it up a little too, I want it to kind of bob up and down, just kind of like float in the air. So I'm also going to drag this move up and down script on it. Now we've got, woo, there he goes. It's moving really far. So again, we can look at our entity panel. We see that the move up and down script is here. I don't want it to move that far. I want it to barely kind of bob up and down. So now it's gonna got this nice little movement. I think that looks like a pickup. I think that looks like I want to go pick that key up. It's already got the collect pickup script on it, and all this does, this is a simple script I made, and let me zoom in the editor too, so that we can all see what's going on here. So what we have here is a tag that I'm going to send my event to, a value of some information that I'm going to send, and then whether when you pick it up you destroy the entity. So on trigger enter, you can call this from any entity, and it's just going to be watching for if anyone triggers this, meaning if they collide with it. If any other entity hits this entity, then this event's going to get called and something happens. So I just tell it to tell our pickup manager, hey, we just got a pickup. So we're going to say, hey, pickup manager, we just got a pickup. The pickup manager is going to go, oh, how many pickups did we get? Let's add that to the total, and then we'll know how many pickups we have. And that displays it on this text box. So I have all these keys. Only one of them is like doing anything fancy though. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete these other keys that are less fancy, and then copy. I'm going to hold down Control, click on my key, and just drag it to the side. And now I am duplicating these keys, so I have a bunch of them. So now we have all these spinning keys. We were able to duplicate all these beautiful pickups. And if we go pick it up, grab the key. Now, this is something I did earlier, a combination of my own script and some scripts we already had that some other users have made. But if I have a key in my possession and I go up to this door, it'll unlock the door and open it up. So that's kind of like, I'm going to make a little game that's based around that. This door, I found this script that actually Charlie, someone else at Big Bang made. It's just called DBB door. Anyone can put it on their script. And it just gives you a door, or it lets your door open. So if you have a door-shaped object and you walk up to it, it'll open. I turned off proximity mode, which is a property on this script. And then I'm kind of just using it to how I want to use it. So I have my own script that looks to see if you have a key, and if you do have one, then it will tell the door to open and do a little key animation. I don't have sound on. Let me unmute this site. I think I added a sound effect. Oh yeah, there's a little pop when the door opens too. So yeah, we could add some more sound effects too to give this a little pizzazz, because it's kind of empty to walk up to these keys. Like, I feel like there should be like some sound effect that plays when we open them. When we open the door and when we pick up these keys. I'm gonna look at this collect pickup script. I'm gonna make, let's see, so you can add a sound component to any entity, and we've got a library of sounds that you can use. So I'm gonna add a sound clip to this. Oh, my cat. And let's just see if we've got a pickup sound. Item pickup 1. That sounds pretty good. And then I'm just gonna write really basic script called play sound on trigger. So we'll just write on trigger enter, and this has the entity that collided with it. Whenever you so that information is provided to you. So if you want to know anything about who collided with you or the direction of the collision contact, you can also get that information. But whenever we collide with this key, we want it to play a sound. So we'll just do const sound effects equals, or we'll just do sound component equals, so you can do this entity get component by type, and we're gonna grab the sound component from our entity. We don't know for sure if this entity has a sound component or not. So if it does have a sound component, if we look at all of the components, which are these things, the scripts, the collision component, the voxel object component, if we look and we find a sound component, then what we'll do is play the sound. So now we walk up to it and we get this little nice, oh, my sound isn't streaming through this. I just realized. Here. I can add. All right. That should be better. Sorry about that. So when we pick this up, we get a nice little crunch sound. I'm just going to go ahead and again delete these. And now I'm starting to realize that maybe instead of copying and pasting, I should just make this key into a template. Also, the collision box, you can see that blue box. It's a little smaller than the actual key. So I'm going to go to the collision component and just make this a little bigger. There we go. So I'm going to make this into a template, which a template is like a prefab, something that is like the base of many different objects. So we're gonna have many different keys. They're all gonna have the same exact scripts on them. So I'm gonna go to this entity panel, the entity section of our panel, and just press to create a new template. So this will be called door key, and that's our template. It's created. I can go to the templates tab now at the bottom of the screen. I'm gonna go to mine, the ones I have made, and I can drag in the door key templates. Oops, so I can just drag in these templates that I just made. Now, if I make a change to the original template that this is based off of, like, say I want it to spin a tiny bit faster, and I change the template, go to my entity panel, I can push to the template, save that, and then I can go to my other all the other items that were using the same template, pull from it. Yeah, sure. And now they're all gonna have the new and improved fast spinning speed. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're just making stuff in .Big Bang. So now I've got these keys looking like they're ready to be picked up. They've got a little sound effect, and we can unlock our door. I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing to the door and add a sound effect because I like sounds. If I remember correctly, let's see, does this door play a sound when we open it? Unlock door. If there is a sound, it'll play it. So I had something in here that says if there is a sound, play the sound. There isn't a sound, so it's not doing it, but let's just add one. Look for like a door sound. Door creak 03. Sounds perfect. So now, pick up the key, go to the door. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Or, I didn't like that sound actually. Maybe door close, handle jiggle? Yeah, I think I like that. There we go. Beautiful. All sounded. So what I want to do is I want to make a game really quick. I want to use this time to make a game where you get teleported to a different world, and there's this like locked door there, and you gotta go find the key, open the lock, and then you get teleported to a different world, and it's kind of like a tour of all these different little biomes in different worlds, and you have to explore them before you can go to the next world. So it encourages you to explore something really quickly we can do. And also, once the coding part is done, I can just drop a link in chat and we can all work on the game together. So we could all practice doing a little multiplayer editing and make the game together, because that's what .Big Bang is all about. So what I'm gonna do first is get my new fancy door that I wanted to make. So we've got this door arch that you may have seen earlier, my door, and I'm gonna scale them up together till they're a size that the player could fit through. Let's see, how does this feel? So I just drag these in from the bottom. That's a little big. I'm holding control, clicking both of these, scaling them down. And that feels good to me. That feels good. A mystical door. Yeah, and if anyone has questions about what Big Bang is about, what you can do on here, how it works. Shoot your questions my way, and I'm happy to chat about them. All of this is being done in my browser right now. I'm going to be using objects that I've made, that other people have made. Maybe I'll hop into the voxel object editor and make something brand new to use. But feel free to just fire away anything you might be curious about, or if you see me do something and go, how did you make that happen? Where did that come from? I'll be happy to explain. So I don't really need these door frames anymore, but let me set up this door. My beautiful art. I'm not an artist, but I did try to make a door. I think it turned out okay. The handle's kind of big. I could make that smaller. You know what, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make the handle smaller. So I'm gonna go to my page. So this is my profile. You can see there's a lot of other stuff I've made on here, but this is the door. I'm gonna go edit it really quick. I think that handle is too big. So this is our lovely voxel object editor. This is where all the assets, all of the art that you see is made. I'm gonna just do. Let me grab this color. Put it right there. Make it consistent. And save. So a slight edit to my original. I also kind of want to I'm going to refresh the page so we can see the new change. But I might make different colors of the doors, like based on the theme of the area. Yeah. So now we have the small door handle, which is a little more normal. So first, let's turn this into a working door. So it works like this one. So I'm going to grab the DBB door script, which is the lovely script I was talking about, that will make your door open. Let's walk over and make sure it works. There we go. So the way that this script works is it just opens when you come near it. That's not how I want it to work. I'm going to turn off proximity mode. And I'm going to add my own, what is it called? My own door script to it. So it works like this one. We've got the key template. I'm using the fancy key. This is the key that I made. So right now I'm just going to my script. My script has a bunch of properties, public properties, that I can set in the editor to customize it. So the properties that I have here that can be changed, let me just, are the key template, so the key that spawns when you unlock it, and where the key spawns, how long the animation takes, which that should not be 10 at default, and how many keys you need to unlock the door. So I like to make my scripts usable by anyone else. I'd like to make them really generic so that anyone can use them in their game. So if someone else, like if any of y'all were making your own game and you wanted a door that unlocks like this, you could go ahead, make your own door, add this script to it, and then put your own key as the key template that spawns. You could say it takes 100 keys to unlock this door. You could have your own little effects that spawn. You could customize it how you want, which is what I'm doing now because I want it to work a little differently than that one. So I'm still going to spawn that same key explosion effect, and then to decide where it spawns, I have it set up where it uses the local position of the key in relation to the door. So I'm just going to put the key where I think it would spawn to unlock, probably like there. I'm going to parent it to the door. Door. And I'm just going to copy that local position into the spawn position. So what I'm going to do is whenever we spawn this key for the animation, it's going to spawn at these coordinates in relation to the parent, which is the door. So no matter which way the door is oriented, where the door is, etc., the key will always spawn right here in relation to the door. I'll also add that same sound effect because I liked that. It was called door something. Handle jiggle. Perfect. Okay, so let's see if this works. Grab a key, run over to the door, and it unlocks. Perfect. So we got our new fancy enchanted door, as I'm calling it. So we can go ahead and just kind of get rid of this, get rid of that. So what I want to happen is I want you to walk through. Oh, let me unparent that. I want you to walk through this. Whoa. Walk through this door, and it takes you to a whole nother world. So the first thing I should probably do is make another world. What's my favorite part of participating in a game jam? It's probably when your idea starts to come to life. Like when the original idea that you had, that you're like, okay, this is cool. The original idea that you had, when you're finally starting to see it become what you thought it would become, I think that is the most exciting part. When you're like in the final hours and you're like, wait, this is actually happening and it's actually coming together. That part always is great. Also, just having a finished product, a game jam finished product, but a semi-finished product by the end of the jam. It's just so nice to look back and go, wow, I really did it. I really did that in this amount of time. All right, okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm looking for objects I want to use to build out this world, this made by our community. As I am primarily someone who does not make art. I make it from time to time. It's not my forte. I love that Adopt Big Bang has all of these community-made assets that you're ready to put in your game. So if you want to make a prototype and you don't know what to use and you're not trying to spend all this time making art, you're just trying to spend your time making something happen, you can do that. You can grab art, or if something I do all the time, and how we did the jam last year is I find an artist friend to make the art for me and then I can just search it up, like, hey, Digital Monkey Master, will you make me a statue? I need it so bad for this game. And then, okay, I made you a statue. Look it up. It's called Statue Theme 3. This is real. This is exactly what happened last year. Yay, thank you. And then I put it in the game. And it's super easy. The moment that the asset is made, it's down here. So when you're like in the thick of it, trying to get things done like as fast as possible, it's just like immediately available, and that's awesome. So what I'm doing is looking for assets to use. Oh yeah, we've got a channel in our Discord for the Global Game Jam, and if you want to find teammates that are using Big Bang, that's a great place to start. I'm moving all my stuff onto this little platform because I want to be on this little platform. I'm going to make another platform. So this is where I'm going to teleport to. So I have this object that changes the renderer when you step into it and does this like visual effect. So what I want that visual effect to happen when you teleport somewhere else. Yeah, so hi y'all. I'm just here with Big Bang. We're one of the sponsors of the Global Game Jam, and I'm showing you how you can use Big Bang to make a game quickly, and kind of what our tools look like, going through how our editor looks, and just making something just live on stream today in our editor. At the end too, I'll send a multiplayer link so we can all play it together. For anyone who's just joining, doesn't really know what's going on. So I'm gonna add some of these key templates over here. So I have this object, this little portal thing that when, oh, what is that? What is making that sound? I do not know what's making that sound. Oh, it's because these are colliding with each other. My bad. So we grab our key, and then I want this bright transition to happen, and we teleport somewhere else. So teleporting is something I can make happen super easily. I just need a quick script. So I think we have just like a teleport on contact script, so I'm just gonna search teleport. So I clicked on the script section and I'm browsing scripts, and then DBB teleport on contact is a script that's already made, so I don't need to reinvent the wheel. And so you need a target and then whether there's effects or not. So where I want to teleport is somewhere over on this platform. So I'm going to set down a little something. I'll just set a marker. Let's see. A little marker down where I want to teleport to. I'm going to take off the collision because we don't need to have a collision. And I'll just have this little marker here, and we'll call it teleport target 1. So now if I go over here and click on this teleport on contact script on the little portal I made, I can set the target to teleport target 1. And now I can collide with this portal, and then I get sent all the way over to this other little platform. So in order to teleport though, you need to go through this door. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the portal inside of this little box so that you have to have unlocked the door to get in. So I'm just looking inside, seeing where it is. And now what should happen is you go up to the door, you can't get in, it's locked, but if you pick up a key, this little guy is telling me how many keys I have. You can unlock the door, and now you are in the next zone. So I'm just going to make a few of these before we really start to build them out. And then I'm going to drop a link and we can start decorating. It's magic. Coding magic. I can also hide this guy, but I'll use him for now. So we've got over here. Also, I don't need this big platform. I'm going to find the ground. You can't click on the ground so that you don't delete it on accident, but I don't need it, so I am going to delete it because I have these platforms that I'm using now. So we'll have this. I'm just gonna kind of throw them around randomly. And I'm gonna put a lot of fog so you can't see that far. Yeah, we can make them all ground. I don't know why I'm making them at different heights, but I am. Is that how, yeah, there we go. So if you name them ground, then they become the ground and you can't click on them. So we got teleport target 1, teleport target 2, teleport target 3. And I'm just gonna make some of these doors. I'm gonna grab all these. So I'm just control clicking and grabbing all of this and copying and pasting these to each of these little platforms we got. We can definitely change the platforms too. These are like super tiny, actually. I'm gonna make them bigger. So in the entity search, selecting all of them, and I'm just gonna, oh man, let me undo this. I'm gonna select these 3, make them bigger, so we have like some room to explore. There we go. And then delete my old teleporters. Okay. Oh no, my target 1 has gone astray. So I'm dragging this around so we have these different zones. Make this bigger so we can see it. Put one over here. Put one up there. So right now we only have 4 little zones, but we could add more in the future. Oops. Oh, that's weird. Oh, let me make sure. So right now this is transitioning whenever anything collides with it. So I'm gonna say if the entity we collided with tags has player, so if we don't have the player tag on us, if the thing that collided with it doesn't have the player tag on it, then we'll just return. So we only want the effect to happen if the player collided with it. There we go. So start here. Oh, door didn't open. That's weird. Huh. Oh, there's 2 doors on top of each other. There we go. Is there 2 of these? Yep. And 2 of these, I bet. So let's like, I don't want to be able to see these floating things in the background. So I want to go and kind of change the vibe of the game. So right now, we can go to the mood section and we can change kind of how the renderer works. So right now, let's see, let's do the player camera. This is what it looks like right now. And we can add all sorts of different things. Actually, I probably should have an artist do this, but for one, I definitely want more fog. So I'm gonna change these fog settings so that we've got like this heavy fog. Oh, that's really heavy fog. Let's see. That's kind of nice. And maybe we'll make it more ominous, like more less like blue skies. Oops. I don't know why those are cutting through. Oh, I just unenabled the fog. So something kind of ominous. We feel like we're in this weird, mystical, dreamy world. And then we can start like decorating this first intro area so we get a good feel for this fantasy world we want to build. Let's move the key. We'll hide the key somewhere. And I'm gonna go ahead and hide. I have this counter here because it tells me how many keys I have, and it's more of like a debug thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a script that'll hide it at the start. I think I have one already, but we'll see. Oh, or actually, I'm just gonna go into here and set it as not visible. So now it's hidden, so we don't have to worry about it changing the vibes. So I like these little flowers here. So I'm gonna make this like a little grove. And what I'm gonna do is go ahead and send a multiplayer link to some of my teammates so we can all start building this together. We've got some stuff built and it'd be fun to start building together. Oh no, I can't save again. What happened? That's weird. Are we still having issues? I don't know. Am I disconnected? How's the connection? I'm not seeing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I just got disconnected. You still hear me? Ugh, why is this? Yeah. That's so weird. I don't know why I can't save. I wonder when the last time it saved was. Yeah, my internet is just not having it today. I guess we can try and see. Yeah, it seems fine. Generally. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's fixed now. Because it seems like I can load other stuff. Well, that's too bad. Hopefully we don't lose too much. Oh man. Well, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna reload. No, I don't want to reload. Yeah, unfortunately, like our VPN went down, so that has been causing me a bit of grief. I'm gonna do a bit of troubleshooting again, but I'm still here. Okay, I am doing save as new. Yeah, that worked. I guess. Yeah, we're just having a dev team problem, unfortunately. But that worked. I just did save as new, and so I just have a new copy of this. So luckily we got out. Thanks for the quick solution, y'all. In the meantime, I'm gonna make an MP link. I've just appended a little multiplayer link to the end of my browser, so you can make a custom multiplayer link that way. You can also just go to the invite friends button in the corner and copy that, which is probably how I should do this. I'm gonna go ahead and send this over to some friends. Actually, I'm gonna send it to chat. If anyone wants to come in and help me build, Chris, I just sent you over a link if you want to paste it in chat. And we can start making different worlds. The theme of this one is going to be here. This is just the base world. The second one, I'm gonna have a theme that is forest theme. Let me make a text that says that so everyone can see it. I'm just gonna label the different zones. I'll make it black actually. This one is gonna be yeah, come, no pressure to build. If you want to come chill as well, you're welcome to it. This will be water theme, and this one will be castle theme. If we want to change the themes, let me know, but this is what I'm going to start with. Okay, so each of those platforms is going to have a different theme. Yeah, I think we're actually making Tears of the Kingdom right now. So I just made these labels so we can know what vibe we're going for. I just saw something floating in the air. I want that to go away. And we can all help build together. Oh, we've already got some trees going on. So if I look over here, we've got some trees going on. I'll make the teleporters set up. Let's see. Here's a teleporter. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this teleporter over to the next island. Whee! And we can make something from there. Ooh, I already like what's going on here. See, the beauty of Big Bang is other people can help you out when you need it. Alright, so this is the teleporter 2, fairy portal 2, that's fine. And where do I want it to teleport to? Teleport target. We'll do water theme island. Or actually, water theme teleporter. So now, oh, that one it's not set up yet. Here, wait, let me change it to the water theme teleport. Okay, that one's set up to teleport to the water spot. I'll go ahead and grab another one. This one will teleport to the castle theme teleport. I'm gonna name this. I'm naming these so that I can find them easily. So this marker now is gonna be where we teleport to. So castle theme, castle theme teleporter. And then the very last thing we'll have a teleporter that takes us home. So that'll take us home. What's that entity called? I see it over there. Marker. Home teleport. So let's take it on home. Alrighty. So now save. Oh, let me get all these entities too. I want to make sure that these do not have collisions on them. Oh yeah, so you have to grab the key, open the door, and then we are in a new world. Whoa! In a new world, I need to make sure this does not have... Oh, that one needs to be up there. And feel free to swap out any of the entities too. Oh, we got sand. Nice, that's perfect. Forest is looking gorgeous. Castle. We'll get there. I'll start on the castle theme. Let me make sure the teleporter works. Oh no. I got scaled up. Let me, there we go. Where did the portal go? Let me find it. I know this is coming together super fast, no worries. Fairy portal, fairy portal. Uh-oh. Home teleport. What? Okay, we're missing it. We'll make another one. Easy. This one's huge. This is a big island. I'm gonna make the portals into a template so I can just go and grab them really quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and make everything into a template, just to make things easier for myself. So let's see. Go to the entity, new template. This template's gonna be called fairy fairy spelled really crazy. Fairy teleporter. Okay, and that's a new template. So now whenever I want to add one of these, instead of having to make one from scratch or drag it around or whatever, we'll delete this marker. When we get there, I can just go to my templates and drag in my fairy teleporter. There we go. Easy. Add the target to be the castle target. There we go. And we're at the castle zone. And this one should take me home. There I am, back home. I'll start decorating this intro area while other people work on the next zones. Wow, it's so pretty in the forest. Okay. I do realize the key is already deleted because I picked it up. So I'm just gonna put another key down. We'll just have it spin for now. Okay. So you typed in the entire link. Wait, no. We can resend it. But welcome to the game making session. I want to decorate, so I'm gonna go find some mystical. Do we have like fairy stuff? Oh, not mine. So I'm gonna go to the all tab down at the voxel objects, and I'm just gonna start browsing. We have like fairy. Oh yeah, we have these little fairies. Yeah, we're still Santa themed. Okay, I'm gonna have some of these floating around. I'll add some behaviors to them to make it cute. Let's see. We have some scripts down here, so I'm gonna just look through our scripts. Maybe do... I'm not gonna have... Oh, one of my favorite things to do, actually. So I'm gonna grab an object, a random object that can be invisible. Oh, there's so much cute stuff here. Okay. I need just anything because I'm gonna hide it. There. It's a block. Oh, that's a rainbow. That's so cool. I can't believe someone made that. Okay. Random block. Doesn't matter. And I'm going to make this block spin. So I'm going to drag the spin script onto it. So now it's spinning. I'm going to have it spin pretty slow. Similar to the keys, it's going to go really slow. But what I'm going to do is parent all of these little guys, all these little fairy things to the block. So that they kind of spin, so it looks like they're like flying around. And then what I can do is put little movement scripts on them. Let's see. And they will have, it'll kind of look like they're floating up and down. And I don't have to write any code to make this happen because all this stuff's already in here. I think I'm gonna use this. Oh no, that doesn't work. Move up and down. I'm gonna use this one because you know who made it. We'll make the distance really small. Like, so these will just be moving up and down peacefully, spinning around this block. And then I'm going to go ahead and, oh, this is just making them spin locally. This is not, it doesn't work when I put this on. Oh well, we don't need this. There, we'll just have them spin peacefully. I'm gonna take away the collision. Oops. Take away the collision of the block and the voxel object so we don't see it. Now we have these little fairies moving around peacefully. Alright, I'm gonna take a look at what's going on in this world that I've not been a part of, even though I made it. Oh, the castle theme is neglected, but wow, we have a beautiful forest home. We have an awesome beach area. These look so cool. And we'll get there. We'll get there. We can change the castle theme if it's too hard. Let's see. Let's make some what kind of magical stuff do we have? I want to make this look like some little fantastical world. There's some cool stuff in here. But yeah, it's really nice to just be able to like browse all these objects for inspiration. Like you'll see something, especially like this. Like this is so cool. Where you're like, oh, okay, I think I want to kind of go with this theme. Let's see, we've got this little fence. Have something kind of leading us towards the goal. How's it going on everyone else's end? Got a lot of intense building going on. This could be considered a mini tiny game jam. A 2-hour long little mini game jam. Alright, we've got a little pathway to follow that should lead us to the end goal. Yes, this is like a nano jam. That's the name of one of my cats, actually. Oh wow, there's a lot of flowers. Ooh, these are so cool looking. I'm going to take these flowers made by McFunky Pants, a wonderful game dev who has made some extremely cool stuff in Big Bang that I have never ceased to be amazed by. I think that Big Bang is... Oh, is there something... I'm not sure if there's something going on the YouTube front. With the stream. I don't know if someone wants to check if YouTube's going well. It seems like there's confusion coming in. But the game jam starts, well, it depends on the jam site. But I'm just kind of doing some prep to get ready, make sure I've got all my tools in order, and just kind of show people that it's easy to dive in to Big Bang. If you haven't used it before, you can on-ramp pretty quickly, and there's a lot of resources available in Big Bang for making games super quick. Especially since we have a lot of scripts available, a lot of voxel objects available, and you can work with your friends really easily. Like I've got, I don't even know how many friends in here, anyone from the stream coming in and helping me build. I've never used a tool that is so easy to collaborate with people on. Whether you're working with artists or other programmers, it is instantaneous to just jump in and already be working with your friends. Where is my spinning thing? I'm gonna move this closer to the action. I think the mixed colors of the flowers is a little confusing. I'm gonna take these out. And add some grass. I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's see. Yeah, we'll just have the key is sitting about in the level. I'm gonna make a big, so we also have a particle system. You've seen it a little bit with the animation of how the door works, but you can use particles to make all sorts of effects. I'm actually gonna add, I don't know if this will work. So if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Added a particle system to this object. This object scaled up like crazy, so scale it back down. But I'm just gonna add a huge particle effect to kind of make this look like it's like there's like kind of sparkling in the area. So I'm gonna change the emitter size to be pretty big. And I want way less particles, probably, I don't know. And I'm going to set the initial velocity to be a lot slower so that we just have this kind of shimmery, shaky thing going on. Make them a little bigger. Ooh, there we go. Let's have the opacity down so it's not so in your face. And I think they're moving a little too fast, so where was that initial velocity? It'll be super slow. So now there's just this kind of like sparkle effect in the intro plane. I don't think it's big enough though. So I'll make sure that it can cover this whole little island. Just change this emitter size to be like huge. There we go. Now we have this kind of shimmery, sparkly effect going on. Should give a little more life to the world. I'm gonna add a couple more particles, actually. Also, I'm gonna click on all these grass patches and flower patches, and I'm gonna take off their collider because I want you to just be able to kind of walk through them. So I'm just gonna click to remove the collision. I'm gonna go also check out the other zones. Alright, our forest is coming along beautifully. Wow, look at this beautiful flower patch. Which also has the collision removed, so I can walk through it. Amazing. And let's see. I don't know where the teleporter is. It might have gotten deleted along the way. We'll make sure we add it back at the end. At the end I'll go add the keys, add everything, and we'll make sure the game works, and then we can all play it together. It's a basic game. You just open doors and vibe. But it's fun to work on. Oh, the castle theme's coming along. Oh, the mushrooms are the teleporter? Or is it bouncy? Yay! Key goes here. Oh, this is perfect. And look, we're communicating through the chat. I'll add the key up here. For now I'll make it so that the key does not destroy on where's my templates? So the key doesn't destroy when we use it. Oh man. Okay. I'll have to wait a second. We might have to remix the game. I might be having that VPN issue again, which is very unfortunate. Yeah. That's so sad. Well, we'll put the key over here, and then we'll put the door... We'll put it somewhere. We'll figure it out. water area is coming along nicely. We've got some clams. We've got some little sea glass looking wonderful. And the castle is coming along as well. I think we're doing good. I don't know what this stray box is, but I'll just leave it. My part, it's coming. Let me just zoom out, and I'm gonna go work on my segment again. So I want to add a little table to put these little books on. Oh yeah, okay. I forgot. We're having technical difficulties with my VPN. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna start a new session. I'm gonna go in and set up the teleporters because that'll be doing some script changes, and then we'll come back in here and work on it again. So I'm gonna do this save as and make a new version of the game to work in, because that's the workaround with this problem that we've been having. But we're saving as, and then we'll start anew. Uh-oh. I don't know why this issue is coming up. Well, we will be back in a moment. If anyone who's in the session wants to save the game, that would be sweet. So I am having technical difficulties on my end. I'm so glad. I'm glad that you're having fun. It's really fun to build stuff with people. I think my favorite part is like you get really focused on your little section, and then you go look at what everyone else is making, and you're like, wait, everyone's working on some really cool stuff. Welcome back. I am just chugging away at trying to get my thing working because I'm having weird problems on my end. And again, as always, if anyone has questions for me or anything that they want to ask about how .BigBang works, what our engine's capable of, what we've got going on, I'm happy to answer questions. Right now I'm just flying around the room because I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But how's everyone doing on their end? I am just hanging out on the roof, waiting for my issues to work themselves out because I still cannot save the game. I see we've got some people in the intro area too. Building the castle is gonna be really sweet. I like that it's like modular pieces. And if you're jumping in here to start building, feel free to jump from basic to advanced mode. That'll give you a whole slew of other options. Oh my goodness, I'm just noticing that there is swinging vines. Someone added a little rotate script to the vines. That looks so cool. That gives it a lot of life. Oh wow, that's cool that there's already like structural. Wow, these pieces are amazing. These pillars. Yeah, it's not letting me save as again. So I don't really know what my best solution is for this. Let's see if we'll get a save this time. These are so cool. There's a lot of detail on these textures too. From this year's Global Game Jam, I think I'm looking forward to, I don't know, just making something. I haven't done any jam since last year's, and last year's was really exciting. I have an idea that I want to try to make a 2D game this year, using Big Bang, because that's just something I haven't done with Big Bang before. So I think it'll be like a fun learning experience to try to stretch our tools. I've usually used like the default player character and the default like camera settings, and I'm really excited to just dive into like making my own player character, making my own camera, and like kind of just like pushing our engine to see like what different things I can do with it. So I'm looking forward to that and seeing how that goes. I want to do like, I love 2.5D games, and I think having voxel art and our engine will lend really well to like the 2.5D kind of perspective in a game. So I think that'll be fun to play around with. Also, when the theme comes out is just always extremely exciting. Just the moment of like, okay, I know what the theme is now, like let's go. So I'm looking forward to that. The only game jam I only knew about Celeste being a game jam game. I don't think I know a ton of others. I'm sure there's like tons of them. Surgeon Simulator is a game jam game. That's crazy. What would I not want to see from the jam theme? What would I not want to see? I don't think there's like a theme that I would be mad about, because I think that's like not allowed. I feel like when the theme comes out, you just have to like, you just go, okay, this is it. I'm ready. I'm gonna work with it. I like themes that are kind of like cryptic, that like don't really mean anything in particular. Roguelike. I would not want to make a platformer. That's what I do not want to make. But I like a really cryptic theme where it's just like something that you don't really know. Like it doesn't like mean anything, and you can see like everyone's different interpretations of some like really vague concept that maybe has like crypto, no, cryptic. Let me be very clear with that. I want it to be as cryptic as possible. I want it to be as non-crypto as possible. That is kind of what I'm going for. I want something really vague, and I like to like put a twist on the theme and say, "Ha! I bet you didn't think I would do this with the theme," and then do that specifically. So that's the goal. Cryptic, vague, and yeah, platformer. No, I want to make something. I want to use cutscenes too. I want to we've been playing with cinematics, and I want to make cutscenes this year. So there's got to be something that involves cutscenes in my game, because I'm making a cutscene, whether you like it or not. That's happening. I did make a platformer last year, so I don't want to make another platformer. I don't want to make another puzzle platformer, because I did that. I'm gonna turn this brightness down really quick. Okay, all better. So I'm dealing with this issue. I don't really know what to do with it. But I want everyone to be able to keep working, and I don't know why I'm having this problem. We're not going to open that can of worms. I have some critiques on the Mario series, and sometimes people don't like my opinions or agree with them, and we're gonna leave it at that. Mario does happen to be a platforming game, and I happen to not want to make a platforming game. Oh, you've been working on a camera. That's really cool. So to make a 2D game, I would honestly plan on using our engine. So the engine out of the box when you make a new game. We have a base player template that, let me get to the game camera. My fly camera is all over the place. But we have a base player template that loads into every game, and it's this 3D moving character. And when the base camera that comes in every game is this is like a 3D polar camera, but you can change any of that. That's just what we give you, so that you don't have to remake a player character and a camera, and you have something consistent that's gonna work in every game. But you're willing to remix that if you'd like. We have some really cool 2D games too that we could take a look at while we're here. There are some really sweet 2D games that have been made in Big Bang. So, yeah, you can just switch the character. Oh, we got a slight solution to a problem. I'm gonna see if it works. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh yeah, there we go. A Metroidvania at a jam is an awfully bold move to make, but would be really cool, and is a game genre that I really do like. So I'm so sorry to do this. It's such a bummer that my internet is just doing crazy stuff. But I'm gonna step away for 1 second, and I'll be right back. But feel free to keep chatting and playing games in the chat. I'll be back in just 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Wait, let me switch. I'm back. I've solved my problems temporarily. This is so chaotic. Yeah, so the VPN for the dev stuff is broken, and my computer keeps automatically trying to reconnect to it, even though I'm telling it not to. So that has been what's happening. But we didn't lose progress. I'm gonna make a new link for us. Here, let me just send this link over. What's up, Creamy Bacon? Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna send new multiplayer link that we can all play with together. So what we're doing is we're just building this world together. Really quick before I forget, I'm gonna show you guys a 2D game that's cool. Actually, I forgot what it was called. But yeah, so what I'm doing today is like just showing people how you can make a game really quick using .BigBang. And so we started this game. I started this game with some templates I had set up at the beginning of the stream. And we're just trying to kind of finish out a little world here. So far, the way it works is we've got this these keys that you can pick up. If you pick up a key, it lets you unlock a door, and then you teleport to a new world. And each world has a key in it that you can find, and you want to find that key and unlock the door to the next world. So we've been doing this for the past like hour and a half or so, and trying to get just a slightly finished, just like practice project to practice making games quickly. It is a big hide and seek. Hide the key, find it, and then move on to the next one. So that's what we're doing. Mainly doing it to give us a tour of the editor and just to show that you can drop a link and make games with your friends like instantaneously. I'm making a template of this door so that I can add them really quickly. Pressing the F key to zoom in on something, trying to make sure I talk about what I'm doing. I'm gonna add this little gateway into the, oh wait, it's over there. Okay, never mind, I don't need to. But this door, I wonder if I can like turn them on and off. So we have our door. Nope. And we're just building out this world. So also, if you're new, .BigBang is a web-based game making platform, and so you just log in to .BigBang, head over to .bigbang.com in your browser, and then you can start making games right away. So I'm just over at .bigbang.com. Every game is multiplayer at default, so as long as you share a multiplayer link, then you can start playing with your friends from the get-go. So that's the networking stuff. You can, if you add the net tag to, like if I click on something and add a net tag to it in the tag section, or just check one of the networks or net boxes, then you can start making that object networked. So you can network its transform, or you can have it send and receive network messages. It's like a really straightforward networking system. And as you can see, all these people are in my game with me. I can see them running around. I can see what they're building. I didn't have to do any of that. We handle that for you. .BigBang handles that for you. And you can just start making games with your friends. All right, I put a key down, but I realized that it's just literally sitting in the middle of random spot. I'm gonna put the key where the key goes here sign is, pointing me to where to head. And it will go up here. Watch out, you don't want to hit it. There we go. And we'll have it spin. That's our key. If you find the key, you can go through the door, head to the next world. Oh man. We've got a bunch of people in here building, which I am thankful for, because I need help. I'm not an artist. I just write the code. But this section's starting to look really nice. Oh my goodness. I love these little houses. I'm just setting up the portals so that the game works. Where should this one go? I'll put it next to the palm tree. I think that's a nice spot for it. There we go. Okay. Then I'm gonna grab that door template that I made. Drag it in. Oop. And we've got a door. And let me make sure this portal goes to the right place. It's got the teleport on contact script, and it's gonna teleport to the castle. So last, I can finally make the last one. Also going to hide these boxes because they hide at start. There we go. Because they are not beautiful. And I don't need that text to display anymore. Just get a little polish, hide it, and add the hide at start script. And I just need to make this one last little portal. This one will be in the corner. Or it could be inside of here. Yeah, that makes more sense. I don't know. Sure. There's not a key on the beach area. Here, let me grab you one. Where should we put it? Where should we put this key? Is there a place that you can get into? So the way that the netcode works is there's the server and the peers. The code actually runs on the server and the peers, and they can send messages to each other. We can send a link. Let me grab a link to our documentation, which gives like a pretty robust explanation of it. But it's a pretty unique but really straightforward system. Here, let me get this link. So the server is usually like the first person in the game, and the people who join afterwards are the peers. The server owns all of the networked entities that were in the game at the start. Anyone can spawn their own entity, and then they own that entity. And then they want to they can send networked messages from the entities they own to other entities when things happen to notify. Let me have a link to send that goes more in depth. So say I wanted to we actually have a stream this what day is it? Thursday at the same time, where Charles, another one of the devs at Big Bang, is going to just go through all of the network code and just like kind of talk about how to do multiplayer stuff in Big Bang too. So if you want to learn more about that, or if you're interested in making a multiplayer game in this jam, that's going to be a really great stream for that. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think we can all agree with that. Let me see. Oh, I was supposed to put a key over here. I just couldn't decide where to go. If y'all were able to get up there. Oh, you guys are standing there like, put the key down. Wait, that's not the right key. I want this one. But I don't want to move up and down. There we go. Is this site muted? No. Okay. Alright, we've got a key. And a door. This one doesn't have a door or a teleporter, but it has a key. I made a teleporter template so I can just drag it in. And I made a door template so I can just drag it in. Look at me making life easier for myself. Who would have thought? And I need to set the target of the teleporter. So the teleporter is going to teleport me back home. Yes, yeah, you have access to server time. So you can sync everything on the server time and have, yeah, you can use that for movement and all sorts of different things to run smoothly and sync using the timestamp of the server. And that's good for like precision and having things move without any server jitter. Home teleport. Why did I call it that? Wait. What? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get rid of that. Uh-oh, does someone have a new hat? We could give people hats. Alright. Oh no, I stopped the game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I forgot the other people were in here. I stopped and started the game. It's when you stop and start the game, it stops and starts for everyone. That's like an impulse where I do it all the time. So I accidentally teleported everyone back to the start. Now we can all play together. I'm gonna hide this. Okay. Let's just see if I can run through. This is looking so cute. Thank you, everyone, for helping me out. I am loving how this looks. Oh, let me hide this. I do not want that or that. What's this called? Okay. We have a beautiful forest area where you have to find the key. I don't know why the door's already open. I'm not gonna worry about that. Oh, you can bounce on the mushroom. Wonderful. Gotta go find the key, even though the door's already open. But yeah, look, we made this. We made this together in, oh man, what was it? Like less than 2 hours. I was talking the whole time, and I also was struggling a lot of the time. Oh, there's a turtle. So I'm pretty stoked. It looks like some of this stuff fell off the ground. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this stuff and put it back on the ground. This did too. I don't know why. Oh, this is a hat. Okay, everyone's got a turtle hat now. Oh, the key's up there. Can you get up there? There's a puzzle that I have to solve that someone else made in my game. There's no way. Oh, I see it. That's not possible. I'm gonna make a way to get up. Let's see. What about a ladder? Oh no, did my internet have one last hurrah? Are we surprised? No. Well, at least we all got to play together before the end. Oh man. Well, we've got about, what is it? We've got 8 minutes left, so I would love to answer questions. Any last questions? Or play through some other games. But I think what I'm gonna do is, oh, there we go. Whoa! Got some crazy art made by our community. Oh, I didn't add a key here. Yeah, we've got all of this beautiful stuff created live together. Multiplayer, using some code, also using some scripts that are already written. So if you're looking for an engine to use and you're interested in something that's pretty quick to pick up, and it's got a lot of things available for you, Bang's a really good option. I think it's great for all skill levels, and it really, I mean, if you have coded for a really long time, if you are a really experienced programmer, it's really powerful and can do a lot of things. Like, we've got full multiplayer first-person shooter games. We've got these like crazy cinematic sequences and some of the newer games that we've put out recently. So it's capable of doing a lot. And if you're newer to programming and you kind of want something that has a lot of resources available for you, there's, I mean, all of the scripts that are made, they can all be set as public, so you can use scripts other people have made. It's easy to collab with people. I think it's a great option for the jam, and I'm excited to use it for this jam. I used it last year and was really happy with it. Was really happy with what we were able to make, and I'm excited to use it again this year. We have a Discord server where if you're interested, you can come hang out. We've got a weekly art challenge that we do where other people from our community all make different voxel objects based on the theme. This month's theme is the Global Game Jam. It's a game jam theme, so we're making all sorts of different things that we could possibly use in a game jam, and just kind of video gamey objects, textured objects and things. And there's even a channel in our Discord server where you can look for a team and find other people who use .BigBang and collab with them, which is really easy to do with .BigBang as well. Collabing is like, oh, someone sized up my character. As you can see, we were able to jump in here and collab super easily. I'm gonna stop and start the game, sorry to everyone, just so I can run through it again. But it's easy to work with friends, and we were able to put together this big level in under 2 hours, just by getting people together from the stream. So this was really fun. I'm happy I got to hang out with all y'all, and you were able to bear with me through the various personal VPN related issues I unfortunately have struggled through. But I'm happy that we were able to make all of this despite what was going on. Thanks for watching, everyone. This has been really cool, and I hope you learned a little bit about making things in .BigBang and learned a little bit about about our game engine and what it does. So yeah, thanks for everything. Happy jamming coming up soon. Counting down the days till that starts. But hope everyone has a great rest of your day and enjoys all the rest of the streams going on this channel. It's going to be super fun all week long.
Thanks, Ashley. That was a lot of fun to watch. I'm sure it wasn't as much fun to struggle through all that VPN problems and technical problems, but that's what happens at a game jam. There's issues that you have to overcome. So thanks for struggling through, powering through, making fun time for everybody and teaching people a little bit more about .Big Bang. You can go to .bigbang.com/Discord and join their Discord. Or no, sorry, discord.gg/.bigbang to join their Discord. You can join our Discord, or you see the link in the bottom on the left, and connect with them some more and learn some more about .Big Bang and how you can use it during Global Game Jam, get you up and running super fast, making games and making multiplayer games and having your friend hop right in and making games with you. And that's what Global Game Jam's all about. And they have a special GGJ hub world that they built where you can find out more about the jam, and they're going to feature Big Bang games made during Global Game Jam after the jam's over. So we're super thankful for that and excited to see what you all come up with during Global Game Jam, which starts in just under a week now, which is exciting and scary, but we're ready and ready to have a great time with you all. So thanks once again to headline sponsor Big Bang. Go check them out and make some games. Up next, we have our friends from HyperPad. They're going to be joining us to talk a little bit about their platform and how you can make fun mobile games on tablet devices and mobile devices. Teach all about that. Let's see. I'll bring on Sarsa. Hello.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Awesome. So today is going to be me and Hamid. Hamid is also supposed to be here. I'm not sure if he's here. Hamid, did you join? Okay.
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys. Welcome. So it's going to be two parts. I'm going to share my screen and introduce you HyperPad and explain to you how to use HyperPad. And then after, Hamid's going to jump in and he's going to do a game with us together. Okay?
Awesome. Have fun.
Awesome. So for those who doesn't know me, my name is Clarissa. Nice to meet you. I work for HyperPad and I'm the marketing manager for HyperPad.
And I'm Hamid. I'm one of the co-founders of HyperPad, and I'm going to be actually building a game with you guys today. So, yeah, let's get started.
Awesome. Let's get started. So share my screen.
I'm gonna jump off of the stream.
Can you guys see my screen? Yeah. Awesome. So today you guys gonna be designing your own game. So I hope that you guys have some experience. If not, that's okay. This is not required experience. That's what we're here for, to help you out. So for that, we're gonna need an iPad. So I know not everybody has an iPad, but we have some good news. Today, hyperpad is free for you guys that are participating, so make sure to download hyperpad. So let's give you some content on what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to explain to you what is hyperpad, and then I'm going to tell you to download hyperpad. And then after, we're going to show you how to use it. And after, we're going to make a live game together. So make sure that you follow with us together if you guys have a tablet. And if not, this stream is going to be saved. Once you get an iPad, you can download it and watch it later. Okay? So this is a little video of introduction of hyperpad, your expectations. You don't need to code how to use hyperpad, and this is kind of one of the games that our users created. It's really cool, and I want to see your creativity leading the way today, guys. You can share your work with people from all over the world, your projects. You can create multiplayer games. You can earn money submitting your game directly to the App Store, and there's a lot of things that you can do with hyperpad. So I'm excited to show you guys what you can do today, and let's be creative. Don't forget, I'm gonna send you guys registration. The registration is on our Instagram, so make sure that you go on our Instagram, under pad, and then register for our workshop. This is really good for us to kind of keep track of who participates, and for me to send you emails after with questions and feedbacks. And please download hyperpad today. It's free. It's from $20 Canadian, like $14.99 US to $0 now. So we're giving an amazing promotion for you guys. Awesome. So let's show you how to use hyperpad. So once you guys open hyperpad, you're going to see this big screen, which is something that we want to talk to you guys today. The Global Game Jam is something really exciting. We challenge all of you guys to make a game with hyperpad and be part of the Global Game Jam. And we want you guys to win. So we're providing some prizes for top 3 games submitted with hyperpad. So that's exciting. So when you see here, you're going to be able to see all other games available in the hub. This is called the hyperpad hub. This is basically I like to think it's like a social media within hyperpad. You can like and share other people's project. You can give some comments, and you can also share your game directly to the hub, and then so other people from all over the world can play your game, and that's free as well. Next, we're going to talk about projects. So how are you going to be able to create your game? So this is the part where you have all your projects available, and today, because you're making it for the first time, you're going to click right here on your projects. Feel free to kind of ask me questions, by the way, as I'm explaining to you guys. So once you have your project, this is how it's gonna look like. Of course, not with all this explanation, but you're gonna have this scene as well, okay? So the first part, this one here is responsible for copying objects that were previously copied before, so it works like a stamp. And this one here selects the object individually, okay? And this one, I select several objects in the same time. This one, I can move the entire screen, like the entire scene. And this one is responsible to see the Cartesian plane. So the way the hyperpad works is you can see as a function, right? So y and x. And this point here will be the 0.0, okay? And so this one here is for you to visualize your project, how it will look at different devices, how it would look from an iPad, how it would look from an iPhone, and different kinds of iPhones and different kinds of iPads. This one here is for you to check your scenes and overlays. What is scenes and what is overlays? Basically, when you have a game, there's different scenes, right? For example, if you die, another scene, right? If it's game over, that's called overlay. Then you have the game over overlay. If you want to replay, then that's another overlay. This one here is to add backgrounds and to adjust the screen view. And this one here is very important. You know, I cannot explain just with 3 words, but it's basically, it is responsible for all the behaviors and the physics of your games. The behaviors essentially is how we're gonna have our character move to left and right? The behaviors essentially is the visual coding, what we call it from hyperpad. This one here, as you play your game and you start making your game, you always need to test your game. So, and trust me, it's going to be frustrating, sometimes not going to work, but that's why this is so important, that when you start creating your game, you always have to test it to see if it works or not. So this is the play button. This one is to correct, going back and forth. And if you need help, we do have a lot of materials and resources available right here. This one here is another important component, the layers. Basically, how the layers work is to help you organize your project and put objects on top of other objects. Once you put the objects on top of other objects, these objects does not interact physically with each other. So it's really good in terms of like keep your game organized. So an example of layer will be a mountain. So you have your game and then the mountain will be an overlay. So it will be kind of scenery if you don't want this object to have a behavior. And this terminology seems different because you don't know much, but as I explain and Hamid start making the game, you're gonna get what I'm saying. And after this one, the toolbox is responsible for you to put your assets. We're going to talk a lot about assets. That's going to be another word that we're going to be talking about. And what is an asset? An asset is basically graphics. You know, anybody here is an artist. Anybody makes their own animation. If you do, that's awesome because you can import your own graphics and your own animation to your game today. And if you like to make music too, you can import your music as well. And if you're not a musician, you don't make music, I don't know how to, use GarageBand, I don't know how to play guitar, then you can make your music with hyperpad as well. And that's what this toolbox it is for. And you can also add like cool particles like an explosion, and you can add a sound. But this flask here is another important kind of asset. Is what we call like what I call empty objects. You can create your own object. If you don't want to export assets, or if you don't want to download assets from our hyperpad library, which is free by the way, you can create your own object, which can be a square, which we call empty object. That can be a circle, that can be, by default it's going to be a square, like a transparent square, but then later on you can adjust as you want. And you can add the health bar, which is basically the little hearts in your game that die, like that you add if you get a point. And the scores, the label is what we call scores, and then you're gonna see as we make the game. So this one is what we call object dot, which is basically our characters. You're gonna see as we click here and add our characters, we're gonna be having all the characters available here, and with our fingers we're gonna be dragging and drop to the scene, because again this is an iPad product, so this whole scene is gonna be your iPad, by the way. So I talk a lot about assets. So what are assets? Like I said, assets are graphics. They're sounds, fonts, spreadsheets, particles, and animation. An example of animation would be, let's make Bob walk, so then the legs are like moving at the same time. Or let's make Bob jump, so then it's the animation of Bob jumping, right? So there's different kinds of objects in hyperpad. Like I was telling you, the empty objects by default will be the square, transparent square that you can transform into a circle. Our sound effects, which is like the laser tag, pew, 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 or the text label, game over, health bar, little hearts in the game. Particle effects will be like an explosion. Life indicator will be how, if you're dying or like if you're still surviving in your game. And the joystick will be kind of like how you control your game with your iPad, like left, right, and then. So then another thing I want to talk to you that is very important when making a game with hyperpad. There are physics modes in hyperpad. There's what we call wall, physics, and scenery. And this is really important. So sometimes when your game is not working, maybe it's because your character is in wall mode, or maybe it's because your character is in physics mode, or maybe it's because your character is in scenery. So let's talk about what will be like a wall object today. So our wall object will be like, think about literally a wall, stationary. It doesn't move, but it can still collide. So this photo is an example I took from one of our hyperpad 101 tutorials made by our Xcode. And this will be our wall object. So if you want to have a game and then our character is not really moving, it's there, like a tree, but it still can be collidable, then that's called wall object. The next one is a physics object. Physics object will be, for example, I have a character and his name is Bob. Bob moves left and right. So Bob needs to be a physics object because it uses gravity, air frictions, and resistance. So on this photo here, the little box is when there's a collision, it moves, right? So that's an example of physics object. Another one will be scenery. So the scenery will be like a prop. It's just there to make it pretty, right? Like a tree, or it can be like a cactus, or anything that you want to make your game pretty, okay? The scenery does not collide, by the way. So if you make your object the scenery, it's not gonna have any collisions. And feel free to ask questions. This is really good for the kids that are learning physics, or teachers that want to explain like concepts of physics to their students. This is amazing tool to learn that. So let's talk about wall and physics objects again. Just to recall, wall are always stationary. They don't move. They don't react to active forces, but they're also a rigid body. Physics is not always stationary. It reacts to physical forces, and it is a rigid body, okay? So rigid bodies have collision, okay? So they have collision detection. So just so you clarify, physics class here. So this is an example of that, just so you guys know that physics objects can collide with physics objects right here. And then a wall object can also, a physics object can also collide with a wall object. So these are two examples so you guys can visualize, okay? Another important component of hyperpad is passable. Sometimes I have my game and then my character is a physics character, and then I have my grass that is wall, but then my character goes and falls. Sometimes it's because my character is as a passable here. It says the passable is on. So that means that just like in the picture you see the passable is on, so you see a lot of particles falling. So that means that it's gonna fall. If I don't want my character to be passable and I want my character to hit the wall, then I'm gonna turn it off, the passable, okay? And don't worry, we're gonna explain it to you with an example of a video game, but just so you guys become familiar with this wordings, passable, physics, walls, okay? All this terminology that we're gonna be teaching you guys today. So again, an object can be passable, but it can also be collidable as well. So this example that RX Code gave it to us is farts. So think about fart. You're passing by fart, but you can still be affected by it on your game. So that just means that just because it's in a cloud state doesn't mean that it's not collidable. So the character Bob is reacting to it. Okay, so now we're going to be teaching you guys how to make a platform starter pack, a game, like an easy one. So we're going to be teaching you concepts of how to add a new project, how to create a character like Bob, and how to add animation on your character, and how we can add behaviors, how we can make our character move like to the right, to the left, jump. And then we're going to be doing getting coins, destroying the coins, eating the coins, and with that, making a sound, how we can create a sound with hyperpad. Part 2 that we're going to talk about today is creating passable objects. We're going to be showing you what's a passable object, on and off, how does that impact my game. And we're going to be teaching you guys another behavior called screen follow, which you're going to be learning today. It's easier if you visualize. And we're going to be adding a life indicator and a score. So now Hamid's going to jump in, and he's going to share his screen, and we're going to be making a game with you guys today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen 1 second. Also, any questions you have, please feel free to ask us.
Yeah, feel free to ask any questions. So basically, I'm just going to go through what Clarissa just went through. I'm just going to kind of recreate that. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new project, and then I'm just going to disable cloud backups for now. And what I'm going to do is just create a platformer game. And you can think of a platformer to be like a Mario type style game, where it's like where you move horizontally and you jump up and down. So a platformer game, and then we're going to press next here. Yes, so I'm going to turn that off, and we're going to do landscape orientation So that basically just means sideways. And then the device, we're just going to be doing like an iPad for now. But if you want to support other devices, other screen sizes, you just select them here. And you can change that later as well. So if you go to, let's make it a 4x3, which is just a standard iPad screen. We're going to set the gravity to minus 25 meters per second squared. Yeah, so this is the interface. The bottom's kind of cut off just because I guess I don't know, the video platform is cutting off the bottom, but the bottom bar is our assets. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and download our platformer game pack, starter pack. And this is just going to give us all the graphics to make our platformer game. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to basically create our level. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to create a ground. So we're going to go to this grass world. We're going to add some grass blocks. And I'm going to go ahead and turn on the grid. And kind of like Clarissa said, it shows our Cartesian plane. So the bottom left, unfortunately, I can't show like what I'm looking at, but this cross right here, the blue cross shows the 0, 0, so the origin. Yeah, so let's just go ahead and add some floors to that. So and I'm just gonna go ahead to duplicate this a bunch of times. And what I'm gonna do, actually, you know what? I'm gonna make this be up in the air a little bit. Let me just duplicate that a bunch of times. Okay, and we have our ground, and I'm just gonna go ahead, use that select all tool that Clarissa was talking about before, press delete, and go back to my single select. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add our character. And the main character we're going to use is our green spaceman. And a lot of you guys probably recognize these graphics from Kenny NL. So thank you for making that art pack free. And that's available free on our asset shop as well. So if you let's add our green spaceman, and let's just find his front animation to be the default. Oops. So we're just gonna throw that guy on here, and what we're gonna do is we're just gonna press play and see what happens. And nothing happens, right? That's because by default, when you throw in an object into your scene, it's going to be by default, it's going to be a wall object. So let's turn our green spaceman into a physics object. And you'll see that each one of these, the floors are also wall objects. So what we're going to assume to happen is when we press play, we should see our green spaceman fall and hit the floor. And just like that, he now hits the floor. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make it so that we can control our joystick. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our green spaceman, press the behaviors, and you'll see that there's already a play animation here. This is basically the idle animation. When you add an animated object, they'll just automatically create that behavior for you. So what we're going to do is we're going to add joystick control. And by default, this will kind of have us moving around without any effort. So if I joystick left, joystick right, you'll see us sliding left and right. That's kind of boring though, so I make them animate. So when we do the left animation, let's go choose our walk, and when you do right, we're going to do the same thing, add a walking animation. So when we press left and right, that should have animated, but it didn't. Joystick left animation, joystick right animation. Okay, that might be broken right now. We're actually revamping that. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to do it manually. So left and right. We're going to play animation. I'm just going to duplicate this one. and have these both connect to our play animation. And what we're going to do is just press our walk animation. And on joystick, and what we're going to do is on stop touching our joystick, let's go to our global UI, that's where it is. On stop touching the joystick, we're going to play the walk animation again. So there we go. Oh, that's really fast. So there's some weird issues going on with that joystick control, but we're not going to debug that right now. I'm just going to go ahead and just turn these all off. But so we can joystick control left and right, yeah, we can move around. And what we're going to do now is we're going to add a jump button. So when we jump, it's just going to jump up. So similar to joystick control, we have a pre-made behavior called jump with button, and it's just automatically going to add a button to our screen as well. And when we're on the ground and press jump, we can jump up and down. Oh, now the animation's working for some reason. I don't know why that started working, but cool. So let's just go ahead and delete that. And so yeah, once we jump, you can see that it will walk left and right. So now we have our joystick moving left and right. So I don't know if you guys see it 60 frames per second. On my end, it's very silky smooth. It might be kind of laggy from the streaming. Yeah. So we have like our basic controls working very quickly. So somebody asked in the comments if we made a dev engine for mobile. That's exactly what we did. So you can fully create a game end to end, a 2D game, any kind of game pretty much, and you can publish that to the App Store. You can share it with your friends. You can do kind of whatever you need to do, but it's all on the iPad. Okay, cool. So this game is kind of boring. You just kind of what we're doing is we're just kind of going left and right. Let's do something crazy and add some obstacles. So Mario has some really great game design to kind of teach you the ropes. And the first thing Mario kind of shows you is the ability to like jump over obstacles. So what we're going to do is we're going to add another, we're going to add a crate, and we're going to make it so that you have to jump over a series of crates just to get to the next part. I'm going to zoom in a little bit and duplicate that thing. All right. And yeah, so the only way to kind of move forward is to jump over the crates. So there we go. And now we're on the other side. Success. So what we're going to do now is we are going to add an enemy. And what happens when we add an enemy is, so let's just go ahead and start duplicating a bunch of things. And what we're going to add is slime. A pink slime. He's always a bad guy. So what we're going to do is we're going to add our pink slime. And when you touch the pink slime, what we're going to do is we're going to game over for now. That's what we're going to do. There's two ways of doing this. One is we can add behaviors to our slime, where if you touch the slime, you lose. Another way we can do this is by adding tags to our slime. So and then controlling that logic on our actual player character, which might be a little bit cleaner, might not be. But let's go ahead and do that. So it kind of depends on how you want to create your game. So we're going to call this tag enemy. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to add some logic. So when we collide with our enemy, sorry, that's an object. So when we collided with our enemy, we want to kind of game over. Just for now, we'll just do game over. And what we can do, we add the collided behavior to the screen, and then we press the tags button in the bottom right corner, and then we add the enemy tag. Enemy tag. I feel like I forgot to add this tag to the. Yeah, I did. I didn't actually select it because when you select tags, it'll show up in this list right here. So yeah, when we collide with our enemy tag, what we're gonna do is we're going to first. Actually, we're just gonna game over. So let's go to scene, and then we're gonna load overlay, and then we're gonna select the game over overlay. So by default, kind of what Clarissa said before, there's two default overlays. There's a pause menu. So when your player presses pause, it pauses the game, and the game over overlay, which it says, let's actually go to it. It says game over, restart or main menu. So same with the pause menu. So if you go back to our scene and we go and touch our slime character, oh, game over. And I don't know if you guys noticed as my slime was jittering really fast. That's because it has like a slime animation. What we're gonna do is we're gonna play this animation, and we're just gonna limit the number of frames per second to be like 5 frames per second, and that looks much more slimy. So we're gonna go ahead and touch the slime, and game over. Cool. So all right. So we have our enemy. We have our first obstacle. Let's pick up some coins. Coins are always fun to pick up. Really quick, I'm gonna check how much time we have left. Okay, we have another 30 minutes. Okay. So feel free to ask any questions. You guys have any questions or anything, we will I can answer. All right, so we're gonna keep adding to our level. I'm just gonna keep duplicating the ground here. Sorry, I'm not very creative, so I'm just gonna make a floor here. Another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this crate, and we're gonna move these crate obstacles. I'm gonna zoom in a bit. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna go to our assets again, and I'm gonna select the gold coin, and we're gonna add a coin right up here on top of this second crate. Yeah, so what we're gonna do here is we're going to make it so that, again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to give this a tag. Oh, I'm going to give this a tag, and I'm going to give this the coin tag. I press this plus button and add the coin to it. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay. So so you have our coin, and so we have our coin, and now we're going to go to our green spaceman character again. I'm going to call him Bob. I'm going to call him Bob from now on. So that's a mouthful. So I'm just call him Bob. Whenever Bob collides with the whenever Bob collides with the coin, we are going to we're going to use the add to score behavior, which will automatically keep track of your points. So we're going to add an add to score. And we'll see that there's no score that is selected. So what we're going to go to is the global UI. And global UI is a special layer. Global UI basically says whatever is in this green outlined space will show up, will always show up even if you move your camera. We haven't gotten into the camera just yet. We'll get to that in a second. But what we're going to do is we're going to add a label. And this is going to be our points. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to right align. I'm going to right align that and align this to the right and put this. We're going to put that in the middle. And I'm just going to move that. Give it some padding, a little bit of padding here. Oops, in the grid. That's not good. And what we're going to do is we're going to default that label to 0. And there's a cool thing about global. There's a really cool thing about scene UI, the scene and global UI. So if I go ahead and change the iPad screen, you'll see that the things on the global UI and scene UI will automatically move based off of where the screen changes. And you'll notice this button isn't changing. So the reason for that is this is not percentage scale. So let's go ahead and put this back in this corner here. And now that we made a percentage position, sorry, not scale, percentage position, it's going to move with the screen size. And you'll see that the other objects don't do that, and same reason position scale is not on. But if you can do that, but you usually don't want your world to be percentage scaled. You want to just control that yourself. So let's just turn off percentage scale on our slime character. All right, so so whenever we collide with our add to score, we're gonna go select that from our global UI layer on the right. And we're going to select that and press OK. And we're just going to add it by 1. So let's go ahead and press play. So you guys are going to notice something wrong immediately. How do I get to my coin? The camera's not moving. Oops, I died. The camera's not moving. Oh, what's going on? That's because we don't have our character being followed by the camera. So what we're going to do is going to go select our green spaceman character. And then we're going to add another behavior called, in our screen behaviors, we're going to add screen follow. And we're only going to follow the X. So now if we move, you can see that the camera moves with us. So now, oops, I'm not good at this game. So we're going to go ahead and go to the slime, jump over. Sorry, made this game too hard. So I'm going to jump over our slime. There we go. And we grab our coin. Oh, but what just happened? Our coin doesn't disappear. Well, but we see in the top right corner that our points are going up. Well, that's interesting. So what we can do is when we collide, we're going to destroy the coin we just picked up. So that way we can't pick it up multiple times. So we're going to do the object and destroy object. And we're going to not destroy ourselves because that'll break our game. We're going to go select. We're going to select the coin that we just ran into. And the way you do that is a lot of behaviors output something. And in this case, collided outputs the object that it collided with. So there's two ways of doing this, so that we remove the coin the coin we collided with from our project, from our game. So if you move this little output on the top right corner of a behavior, and you move it on top of this, and you select object B, that's the object we just collided with. Or you can make it so that when you destroy object, you can destroy the, oops, not the enemy, the coin. And if this tag and the behavior, the child behaviors share the same tag, it's going to only affect that object that you just interacted with. So we're going to do it that way. So cool. So now when you press play, we're going to go and run into our coin, and you'll see that we picked up our coin. But you might have noticed that we kind of bounced when we touched it. When you touched the coin, it kind of bounced. So the reason for that is our coin is a wall, right? But specifically, it's a non-passable wall. So this passable switch, which Clarissa talked about earlier, is it will let you walk through another object or pass through another object. So yeah, so now we want to make our coins passable, so that way when you run into it, it doesn't do this weird jitter. So what we're going to do is we're going to go pick up our coin. And there you go. There wasn't any jitter. And again, it's kind of laggy. The stream looks kind of laggy, so it might be jittering anyways for you guys, but on my end, it's very smooth. Okay, so what is next? So we have that. All right, so let's add another enemy. So our slime right now just stays still, which is kind of boring. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate my slime character. Duplicate this guy. And I'm going to move him over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make him move left and right. And there's several ways to do that in hyperpad. We have this behavior in transform called, we actually have another behavior in object called, what is it? What's it called? We have so many behaviors. Sometimes even though I helped build all of this, I tend to forget our behaviors. But we have a behavior that can basically patrol. That's what it's called, patrol. So we look for the patrol behavior. Oh, it's in the object section. So the patrol behavior will do what it's kind of saying. It's just going to patrol. And we're just going to change this in. Oh. So if we go to our character, or to our slime character on the end, you should see him moving left and right automatically. And if you go into the behaviors of this, you can see that his movement is move left by 6 meters, and then it's just going to go back. And this is going to be like this kind of motion. But let's do it manually, because we already have a bunch of behaviors that do a lot of stuff for you. Let me teach you how to do it manually. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a move behavior. We also have a move by. So we're going to build our patrol behavior manually. So we're going to move by -5. We're going to add another move by. So once it's finished moving, we're going to move it back 5 meters. So this one's moving -5 meters. This one's moving back 5 meters. And it's going to do this over 1 second, 1 second each. Or you can kind of say how fast you want to go. You can go like 1 meters per second or 1 meters per second. And then our guy's a slime character, so let's make him bounce as he's moving. So let's do an in-out bounce, and let's do like an in-out bounce here effect. And let's because we're testing, let's move our slime. Let's move him just so we can see what happens. Just move him right here beside the other slime. Yeah, do you see him kind of moving, kind of bouncy? And then he's just going to move back. So that's our manual patrol behavior. There's some more things we can do. So he's only going to do it once. And the reason why he's doing it once is because we're not telling it to go back. So if you kind of tell it to go, if you kind of do this, hyperpad gets confused. It will actually ignore your move behaviors completely because there's no parent behavior here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to flip these back around. Is we're going to use the behavior bundle just to group these behaviors together. And now, because one of these has a parent, I can go ahead and loop it like that. So now these will move forever, and hyperpad won't be confused because it knows to start with this behavior bundle. So now you'll see our slime moving back and forth like a weird slime character. It makes it harder to navigate. Cool. So and actually, because we copied that behavior, it shares the same tag. Sorry, the object, it shares the same tag. We can kind of duplicate this guy all over, right? We can duplicate him here. We can duplicate him here, right? And they're just kind of going to be moving around. Same with the coins. Let's go ahead and use the stamp tool for that guy. So I'm gonna press copy here, and now we can press the stamp tool, and we're just gonna stamp our coins everywhere. And we're gonna pick up our coins. Oops. We move here, and I'm gonna put this in a really hard to get spot. Oops. Put that here, put that here, put that here. And just have coins kind of everywhere. Make it satisfying to pick up. And then press play. So now we see our score going up as we pick up more coins, but some of these coins are really hard to get. So we can do a lot of like game design kind of things really quickly to play around. Yeah, this game's impossible. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this guy because this game got too hard for me. So yeah, so we can play with a lot of game design elements here, and one game design element we can add is satisfaction, right? So hyperpad has a built-in sound effects editor and a built-in has a built-in sound effects editor and a built-in particle editor, right? So you can go ahead and build your own particles from scratch. You can use some of these templates to kind of build some particles. But what I'm going to show you here actually is the built-in sound effect editor. Unfortunately, you guys can't really hear. You guys can't hear these because I'm sharing my screen, and I don't know how I can actually share this, but it has like a bunch of cool 8-bit sound effects generator that you can use to build your coins. Pickup sounds. So I'm just gonna press this pickup and press save. Make it say pickup, and it's gonna save into the sounds folder of our assets. So if you go back, it goes into sounds, and you have a pickup sound. So what we can do is whenever we add to score, we can play a sound effect. When you go to FX, play sound, and then we go and select our pickup sound. and it's gonna go picking. You can't hear. You kind of have to take my word for it because I'm sharing my iPad screen. But every time you pick up a coin, it goes bing, 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 kind of like that Quake 3 sound back in the day. I bet you guys don't know what that is, but it was a very satisfying ping sound. So so if you press quit here, so yeah, what else can we add to our game? So yeah, right now we get game over. It's like one hit lose, right? As soon as you hit the slime, you lose. This game's like kind of too hard for me because I'm an old man and I don't know how to play games anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a health indicator, and we're gonna give ourselves 3 lives, so we can hit the slime 3 times before you lose. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a life indicator, and I'm just gonna add it to the left side of the screen up here. Oops, I don't want to do that on my game layer because I want that to be in our global UI so it stays fixed. So let's go to life indicator. And what we're going to do, go to the behaviors on our Bob character. And every time, so instead of doing this, we're going to be a little bit complicated here. So what we're going to do is every time we collide with our our slime, we are going to use the add to life indicator, and we're actually going to not add, we're going to subtract. So do -1, and it's going to do, so you'll see that there's a switch that says event on empty. And basically, when it's empty, it's going to game over. So so you have 3 chances. So let's see what happens. I'm going to go into here. I'm going to run into this guy. Oh, no. I'm going to do it again. Oh, no. And oh, no, I died. Cool. So yeah, there's a lot of different places we can go from here. We can make use of the make scene behavior. Sorry, not make scenes. Load scene behavior to switch into a different level. You can go ahead and duplicate a scene, right? If you want to load another level, you can switch into another scene to use create your own little template, or you can just create a new scene from scratch to start from scratch. And you'll notice that all your global UI behaviors or objects will show up in your new scene. So there's a lot of different places. You can make a ton of different levels if you wanted for your little game that you just made. We have hundreds and hundreds of behaviors. So if you're kind of advanced, hyperpad is Turing complete, which means you can really make very, very complicated games. You're not limited to games. You can actually make a lot of prototypes. You can make little tiny apps if you wanted to. But you have access to if behaviors. You have access to loops. You can do a bunch of math operations, text operations. You can sort objects by distance. That's just being added right now. Or not right now, it's being added recently. You have access to, you can broadcast messages, you can receive messages in an object, you can even do HTTP requests. So if you wanted to modify your game based off of the weather, you can do that, like the weather in Hawaii or whatever, or you can you have access to socket.io behaviors, socket.io. So you can make an online multiplayer game if you wanted. You can save to file. You can export your images. RX Codes has actually just recently added a behavior that lets you load images or copy images to pasteboard and all that cool stuff. We have we have arrays, we have dictionaries, we have timers, we have a ton of different behaviors. And if you want to kind of see it in action, check out our hyperpad hub, visit our Discord, visit our forum. Everybody's like always willing to help you. That's pretty much it from me. If anybody has any questions in the comments, now is the time to ask. But I'm gonna get Clarissa to come back up. If she's still here, hopefully she is. Is she here still? Yeah, I think she is. Whoever's in charge of the studio. There she is. Okay, there we go.
Just make sure we have like 5
minutes.
minutes.
I just brought you up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. She's in the other room, so I don't know. She's coming on now. There we go.
Hi guys, sorry. Just super excited to have you guys, everybody that joined us. Thank you so much for making the effort to be here. Just want to share my screen to invite you guys for our game jam. So, we're all here because we want to be part of the Global Game Jam, and we want to invite you guys to submit your game with Hyperpad, and there's going to be prizes involved. Okay, so you're going to get like over $100 of iTunes gift card. There's going to be certification of completions for hackathon. This is basically, you have only like 7 days to make a game. So this is really good for your portfolio, your resume, and just fun. Like Hyperpad is a fun tool to build a game. So I want you guys to have fun in the process, and whoever is looking to kind of expand their horizons and want to be part of our game jam, this is an amazing time to join us. So yeah, so first prize is going to be $100 of iTunes gift card, second prize will be $50, and third prize will be $25. So we're really excited to have you guys, and please make sure that you choose Hyperpad. You have no excuse because today is free. So whoever is joining us, make sure you download it, get your iPad, and make your game. So follow us on our social media channels, okay? Hyperpad, Instagram, Hyperpad, Facebook, Hyperpad Twitter app. And thank you so much for participating. Please give us some feedback. And if you haven't signed up for the event, and then I'm gonna send you some email with some feedback. So from you guys. So
I also want to point out on our socials, we're always super helpful. So if you have any questions, if you're stuck on anything, we're always around to help. So or if you run into a bug or something, or having trouble figuring something out, we're always around to help.
We have our Discord community that is not official, but it's if you have questions, we're here to, we're very active in that Discord community. So please follow us, and thank you for participating. And we really want you guys to design your first game. So yeah, thank you. Hopefully you can be part of the Global Game Jam, however you choose this. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen.
All right, bye guys.
Bye, thank you.
Yeah, thanks Hyperpad for the presentation and all the information that you gave. I definitely go check out their social media and websites and download Hyperpad and start making games with it. We'll be back up in a couple minutes with one of our community members. Going to do a couple hours on our stream here talking about their community and Global Game Jam and all that good stuff. So yeah, we'll be right back in a few short minutes.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Tim. How's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Good. Good.
Yeah. So Michael's from the Triangle Arts Interactive Collective, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we always get those all mixed up, right? It's a big mouthful, but it's called the Triangle Interactive Arts Collective.
Gotcha. All right. Where are you all located?
So we're located in the Triangle region of North Carolina. That's kind of Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill.
Cool.
And yeah, we're a pretty new group of game developers in the area, kind of focused mostly on the indie side of things, game jamming and collaborating, and yeah.
Is that anywhere close to like where Epic is out there? Or?
Absolutely. It's right in Epic's backyard. So
Gotcha.
we always were kind of, me and a couple of friends would just talk a lot about how, there's these big studios in the area. We have Epic, we have Funcom, and, there's a couple other ones too, like Ubisoft Red Storm and yada, yada, yada. But there wasn't really a huge indie scene in the area, which was confusing. You think with these thriving big companies, people would leave and go indie, there'd be a healthy balance of the two.
Right.
So we've really been working on kind of growing the indie scene a bit, and you kind of do that by, growing it from the ground up, hosting game jams, doing events not just for people who are already professionals in the game scene, but people that are kind of aspiring and want to learn as well.
Yeah, I'm extremely familiar with that. That's basically exactly how I got to where I am. So
nice.
Yeah, you should look up my friend Victor, who works for Epic.
I know Victor.
All right, awesome. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
We miss him here in Seattle, but I'm glad you connected with him out there.
Yeah, because he helps with community stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just assume like this is the Victor that you would talk about because he's a very friendly guy.
Swedish guy. Yeah.
No, maybe I don't know. I don't think he's Swedish.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. So I'll let you take it away with your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds
and have
great.
a good time.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So my name is Michael. You can find me everywhere on the internet at Too Much Tomato. I help run the Triangle Interactive Arts Collective in North Carolina. I'm just going to play a quick little video here that explains kind of a little bit about us. And then I'm going to go into talking about my top 5 tips for game jams. So, whether it's your first game jam or, you've got a couple under your belt already, I think it's always useful. And I always ask other people these things too, like what they like to kind of do ahead of time to prepare, or what are their little tricks and secrets for just kind of having a good time. So I'll be sharing a little bit of that. And then kind of in the second half of our block here, I'll be inviting some friends from the Triangle Interactive Arts Collective just to kind of talk with them about their jam games and all that good stuff. All right, well, here's the video that kind of explains a little bit. Interactive Arts Collective. We're a group of game devs, artists, designers, and weirdos from the Triangle region of North Carolina. Our group is focused on organizing regular events that support the creative practice. We focus on creating a community of support for independent creators and helping beginners or students find their footing. Here's what we've been up to in our first year. We meet once a week for co-working at a local free co-working space. We do playtesting and project sharing events to get feedback on our work. We have a Game of the Month club where we play a game and we talk about it. We go together to shows, conferences, and local events and share booth space. We occasionally do game jams together. Here's our entry for the GMTK jam this year. We're even planning a tiny one-night game conference where lots of local creatives will take to the podium to give little short rants. Eventually, we'd like to become a non-profit, have our own hybrid co-working and gallery space, host residencies for local artists, and start selling our work together. We're really happy at the organic growth in our community over the last year, and we feel like we're filling a niche that wasn't previously addressed by the professional-focused game dev associations in the area. Thanks for watching our video, and if you're ever in the Triangle area of North Carolina, that's here, look us up on Meetup or online somewhere and come to one of our events. Chances are we're organizing something that week, so we'd love to see you there. And if you see our booth out in the wild somewhere, probably at an event on the East Coast of the US, come say hi. All right, so that's kind of a little bit about us. You might have recognized that voice, but what you didn't recognize yet was that bass line by TJ, who will be joining us later in the stream. And I've just been informed that the Victor I know from Epic is Swedish, so we're all good on that front. We do know the same person. That's pretty incredible. With that being said, Global Game Jam's coming up. And, like I was just saying, we all have our own little ways of, wanting to share our tips and tricks for how we do our game jam stuff. I'm going to put on a little bit of music here in the background while I talk. So I wanted to share my top 5 tips, basically what, if I got into one of these conversations with you, what I would explain about what I think is really important to focus on going in. And if you haven't done one yet and we're watching, yeah, it's a small world. If you haven't done a game jam yet and you're watching this Global Game Jam stream, you're already this far in, you're watching the stream, you should give it a go. It's really, if you find a site in your area, try it out. People are generally very friendly, and it's an open, collaborative process. Okay, so with that said, let's go to tip 1. Before going into a game jam, it's really important to define your goal. I think like a lot of people just kind of go in with the vague idea in the back of their head of what they are motivated by, whether that's learning, whether that's kind of just wanting to have said they made a game, wanting to finish something. But it's actually a really nice introspective moment to kind of really examine yourself before you go into this kind of thing to figure out what you're looking to get out of the experience. And that way, if you ever come to one of those kind of situations where you're like, oh, you know, I really need to, I could really use a good meal right now, but I need to get this game to whatever level of polish that I decided I wanted to. You can make the right choice, which is probably the food, but you know, it's your goal. So what are you looking to get out of the jam? For me, in the past, that's been like learning a specific thing. It could just be just having fun. You know, you could just go in, you know, I'm just going to, as I go through it, I'm just going to make the choices that are the most fun, and I'm going to be in a group of people that are just having fun. You might want to practice a new skill. That's kind of what I said. You know, maybe biting off network programming is a bit of a big skill to try to master in one weekend for a game jam. So if it's like a tiny new skill that you have a little bit of surface level knowledge of, sometimes that's a good goal to have. Another goal might just be to make friends with other game developers in your area, learn to collaborate better, or just to finish something. A lot of people kind of have that goal. It's like, I just want to finish my A game. I've had all these projects on my, you know, on the table for a while now and haven't been able to finish anything. Game jams are a great way to get that confidence that, you know what, I can finish something in a short amount of time. So that's all good stuff. Another thing that I didn't really mention yet about defining your own goals is to clearly communicate this with the people that you are going to be collaborating with. So any members on your team, be sure to kind of explain like why you're doing the game jam, right? You don't want to end up in this situation when you're forming teams that you are with someone who's taking it a lot more seriously, when your goal is just to have fun. Their goal might be to make a portfolio piece, right? A lot of people do have that as for some of their first game jams. It's like, I've got an empty portfolio right now and I'm trying to get jobs at game studios. So, you know, that can put the pressure a little higher, you know? And so if that's kind of what's going on in the team formation process, it's really good to be clear about these things. Like, hey, I'm an artist, right? That doesn't mean that I'm going to gel with every team that needs an artist, right? I'm an artist and I'm just looking to have fun might be a better way to approach the team's building process. So defining the goal can help you both kind of collaborate better and make sure that you actually get out of the jam what you want to get out of it. So that is kind of my first recommendation. If you have any questions at any point in this, do feel free to interrupt me. I'm watching the chat go by here, so I can see all your little comments and stuff. Oh, one of the goals is great. You don't need to accomplish all of them. Yeah, thanks, Sean. I think, yeah, you don't have to do all of these. That's kind of a ambitious list. I mean, often all of these things will happen during a game jam, but it's maybe, you know, right, pick like one of them. So the other thing, and this is probably the most technical I'll get in this talk, is block out your time. One thing that I'll use a lot is Google Calendar and just kind of click and drag big blocks of time just to kind of plan out my weekend. Usually for these 48-hour jams, it's like I want to know when I'm going to have my my first playable done, how much time am I allowing for bug fixing, when am I going to put audio in, just really rough it out so I'm not ever surprised by the schedule, like the last day doesn't surprise me, right? That helps you kind of do everything in the allotted time that you have, right? You can kind of collaborate that way. And then if you're particularly organized with your teammates, you can actually share your calendar as well. In your first game jam, you just want to see if it could be done, right? That would be a goal. Find out if it can be done. Yeah, blocking out the time has been really helpful for me. The other thing I'll do is block out breaks, which is something I'll be getting to later. But it's really essential to get up from the desk and move your body, in whatever way is comfortable for you. I've done it where I went for little runs in the middle of a game jam, and that was really helpful. When I'm working with teammates, one thing I like to do a lot is, you'll be going back and forth about stuff in the room on your computers, and you're just like, all right, let's get up and walk, and you go walk. That's tremendous. But again, that's not part of blocking out your time. Blocking out your time, you might block out a walk in there. You might block out a run or lunchtime, which I highly recommend. My other little tip, especially for video game projects, is to leave half the time for bug fixing and polish. You'll need it. So in a 48-hour jam, the way it typically goes, right? Friday night, the game jam starts. I try to get like a prototype maybe done on Friday night. Then on Saturday, I should be able to play the game from start to finish. And then Sunday is just an open day for fixing any problems, adding like extra art or polish, or if I think of a hilarious joke on Saturday night with my friends and we want to just throw that in the game, that's some polish that's really nice. So yeah, that's something I'd recommend, is just kind of imagine you have half the time that you have, basically. And then it tends to be that when you're able to have this really small scoped idea with a ton of polish, those are some of the most appealing game jam games that I've kind of experienced. It's like, wow, they had a really core small idea that's really interesting, and they put just as much time into polishing it as they did programming kind of the main idea. So that's another little technique. So I touched briefly on this before, but number 4 is take care of your human needs. Rest, movement, breaks, sustenance, and sleep. Make sure you're getting that sleep, because you're going to operate better with it. Make sure you're taking time away from the computer to kind of just move around a little bit. That I have found to be tremendously helpful to me. The jams where I kind of forget to do that, or forget to kind of cook a bunch of food ahead of time for myself that I can just go and microwave up. Sometimes I notice that I don't really, I can't think as clearly. I can't, collaborate as clearly. Maybe I get a little more grumpy with my collaborators. Yeah. All right, let's read some of these comments here. Bug fixing, you mean we don't let the end user be the testers? You can do that. It's often really tough. I mean, that is the game jam experience, right? You just see what people come up with, and you notice all sorts of wild things about your game that you didn't think in that 48 hours. Elf Twitch, 4 game jams so far, 4 finished games. That's pretty incredible. Great job. Good track record. I definitely have joined a lot more game jams than I have finished. I think sometimes it just happens that you overscope, or you don't take care of your human needs, or you got a lot of other things going on in your life, and that's okay to not finish. During the first 3, I just did the art and had nice teams. The 4th was tough as I was doing everything alone, but it is possible. Yeah. I actually quite like solo and team-based game jams. Both for their own reasons, it's just a matter of the weekend and kind of how I'm feeling, which I prefer to do. But yeah, it is possible. I'm not sure there's too much more I have to say about taking care of human needs. I think it's really important. Also because you don't want to set the expectation for yourself that you're going to ever neglect your human needs, right? These are things that should take top priority. It's not saying you're not allowed to work hard during a game jam, especially because, it's not something that, your employer is going to own your work from your game jam, right? That's yours and your teams that you get to kind of be proud of. So it's okay to like want to work hard on it and to put in a lot of effort, but it's also important to view yourself holistically as a human and, you know, feed yourself, get your sleep. It can be tricky with the sleep thing, and I'll iterate on this a little bit. I try to be really careful with caffeine during game jams because I'm already kind of at a high energy level, so it's hard for me to get to sleep. If I overdo it on caffeine a lot, it's even harder for me to get to sleep. And then by the, Sunday, I'm really delusional, which sometimes makes like a funny game, but then like you basically have a game jam hangover into the like work week. You go back to your job on Monday and you're just exhausted, right? Because you didn't sleep that well all weekend, you didn't eat well, and you made a game all weekend, and now it's time to go play all the other games and rate them. So it can be quite exhausting if you're not looking out for yourself. So I think that's about all I want to say on mix your G Fuel into a Red Bull. I mean, if that's what you normally do in the morning and you can operate and get to sleep with that, I'm not one to judge, but my experience personally has been I switched to green tea in the afternoon. It's kind of nicely, lightly caffeinated, and then I do herbal tea or some classic seltzy waters in the evening. We in our collective, we have a really big culture around our seltzy waters. We meet to co-work once a week and kind of have a big cooler that we share them. It's quite nice. Anyone else do non-digital games? I will usually do TTRPG adventure game or board game for game jams. I have done a couple, but not for game jams. Usually I'll just kind of do that on my own time. But I know Sean, who is in the chat, does a lot of TTRPG experiments, and sometimes that happens during game jams. I do think I want to try to do something not exclusively digital for this global game jam coming up. How would you handle other life events that overlap with the jam that you cannot put off, like a doctor's appointment or something that would take a few hours? That's a really good question. If you have a doctor's appointment that's expected, you might just have to lower your expectations for the jam a little bit and just kind of, like, that kind of goes back to the goal setting that we talked about earlier. Set your goals a little lower just to, like, I just want to have fun. It doesn't really matter if my game is super polished. And just kind of be really forgiving with yourself about that. Because I think I've run into that problem before where I have some other stuff going on and I still think I should be performing at this like elite level that I always did in the past when I didn't really have too much going on in my life, not too many other responsibilities. Oh, I should be able to jam at that level always, and that's not the case. It's like really important to look at that and understand. The time away from that is real. And also, maybe it's actually a good break that you have during the game jam. This year, we do have a week's time. I forget what the official guidance on it is. I think you're supposed to select 48 hours during the week to kind of use as your jam time. But it is correct that the theme gets announced on Monday, and it's not until Sunday, I believe, that games are due on the site. I believe Overland has some questions about TTRPG systems. While that's going on in the chat, I'll move to number 5. Make friends. I think this is especially true for Global Game Jam because it's so community-based. Relationships with your collaborators and fellow jammers are more important than your output, I would argue. Global Game Jam is really about finding people in your local community and jamming with them. That's the whole site is set up so that you can search through and find the people in your area who are, making games, and you can go and participate with them. Even in game jams that don't have that kind of system for looking up people in your area, you're still going to be able to make friends and play people's games online. And there are people that I played their game in a game jam and I'm still kind of internet friends with them like years later. We just check in on each other's projects, jump in on each other's Twitch streams sometimes and just come say hi. It's really great to make friends who are different and weird enough to make games in their free time. It's a hard thing to do, and people that care enough about it to do that, right, that they're going to spend their weekend doing a game jam, they're cool people, so I usually get along pretty well with them. They have some passion about something that we both are, we have this shared passion and we can talk about it. So that's kind of your relationships with other people participating in the jam. There's also like this deeper level of people that you end up collaborating with during a game jam, like are usually some of like the best kind of, I don't know how to explain this. It's so people that I've worked with in game jams in the past, I've gone on to make more projects with, or show our work together at other conferences. It really kind of forges your relationship a little closer, and you get to learn like who you get along with well and who you collaborate with well and what your working styles are and that sort of thing. And I know I see this thing kind of happen all the time, with other jam projects and stuff like that, where the team works really well together and they decide to make a game together. So, it's cool to have a really awesome game at the end of the day, but it's also great to have a really awesome friend at the end of the day. So there's my little heartfelt moment. I think I added a bonus one in here last minute. Oh yeah, here's just another one of those little tips and tricks kind of things. I like to set up the teams and version control before the jam starts and before the theme is announced a lot of the time if I'm collaborating, because that is kind of this thing that takes up a lot of that high energy time at the beginning of the jam, right? It's like, okay, who's going to work on my team? Who's going to lead this team? What are all the dynamics here? What engine are we using? What kind of game are we making? What genre of game are we making? What's our version control system, right? So yeah, GitHub session, they probably would definitely recommend that. So yeah, I know it saved me a lot of time in the past getting that done, because it's usually that really crucial first hour or two in the beginning of the game jam. Like you can just get going and running and sketch out your ideas on the whiteboard and get working. That's when like your brain is really fresh and you're really excited about the jam, right? So I like to use that time for coming up with ideas and getting them down, rather than setting up version control, which can be tedious and kind of draining that energy. The other little tip that I'll give is to assign one person as the leader of the team, generally, to kind of not like solve disputes before they happen, but kind of know, like, okay, this is the person whose vision we're kind of working to bring to life. Obviously, it's going to be collaborative. It's not going to be that person just dictates exactly what happens, but it's helpful, I think, in teams that I've worked on where one person is at least directing kind of everyone, whether they're the programmer or whether they're a designer or what. There's someone, and I guess you could call them like the producer, right? I feel like game jams often have that unnamed producer role. Like no one says like, I guess a couple people do say that they will join game jams as a producer, which is always interesting, but it's like you need that person to kind of make sure that everything is collaborating well, that people know how to hand off the files to who, and all that stuff. So that would be my bonus thing. Get the teams and version control set up before the game starts. And yeah, any other questions? Now I want to be a producer from the producer stuck in my head. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, someone was telling me today that they did a game jam recently and they liked the idea so much, even though they didn't finish the game, they liked the idea so much that they ended up like finishing the game after in the following weeks, right? So that's a pretty cool thing to do. What are the tasks of the leader? I guess you could say that they take on the leader tasks in addition to whatever their role is, right? Whether they're an artist, level designer, programmer. They also kind of, I guess you just say lead the team, right? They're saying, in the conversations about the game, they're kind of moving it forward. It's very easy in game jams to kind of sit there and kind of come up with a bunch of ideas, right? So the leader of the team might, in that circumstance that's happening, everyone's coming up with a bunch of ideas. They might go to the whiteboard and write, okay, we've got idea 1, 2, and 3. What do you like about this one, right? They might just kind of take charge a little bit and kind of guide the project in the right direction. And, it doesn't have to be like a spoken thing that you say that this person is the leader. It doesn't have to be that way. I just kind of like that when that happens, because for me personally, if I know I'm taking that role, it makes me feel more comfortable being a little more assertive, and kind of not like bossing people around, but just moving things forward, supporting the people, and kind of taking ownership of the project and making sure people have the space they need to get what they want out of the jam. Usually the best games I see at a jam had a solid producer on the team. Yeah, that's really interesting. I haven't done a jam where someone is exclusively a producer, though. That's kind of interesting. All right, any other questions? These are some games that I worked on and are working on. I put them in the slide here. I released Tendy last year. I did that as a part of a game jam. There was this lovely game jam called Marathon Jam, which was you took an existing project and you continued to work on it for 30 days and just kind of log your progress and talk about the progress you made. That was really fun to work on a prototype I had and then bring it to first playable. And then I ended up releasing the game, I think, a couple months later after that jam. So that was actually really helpful to me to take a nebulous idea and to bring it into like a playable form, and then from there I basically just followed a production process to get the game done. It was kind of that moving from the nebulous area into the defined and playable that was difficult for me on that project that Game Jam helped out with. And for Forklift Flower Pot, that's my current project. It's listed as coming soon on Steam, but I'm really just kind of taking a strange approach at developing this. I've been joining a lot of jams and kind of using my games from that as mini games within a larger game. So it's this really weird way of development. I still don't know if I'm going to like recommend it to people at the end of this, but I have like a deck building card game mini game in there that I built during a game jam. I have like a water skiing mini game that I built during a game jam that I put in there. It's pretty tough. I don't know if it's worth the effort of doing it, but it's certainly fun, and we'll see if it comes together in a cohesive experience. It does kind of lead me to problems with this define your goal part, because when my goal in a game jam is I want to make a mini game for my big project that I'm working on, like it suddenly becomes a little less fun, a little less kind of a break from the norm and a little bit more of the norm. So it doesn't feel as good to kind of work hard on something over the weekend because of that. But it's still a good time, like especially when you get to make a mini game that you're kind of been thinking about in your head for a while. It is a really fun production approach. If you end up doing something like that, tell me. I find it really fascinating. I have a couple indie games that I've played that I kind of suspect that Game Jam games have been tucked in as mini games within them. So if you end up doing that, let me know. I think it's really interesting. Cool. Any other questions about the top 5 tips for game jams? Do you have any number 1 tips that were not mentioned on the stream? It can be technical. It can be just a general health tip. If I were a better programmer, having a small digital minigame arcade with all the game jams I completed in a year would be fun. Yeah, so there are some really neat kind of communities of indie developers that have an arcade machine like for their community. I know the Dallas Society of Play does this. I think there's maybe, I don't know which city in Pennsylvania, I want to say Pittsburgh. They had one at MagFest recently that's like an arcade machine that just has all these like game jams, not game jam games necessarily, but like 2 to 4 player games that use the control scheme that is on the arcade cabinet. I think that's really cool. It's a long-term goal for our Triangle Interactive Arts Collective for sure. Let me talk a little bit more about Triangle Interactive Arts Collective. And I'll do that while... Actually, I'll play this game later. I'll play this game later when we have other people on. Okay, we do have some questions that are coming in. How do you bridge the gap between different skill levels on a team? Yeah, I think that can be challenging. I think that's another aspect where the leader really comes in handy, because they can kind of identify that and make sure that the lower kind of skill level beginners people have something satisfying and meaningful to work on, while keeping everyone out of the high performers' way. Just let them go and do what they need to do, but then kind of making sure that everyone's included in the project, right? I think that's why the leader is really nice to have. Taking breaks and offer to play other people's games is not something I've ever done during a game jam, and that sounds like a mega tip from Global Game Jam themselves. I think that could be a really good way to like take a break and also be helpful to other people. I'll leave the slideshow up just so it's not. Do I have any favorite games that started as a game jam game that became pretty big hits? I think Thomas Alone was a game jam game that took off. Really fun. Yeah, so I don't know that there have been any that... Oh, you know what mine is that I did play as a game jam game is Inscription. It started as a game jam game. So it was a Ludum Dare that was sacrifices must be made, right? And so you have to sacrifice your cards in that game. And that was really good. So I played that in the jam and then was very excited to see the reveal trailer on it. And I really love that game, and I'm very inspired by it as well. If someone in the team is quiet or shy, make sure to ask if they have any ideas or thoughts they want to share. Yeah, that's definitely another good one. And that's just like general good people skills. I think like anytime you're in a meeting or a collaborative environment with someone that isn't speaking up, it's always good to kind of, if you have the floor, to kind of pause for a second and ask those people that kind of haven't spoken up in a while, just like if they have anything to add, just to double check. It can be really hard to just interrupt people in the middle of talking, right? To just say what you want to say to them. So giving that space for that to happen is really important. Okay, Elfdemish has never done that play testing other games thing before, too hyper focused to look at what others are doing. I generally will like look at what others are doing, but won't always take the time to stop and play, because yeah, again, I think like I'm very focused in on, like, me personally, I deal with that issue of trying to make the game the best it can and just forget that I'm there to, like, it's like exactly what we were talking about, define your goal. Like, maybe my goal is more to have fun or make friends, but I'm still always kind of trying to push and like make a really polished game or whatever, even though that's not my goal. So it's really important to remind ourselves. Can anyone get a job just by being present in a global game jam? I mean, just by being present. So I think you'll hear a lot of stories that will say that it kind of started maybe by collaborating during Global Game Jam, right? I got a job because I collaborated, and then I put that on my portfolio, and then 3 years later I was talking to that person that I collaborated with, and they had an opening at their studio. Usually that's the kind of story you hear, but just by being present at a Global Game Jam, right, you're just standing in the room, I'm gonna have to say no. You can't. It's like, you do have to go there. You have to collaborate well. You have to be a good team player, right? And so those are all additions on top of that. And, but it's part of this broader part of kind of getting a job, becoming employed, that is just making friends and collaborating with people and being active in your community, whether that's an online community or an in-person community. I think those sorts of things aren't talked about enough in a lot of game curriculums. That is an essential part of the process of not just getting a job, but also like feeling like a part of something. Not feeling like an imposter in this area that you're really passionate about, right? I tell people a lot that the way to get over the imposter syndrome feeling, and I feel like everyone has it from time to time, even if you've done a lot of kind of networking and community building. But one thing that really helps for me is just, and has helped me a lot in the past, is just talking with people in my area who are game developers. So that's another huge benefit that comes out of collaborating like this. I'm gonna open up my Unity project and talk a little bit about some tools that I like to use during game jams. But keep those questions rolling. Does anyone have any other tips? I like to hear these game jam tips, especially because I'm gonna be running a game jam site. So I want to be sharing these tips with all of the people in the triangle here. Grapefruit seltzer. Excellent flavor. I'd say it's probably about an A tier. Drink water. Solid tip. Okay, so this is my game, Forklift Flower Pot. I have a lot of... I use a lot of different Unity assets and tools in it that I kind of wanted to demonstrate a bit on stream here for you all, just in case you're interested in trying something new during Global Game Jam. Right off the bat, I have this character who's actually a 2D character that is modeled in this tool called Claxels in Unity. So you can see if you look at the side, and if we play and keep the game view kind of going here, this character is actually a 2D sprite of a Claxels model, so it's not technically running at real time here in this project, but you can use this kind of volumetric modeling directly within Unity to quickly make assets, and it does kind of require that you have a pretty good computer to do that, but I really like kind of this art style, and I've been leaning into it a lot in recent years. And in a game jam with Triangle Interactive Arts Collective, I tried to steer the team into using this asset a lot because I like it so much. So I'll show off a little bit about what it can do right now. So let's see here. Give me a second. There we go, Claxel container. So it allows you to volumetrically model right inside Unity, which is really slick. So let me pull this actually over by the kind of starting area, just so we can see it. So this is a pretty neat tool. You see I have a cube here. I can kind of start making other cubes and kind of change some of these parameters to allow them to intersect in interesting ways and perform kind of like clay. So you can kind of change the blending modifier to kind of make them bulge a little bit like that. You can change it into other shapes like spheres, toruses, and just really make a weird kind of shape. I don't know, does anyone have any requests for something that we should make here in Claxels for the stream? So, like I said, it's a super useful tool for iterating and making assets quickly. The other thing that I like to do in coordination with this to kind of give me my art style that I lean on heavily is kind of clamping the color palette values to make a car a snail. Oh man. Okay, I could definitely do a car quickly. Yeah, because we've got these 4 toruses. I'm going to change the color to black. Now here's where it's going to get a little tricky. You can kind of, let's see, stretch this cube out a bit. And then you can mirror, which is a useful tool. So I'm going to mirror across the axis here, rotate this way, drop it this way. And I'm going to lower this blend value a bit. It'll still be kind of like a squishy car. Wow, this is... It's a big boy. All right, let's get that other one. Actually, let's just duplicate that first one that we had. Escargot. Oh my goodness. All right, well now I have to put a little snail shell on top of this car. So I'll do a sphere. I'll make it brown. I'll make it big. Then I'll flatten it out a little bit on the sides. Another thing that you can do is like subtractive kind of. Let me change the blending on this. It is hard to do this and talk at the same time, I'm noticing, even though I do this a lot on stream. All right, let me get it out from behind the flower pot. This looks really weird. Okay. Does it run on fossil fuel? Because it's a snail? Are snails aren't really fossils, but I hear what you're saying. And I respect the pun. Okay, that kind of looks like a bit like a snail. I don't know. So you can do this like subtractive modeling too, which is kind of nice. what I'll do here is, how am I gonna do the, let's see, the snail part of the snail, the sluggy part. I guess I'll do a curve and then I will mirror again. Make this green. One of the other things about this color palette clamping that I'm doing is that it makes it really simple to sorry, thinking about snail stuff now. It makes it really simple to just kind of like iterate on something, and then it doesn't really matter what color I make it in the scene view, because it just is what it is, you know? Okay, I'm gonna turn these into spheres. Reset the scale to 1, 1, 1. Okay, and then another thing I like to do is just duplicate the spheres, scale it down to make pupils. There you have it. Let's see it in game. All right, so I'm gonna move it back here to like this little island so we have it a little bit of room. You can only fill it up. Oh man, I missed all these jokes that are happening here. Whatever the shell is made out of, well, joke failed. It's made of snailium. You can only fill it up at a shell station. Full tank of gastropod. So there it is. You know, like a full 3D model looking thing in the scene. Like I said, it's a little GPU heavy, which is why I'm doing this whole trick with the 2D sprite version of it. Especially if you have a lot of these objects in your scene, it can get pretty tricky, but I quite like it. What I do is I set up a scene in Unity. You can use it for production. My last game, Tendy, I released mostly using this 2D sprite thing. And there are a couple other games I've seen that have used it in production, but they're very smart about how much of it they use, because it can get a little intense, and I'm not sure the mobile compatibility of it these days. The creator of it is super friendly and super responsive online, so I highly recommend that. And this is my game Forklift Flower Pot again. It's I'm working on it a lot these days, and it's available to wishlist on Steam. I'm getting a lot of help from my friends at the Triangle Interactive Arts Collective, who are here in the stream chat, as well as support from them. And a lot of stuff in this game, like I said before, is Game Jam games that have been kind of slotted in as mini games. So it's really nice to kind of have that as my production process. Cool. Let me talk about a few other assets while I'm in the project here. I do these little pop-up menus using a tool called Shapes in Unity. It's a really popular asset for vector graphics. So you can kind of get these very clean lines, regardless of kind of the size of the thing. And it's just a little bit quicker to use than doing world space UI. So I use them for a couple things. These pop-ups are one of them. Another is kind of some indicators sometimes that show up in the scene. So when you kind of go to this part of the game, Shapes is responsible for the arrow and for this kind of swirling indicator here. That's a really nice thing to just be able to set up quickly. So I really like using that. That is pretty performant, and I know a few games that have definitely come out using that. So that is a production ready asset. I'm also using it for the shapes back here. Yeah, there's a lot of places I'm using it in this project. Some other assets Oh, you know what I forgot to mention is okay, I always say, this is a conversation I have with a lot of Unity developers. It's like, you're stranded on a desert island with Unity, and you get one thing from the asset store. What do you download? So anyone in the chat, feel free to answer that question. For me, that is DoTween. I don't know if you've heard of it. It lets you do quick little animations via code. So, for example, when this main character jumps, you can see there's a little bit of squash and stretch on that. That's by using a simple function called doScale. And you can just do that and not have to worry about opening the Unity animator component window. Sorry, Oleksii. If you were talking about shapes is incredibly easy to learn. DoTween is a little bit harder, and Claxels is very easy as well. I mean, you just saw me using it. It's a lot of just kind of shapes, additive and subtractive, like you're playing with Play-Doh. Play-Doh. Interesting. Shapes is also, you can use it through code or through editor tools that make it really simple. It's just add shape. In fact, I can do that here and demonstrate a little bit. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about DoTween once I get done with the shapes thing. Let's see. I forget. Oh, it's its own asset menu. So you have quite a few assets here. I know my screen is really tiny. But for example, disk is one of them that I use the most frequently. So you can kind of set all these parameters like the radius, like, is it a pie chart? If so, what are the angles of it? And you can access all these values through code, which is really nice. So you can like animate it. So I often say like shapes and DoTween together are kind of like overpowered. You can kind of use DoTween to add really quick one-line animations to these shapes components to make them spin or ease in nicely or have an elastic bounce to them. You can see that happening. I have this mechanic in my game, which is changing the seasons. I don't know if I'll be able to do it here in the debug mode as easily until I unlock them. Actually, let me unlock them. I can do that. All right, let me warp somewhere fun. Okay, yeah. All right, so in the game there are these different like plants and animals that you go around finding. And this little gizmo indicator here is done with shapes as well. So the way it kind of animates back in like that and comes out spinning, that's a really nice way. And because shapes and DoTween are so kind of quick to iterate with, like, I mean, they're great to use in production projects, but they're also really good for game jams, right? It's like, it's this interesting thing where the tools that are good for game jams also just kind of by their nature allow you to iterate and make stuff more quickly, which means that if you're a small team or a solo dev, they're really great to kind of have and know about and understand. So yeah, the shapes thing and the DoTween thing, pretty slick. I'm trying to think of what else I'm using in this project that would be of use. I mean, I love talking about particles, but I don't want to get into it today. I think, if you're looking for one way to make your game jam like a little bit more polished, using particles, like you can see the raindrops I have falling here. When they land on the ground, they make the little splashes. Those are nice little touches to make the world feel a little bit more physical and alive than just, just like a static screen. If you have some kind of ambient particle as well as particles on interaction with things like the puffs of dirt on the ground or when you're driving around. Those are all nice little game feel things. Now, Survivor Global Game Jam Edition sounds a little risky. Sounds a little scary. I don't know. What are your desert island assets? A lot of people use the some like input assets. It's definitely possible. Okay, I have to remind myself to stop playing around in this game because it does get kind of fun to drive around and stuff. Okay, I think in a little bit here we're going to have some people from Triangle Interactive Arts kind of join, and we're going to just play some of our old Game Jam games. So I'm excited for that when they join in here. But I'm just going to keep talking until they do. Oh, TJ's been here. How's it going, TJ?
Hey, what's happening? I hear a little bit of echo from myself.
You have some echo?
Yeah, just...
It might be because of my shared screen. Let me mute the screen audio and try talking again.
Okay, so... works. Let's go.
How's it going, TJ?
I'm here, I'm chilling. Just still recovering from MagFest. Just a little bit.
I know, right? It felt like when I went, it was a big thing. And then I didn't really want to go do social stuff afterwards for a little bit.
Pretty much. Thing is that, you know, part of my job is doing social things. And so I still had to do social things.
Yeah, it's very true.
Very true.
Let me see. I'm pulling up a game that we worked on together.
Oh, is it Tindy or was it Snailboat?
Well, we're here talking about game jams here on on stream. So
that was my first game jam.
So I guess this was like one of the first years I was into game development. I knew TJ to be a reputable musician within the area, so and a good friend of mine at this point. So, or at that point even, and I had done like 1 or 2 game jams before, and I wanted to have the experience of like collaborating with people on game jams, and me and TJ had kind of talked about collaborating on a game, and John also was involved in that with the level design and art on Snailboat. But so I don't remember how it all went down, TJ, but do you want to tell us about your experience of working on Snailboat?
Oh, I was told that I could work remote, but I actually just came to your house since I live like 8 minutes away. And I brought a bunch of things with me. I remember specifically bringing instruments like an electric bass and other random stuff and not using those instruments all that much because we were trying to sort of be quiet and not disturb everyone who was basically working away at things like programming and like the things that actually make the games run. One of the things you'll notice as a musician in these positions is that like as a musician is as a composer, as an artist, you sort of have an idea of what you're going to be doing, and your role is sort of important from the onset, because if a gamer can't see the game, then they're not going to be able to play the game. But I won't say that music is tacked on, but sound design often doesn't make the game run. So you find yourself, I think it's a good idea as a musician in these situations to be open to doing other tasks while other people are like, you know, working on the foundation of the game. Or if you get your work done early. So that's pretty much what I did. I remember being willing to do things like go grab the pizza, things of that nature, because a lot of my work was basically subject to wait around, see how this works, wait around some more, work on something, wait around. So do some tasks.
Hey Armand, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Armand is another developer and a part of the Triangle Interactive Arts Collective. Armand, you're doing Global Game Jam with us, right?
I sure am.
That's the plan. That's great.
Be my first in person, so I'm excited.
Oh, that's really awesome. So one thing, sorry, I had to mute the tab because I couldn't hear y'all over it. and you're gonna get echo. So it's this weird thing, TJ, where I want to show off your music.
But then it's rough because we're.
But
also
then you'll have
trying to-
echo. So
Yeah.
maybe I'll play it for a little bit and then we'll jump back in. So here we go. Here are the tunes of Snailboat. So you're kind of presented with these problems in the game where you might want the boat to go across the water, but it doesn't. I should have Armand playing this.
I probably synced in a second. Looks really nice though. I like the music.
Yeah, he I showed up. He told me. What did he say? He said I wanted to sound like Jolly Roger Bay from Super Mario
I can see
64 or
that.
something.
Yeah, I think, and then what's the other one? It's Dire Docks specifically. I remember.
Yes.
Cool. So just so you don't get the echo, I muted it again. If the echo wasn't that bad, I can put it back on. But
No, it's a pretty bad echo.
okay, good to know. So this was also my first experience collaborating on a Game Jam game with TJ and John. So giving directions to, a musician was something I'd never done before.
It kind of helped that you had been a musician in your past.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I mean,
a
I
lot
got
of
better
musicians
at by the time we
do.
worked on Tendy together. I think I was pretty good at giving creative direction at that point, but I think with Snailboat, I just kind of let you run with it. And you also saved my butt with a few of the sound effects because I was trying to do the sound design. I don't know if you even remember this.
I remember the splash sound.
Yeah, you got the splash sound in there. That's really nice.
No, you can't play it because you muted it.
The echo is still coming through on stream.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure what to do about that, but I hope. Armand, if you have headphones, do you have headphones in?
I sure do.
Oh, the host has muted my screen. Okay. That was the issue.
What?
I fixed it. Or the host fixed it. Global Game Jam fixed it for us.
Legitimate.
Cool. So, yeah, TJ, if you had advice to give to someone who is like not a musician, who maybe is a programmer or a team leader that is working with a musician, what is helpful for you when you're like working on a game jam to like what's useful direction, what's maybe like not useful for you?
Well, there are the hard limits, and then there's the soft limits, right? The hard limits are going to be how much space you have for music in the like actual data space. It can determine how big of a file. Also, the hard limits like you have file types that need to be delivered. Basically, how much data is available, how much time you want the music to go for, if you want the music to loop or not. Various things like that. If you're, and especially with sound design, it might be helpful to let someone know if you need like maybe a second or two of silence before and after the sound, because sometimes that's necessary. So those things, and the soft limits are just like, hey, we have a game that sort of looks like a submarine thing. I'd like sort of a nautical theme within the music. I'd like to sound like, sound likes references. If you have a piece of music that is in the ballpark of what you have envisioned for your game, I definitely mention that. But yeah, so you have like your soft limits, like I said, creativity, what I want this to sound like, and then the hard limits, like the things that if you don't deliver it this way, it won't actually go into the game. Those are super important. I'd say more important, actually.
Gotcha.
And yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'd say like for me, like what I always try to do when I'm giving direction is to like have some sort of reference. Like a lot of times, especially when I'm doing like art, like visual art, I always have visual references. Like I'll pull up a reference program on my computer, I'll just go on Google and grab a couple reference images. If I'm like modeling an animal or drawing an animal, it's like really important to have them in a few poses or to kind of just get some ideas about that. So I find like you need to have your like good audio references too, right? I think it kind of helps. I know a couple times in the past I've told you like I want it to sound like this specific synthesizer or like this part in this song or something like that, and you're usually able to like be like, oh yeah, so you want that, and explain it in better terms than I could have.
It was also super helpful for me because I did actually train and go to grad school in order to do specifically film scoring, video game scoring. So I remember we had to take this whole class on how to talk to directors and people who aren't musicians about music they want. It was really interesting. And it helps if you are someone who wants to do music on a game jam to maybe do a little bit of research along that, like maybe listen to some podcasts or watch a video about how to interact as a composer for a video game or a film or something. It's always good advice.
That is.
TJ, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Now let's say there was somebody who was using this jam as like their first kind of foray into video game music, sound, so on and so forth. Are there any good like tools or quick prototyping things you've used in the past that might help them out?
So one of those things, it's been said often, if a product's bad, you can blame the craftsman rather than the tools. And I mean, it's one of those things where you don't have to buy these expensive programs. I personally use Ableton Live right now, which, is well known in the music industry. But you can get by making really impressive things using stuff like Audacity, which is like a super, super basic sound manipulation program. Or you could use GarageBand if you have a MacBook. A lot of times it's less about what programs you have and if you're practiced, what you can do. Oftentimes I will actually I'll limit myself to using certain instruments because choice paralysis is a real thing. And when you're on a deadline, sitting around making choices when you could just be going and creating is oftentimes not ideal. That being said, just take some time before your game jam to become familiar with whatever tools you want to use. Like if you plan to use specific instruments, kind of get them out, make sure that they're working before jam time. Because imagine, you have to basically go out and buy a pack of strings for your guitar, and everyone's like you're losing time going to the store and everything. Just check your equipment and become familiar with your equipment. It helps.
Yeah, I find that.
My bad. To answer your question, like really succinctly.
Oh no, that was definitely helpful. Sorry.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah,
cool.
TJ, I use the same exact programs. I use Audacity and Ableton Live, depending on what I'm feeling. Like sometimes if I need to make a quick and dirty sound, usually it's Audacity. But if I'm like really doing like sound design, capital letters, I go into Ableton and really layer things out and time it out. But yeah, Audacity is a great free tool, I think, for people to get started, especially for game jams. You can just use your computer's microphone and shout into it and just have fun with it. Because a lot of times with people in game jams just won't put audio in it. And I think it's such a loss, because so much of games is communicated through audio.
Yep, the immersion.
People are so appreciative in game jams. Even if you put the bare minimum effort into the audio for your game, a lot of times they're like, "Wow, it's so incredible," and I'm like, "Whoa, that's really nice." But yeah, I am stuck on this level in Snailboat.
I mean, didn't you program this game? Shouldn't you
I programmed
have, like, a master
it,
key?
but I didn't make this level. This was one of John's levels.
I remember I was told I should try and actually play this game that I worked on, and I got to like maybe level 7.
Yeah, it's really tricky in parts. but I don't have to sit here all day playing Snow, but we'll get to some other stuff that we've worked on in a second. Actually, yeah, this is a good segue then for... Wow, I don't think that was supposed to happen. Yeah, that was...
We can keep going with it. I want to see you win it.
I'll keep it open. We might come back to it. This is Dude, It's Your Turn, which we did for the Triangle Arts Collective.
Oh.
All right, hold on. Let me get... TJ, was that your song? I can't remember which ones in this are yours and which ones are Jeff's.
If you hear that bass, if you hear that upright bass, and typically the swing fill, that's going to be something I did. I tried to do like this one theme song and just have it be present in all the different songs. And then I think the one at the end, the ending credits, the rock one, was one that Jeff put in.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let's get another taste of that upright bass. All right. So when you, in the title screen of your game, get a really great musician to play their upright bass and compose you a nice little sweet jingle like that, instantly before people click start game, they know they're going to have a good time. This was a game we made last summer for, I believe it was GMTK Jam. And it's about playing board games with a group of people that you don't really enjoy playing board games with. So I'm going to unmute for a second again here. This one here is taking their time rolling the dice. So you have to click on them and tell them to please roll the dice. It's very tedious. And they want me to kiss it for them. This is mostly like a joke game. This is one of the ones where I talked a little bit about just having fun, and we were there just to have fun and collaborate with this game. We weren't trying to make like a masterpiece or anything.
Yeah, I remember the concept was really interesting at first. It was like, hey, it's a game about playing games with people who are insufferable to play games with. Like,
Yeah.
how do you gamify that?
Yeah, how do you gamify it? So we made 3 little mini games for the 3 different characters here. How do I name the art style of the characters here? I guess we decided that it was Dumpster Muppets was the art direction for this.
Did you use the same Did you use the same programs and tools that you were using in Tindy and in Forklift Flower Pot?
Yeah, exactly. So that Claxels tool and rendering it out as 2D sprites, I did that here and in Tindy and Forklift Flower Pot.
Yeah, it kind of gives, like, to me, in my personal opinion, it kind of gives like those claymation games from the NCC4 days, like especially that claymation fighting game. There was like, I didn't think anyone else had played it actually, but everyone I talked to remembers it.
Isn't it just called like Clay Fighters or something?
Well, yeah, that's the name of the game, but the
Okay.
name of the art style is like...
Oh. Yeah, I think you would just call... I typically call it claymation inspired. Especially when I do that shifting look on them. I didn't do it in this game because they're animated. I wish I could pull it back up to them, but I'm in the middle of this minigame, which is a cool minigame. You basically have to roll the dice to pick the dialogue, which is kind of interesting.
You got a timer, and you have to get a certain number, and there's a right choice. It's like playing Mass Effect, but you have to roll dice until you can actually answer the way you want to.
Yeah. Okay, I'm getting that. And Armand, we're gonna get onto your game in a second here.
Oh yeah, no, I'm enjoying this.
I did want to ask TJ a few more questions. TJ, what
Yeah.
was your experience like working on the music for this game compared to Snailboat? Because at this point, you had a couple more years of experience under your belt. You'd worked on and released Tendy as a sound designer. Was this more of like a walk in the park for you, or is it always a walk in the park for you?
So in Snailboat, the scope was 1 track and maybe, I'd say at most 10 sound effects, right? As opposed to using, in this game, Do As Your Turn, there was, I think I did 3 tracks. I did 4 tracks. And then I don't think I was actually asked to do any sound effects. And then also there was a collaborator in Jeff who also made tracks. So there was more work, but it was spread across more people, as compared to Tendy, where I would sit there for hours a day making sound effects. I'm not sure what the number was, but like it could have been more than 100 or so, just audio, like sound effects that I made, like little things, maybe 30 or so that didn't actually make it into the game. So I would say, but then I had weeks to work on that. So I wouldn't say anything was easier or harder. It's always a good time.
Yeah, it was interesting with this because I felt like we had a lot of help between you and Jeff with the music, but then I feel like us on the development side were not really sure what the scope of this would be and like what exactly we needed. I felt like we could have been a little bit better about delegating the work out and saying like we're definitely going to need sound effects for like dice rolling or for like, and we did have that in there. I think Jeff contributed those. But I think we could have had a couple more like juicy sound effects in there. But it's overall, I really love this game, and it's just like when I think back on making this, I feel like it was really good times because that was the first one we did together as Triangle Interactive Arts Collective. So that was really fun.
I mean, this guy in the middle with the hat, he's just getting me right now, especially the eyebrows. Just.
So I forgot to even mention this with Forklift Flower Pot when I was playing it. This is another game jam where since I made these characters and modeled them, I was like, I'm just gonna put them in my game. So these are all characters in Forklift Flower Pot as well now.
Oh, so do you reckon that they're in the same universe? They just, this is what they do after work.
They are in the same universe, and this is what they do after work. Yeah,
it's canon now.
It is canon.
And they just talk smack about the Forklift Flower Pot.
That's true. I should have really just dropped in the line about Forklift Flower Pot in here or something. Cool. Snailboat will wait another day.
Fatstronaut.
We're gonna play Fatstronaut.
There's a lot of food-based puns here.
Yeah. Oxygen might be endless in the future, but you still have to eat. When you get stranded during an exploration mission, starvation becomes a major problem. Luckily, someone left the kitchen bay open on your ship, scattering tasty snacks across the galaxy. The question is, can you eat your way through space?
Yeah.
Can you do it? Okay, so I'm going to run this game while we talk to Armand a little bit. Armand, how's it going?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
I'm going good. So was this your first game jam game?
Yeah, I did this I did like a soft learning of Unity and like game development probably around 2018. But then kind of put it down, pandemic happened and everything like that. But before that little hiatus, this was my first game jam. So essentially the themes were food, loot, and space, and the restriction was it had to be one mechanic. So basically you could only go up and down, and I tried using the items to more or less shape the story, I guess you could say, of the game, where you'll find different types of foods, different objects that can come get you, and you could also unlock a few suits too. There's a couple different Easter eggs in there.
Oh, nice. I didn't realize you can unlock suits.
Yeah, it goes based on your score. You'll get a certain amount of coins, then you can go back to the main menu and they'll show you what you unlocked. And you gotta be careful, like as you go through, your guy will get bigger, so it gets a little bit tougher to like dodge obstacles and stuff.
That's game design right there. I mean, I'm saying that in an honest way because it is a good little like feedback loop, right? That the game becomes, self-modulating, more difficult as you go on.
And I actually use the particle systems for all the procedural generation. Like everything that you see coming at you is coming out of a particle emitter somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a really smart way to do it.
Yeah, it offloaded a lot of like hard coding and stuff I would have to do. So I was happy with figuring that part out. And this is the first game I did all the artwork for too. So there's no real. Yeah, I could actually say it's all me.
Nice. I love the pizza sprite in particular. It looks really tasty.
I spent a lot of time working on pizza.
So you spent a lot of time looking at pizza. You kind of know how the light reflects off of it, and
I dream about it and everything.
It's really interesting. I don't often see Game Jam games that have like unlockables. Like that's a really interesting choice. Did you have like extra time at the end of the jam, or was it just kind of like something you always wanted to have from kind of the beginning of when the jam started?
Well, I was trying to follow along with the theme, like because they gave the 3 themes and one of them was loose. So I was thinking like, what could be kind of the easiest way to go about it. So I figured I could just keep, making different suits and sprites for the main character. Just have them tethered to a high score where you could just unlock them that way. So it really wasn't too difficult as far as, it didn't take too long per design for the suit to make them. So it ended up working out pretty good. And this is actually the second iteration of it. About a week after the jam, I decided to just kind of redo a few things. So you're seeing a little bit more of a polished version of it.
Hey, that's all good.
Yeah, my man's getting big, ain't he?
Yeah, I'm grooving.
I tried making it so that it was like a little incremental, but yeah.
I'm too good. I had time to practice before the stream. Also, I don't know if you saw me, because the audio was louder than the voices that I'm hearing from you all. I had to quickly like go up there and mute the tab and then come back down and play, and I managed to do it without getting hit, which is pretty tricky. Oh, I forgot that those guys are good.
Yeah, that was the blind eye. I think I couldn't figure out what I could use to make the guys smaller.
Shrink you. I mean, it makes sense that you'd run into something wild like that in space. I do really like
liposuction alien.
Exactly. I like getting hit by the meteors. Like the particle effects are really juicy.
Thank you.
So Armand, what are you working on these days?
Well, I'm actually working on a top-down bit of a survival game, but what I really want to do is get into making some sort of fighting game. That's the next project I would like to work on.
Oh, cool.
But as far as like what I'm working on now is just more or less a project to kind of get myself back into the groove as far as tools of Unity and basically just shaking off some of the rust as far as coding goes and all the good stuff that goes with game design.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm just really kind of feeling it out still.
We have a question from Weslington. Does this game take place in the Among Us universe?
Space is ever expanding, Wes.
So I guess technically, you would say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Well, that's interesting about the fighting game. I actually didn't know that about you. That's your long-term goal. Do you want to do like a 1v1 fighting game, or do you like kind of like the Smash Brothers style stage fighting?
I really fell in love with For Honor as far as like if I had to pick like go-to kind of fighting mechanic. I'm just kind of bummed out it didn't really catch the traction as far as like community goes. Well, I mean, I suppose it does, but I feel like there's more that could be done with that, like, triangle blocking kind of mechanic. So what I would like to do is kind of take that and put a little bit of a spin on it, for more of like an RPG kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, instead of like it would still be a fighting game, but it'd be more of like you're in an RPG world where there's instances where you're fighting in that style.
So when you say RPG world, are you thinking like flying? Did you ever play that game Flying Dragon for N64? It was basically, imagine playing Tekken, but then your characters all have these items that they have equipped. And as you do well in your arcade mode, you get more items, and you have the items that everyone can use. And then there's the individual ones that give like new super moves and allow character progression. It's pretty robust, actually. You can't find a good ROM for it anywhere, and like, you'd be hard pressed to find an intact cartridge. I've been searching for a decade.
What's the name of that?
Flying Dragon. It was originally on
Join the
Nintendo
quest with you.
64. There's that. But then I guess a more recent version of that would be like the Soul Calibur games, where you could play and customize your characters.
Right, that's what I was kind of thinking when you started talking about like the different like weapons and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I gotta check out Flying Dragon. That might be the answer to what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Honestly, the fighting genre has been so intimidating to me as an indie developer that I haven't even tried to make something. I mean, I've tried to do some actiony stuff every once in a while, but the fighting genre kind of scares me for a few reasons. It feels like not approachable to me.
Yeah, no, people in the fighting game community are actually saying a lot of the same stuff. It's kind of smaller than it could be because it's not as friendly.
No, I'm not talking about in terms of the friendliness of the players. I think from a game design complexity standpoint.
Yeah, that's. I didn't mean friendly like it's sociable. I meant friendly like, there's a high skill for on the development and on the gaming side of it.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of room for fun indie fighting games with strong hooks. Like if you think about Nidhogg, do you know that game with like the fencing?
Yep.
I think that's a really good example of a good twist on. I mean, I guess you would call it a fighting game, right? Because it's 1v1. There's no health bars, right? But
yeah, it's like one shot to your vital organs, but then it's really easy to engage in satisfying swordplay. And also, things get reset pretty often. The person runs to the screen, and then your character respawns again when your opponent goes to the next screen. So.
Yeah. So I feel like indie fighting games that have like really strong hooks, like it always amazes me that I don't know they could do that and pull it off.
So would you consider would you consider Kung Fu Kickball a fighting game?
I think it's a sports game.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I guess you could call Nidhogg a sports game too, then, because you are trying to get to the other end of the screen. But
no, that's like that. I think it's a fighting game, solidly, because you're there. Your fights don't last very long, but it's pretty decidedly 1v1.
Yeah, that's true.
As opposed, and you think of games like Dive Kick.
Yeah, that's another one.
Right.
And then you
has
have
like a strong hook. Yeah.
What's that one game we were playing with the ball and you have to hit it back and forth? Blaseball? No.
Oh, what is that called? Lethal League?
Lethal League.
Yeah, that's a cool game.
It's like skirting that fence between fighting games and sports games.
Yeah. I mean, fighting is technically a sport, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boxing
I mean,
stuff.
everyone I've been in.
Yeah. One thing that's really cool that I would love to do in a game jam is like do a fighting game where you digitize yourself kind of Mortal Kombat style and just kind of come up with wacky fighting moves for you and all your friends. Like, what a, like, no commercial intent at all, right? Just having fun making fighting game characters for all of your friends and like unique move sets. It would be just so fun.
Yeah.
Diving real deep into a character creator.
TJ, what would your character's ultimate or like special move be?
I'd probably be a grappler. So imagine just like, got to get real close, basically win button type stuff, like that Luigi up B range, and then just starts pile driving people everywhere.
I feel like I've been grappled by you like that before.
No, I don't think I've ever I don't think I've ever lifted you and like turned you over.
What about? I feel like one time we were at the climbing gym and you snuck up behind me and.
Oh yeah, I did one thing. It was like a jujitsu takedown or something because you weren't expecting it.
Yeah, I got grappled.
There's padding everywhere, so
it was totally fine.
Safe.
It was totally fine. Armand, what would your special move be in a fighting game?
I'd probably do a jump dive kick, but a really it would definitely be not well landed. It would be like an improvised jump drop kick, but it would always land.
It would always land. Nice.
So it is basically you turn into a homing missile.
Pretty much, the human torpedo. That's what I would go with. I would just throw all my body weight at whatever I was going for.
Global Game Jam says, in my mind, the background music to this game is Shooting Stars. Yep, I could hear that.
I keep hearing Fireflies by Owl City.
Get them on the phone.
So a special move that I feel like I would like to do is like there's this like Dragon Ball Z game called Budokai. I'll get the minion.
Oh.
And it was a Dragon Ball Z fighting game, and you could play as Hercule in American, I guess Mr. Satan in Japanese. But what his special move is, he hands like someone like a Game Boy, and he says, "This is for you," and then he runs away, and they're like, doot, 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 playing the Game Boy, and then it just like blows up. It's like, I forget, something about that just made me crack up so much when I was a youngster.
I remember that.
Yeah, so I feel like my special move would be something like that.
Was that Budokai Tenkaichi or?
I don't remember which one it was. And if Weslington is around and wants to come on the stream to have me play something.
He's there.
TJ, are you okay? You're playing. I was like, okay, that's not one of my browser tabs, is it?
No, it's not. It's just
good to have though. The live soundtrack. I guess I should show some. Let me think if there's another game I want to show.
Do you have Machine's Garden?
That wasn't really a jam game. I'm trying to keep
No,
it
it wasn't.
to jam
Yeah, that
games,
makes
actually.
sense.
Let me do bowel movement here. This is a
Did
little...
Did you say vowel movement?
Yeah. I'm like, which of my poop-themed games do I want to show on the stream here today?
How many are there?
I've got at least 2. This one's about chickens that poop. This is one that I made that was kind of Insane Aquarium inspired. That was this like old game where you took care of like fish and like picked up coins that they dropped. But the premise for this game, which I didn't realize was kind of frustrating to people until after they played it, is that when your neighbors come up and talk to you, they'll cover over your toolbox, and you can't take care of the chickens. So it's like, it's supposed to be like, oh, you have to be very careful with the dialogue, but people just got really frustrated with the dialogue and spammed through it and then didn't realize how to play the game. But yeah, that's chicken tender. So I did that for a game jam. But the one I really wanted to show off, I didn't know if I actually really need to show this one off, but this is like a platformer game where you propel yourself with...
Oh no.
It all started with a dream.
I remember playing Castle Crasher specifically, and when you got to the forest level, there was a situation where the animals were so scared that they were just like literally propelling themselves with poop.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, that was probably deep in my brain when I made this. I hadn't used it as a direct reference, but it was just, I forget what the theme of this one was. It was like something like opposite motion or something.
Wait, what's the mechanic of pizza here? What does it do?
The pizza recharges you, so that's kind of like lifted from Celeste, how like mid jump you can get another
yes.
The tutorial text says that pizza really keeps things moving.
That it does.
Okay, so
Yes.
this is the level where I made a tremendous game design mistake, because in order to solve this level, you have to kind of understand something that I didn't properly tutorialize, which is you have to land a poop on this wall, and then when you touch them, it's like sticky, and you can like cling to the wall in that spot. So then you use that to move over. See, I can't even get this every time when I try, because it's really tricky. But I think this is where most people just got frustrated and gave up with my game. So that's one of those instances where
You learned a lesson.
one of these years we'll get Domino's as a Global Game Jam sponsor. Not if I keep showing this on my stream.
So Klexels would be great for if you're making a poop game too, right?
So what is that?
The Klexels thing from the asset
Klexels.
store.
I still
Klexels,
haven't
yeah.
made... I have not modeled poop. Actually, technically I have. I have modeled
Seems like
poop in
a home
Klexels.
run.
Oh, shoot. I forgot about that one. So this one you kind of have to... it's hard to thread the gap there between these two. But this is the last level. Are y'all looking forward to Global Game Jam? Do you have
Yeah.
plans for what you want to do?
I'm just trying to join on with someone. I don't have a game concept. Wait, there isn't. They reveal a theme on the day, yes?
The theme gets announced on Monday, and then we kind of have the week to think about it. Our jam officially starts as the site on Friday. So basically, I'm telling people they can look at the reveal, and then we're going to start on site on Friday. And we'll use the week to kind of form teams and kind of get our version control set up. Flashback to the talk I just gave, where I said setting up the version control and your teams ahead of time is really helpful. It's Saturday. I'm giving the wrong information. Thank you, Global Game Jam. What would I do without you here? All right, so that was a playthrough of Bowel Movement.
Yeah, I'm excited to try to basically find a team to, because I never really got to collaborate or work on a team just yet. So that's more or less what I'm excited for, is just getting a feel for how people work together in person, but also just in general.
Yeah.
Looking forward to putting forward the best work yet, and to try to actually like help out in ways other than just music this time. See if I can get into, I don't know, maybe some art, maybe some writing.
Oh, that'd be
maybe
cool.
some programming.
I would love to see some TJ art. What? I don't say that in a mean way or anything.
Have you seen?
I've seen like sketches. I feel like during D&D. Are you sketching on stuff right now?
Oh yeah, I always have some random mess on. Is some character design I did.
That's awesome.
I appreciate that.
We have a chat from ScatCat42 who says, "So excited for TJ art."
We'll see what I can do. Got to cover all the bases first. Got to make sure there's a game to put art in.
So, what I'm thinking of doing is, I have like an old end table that was like a hand-me-down from my parents, and it doesn't really fit anywhere in my place. So, I was thinking about putting it on the curb, but it's this cool hexagonal shape. And I also recently ordered a bunch of arcade buttons. So I have a bunch of arcade buttons and a weird table that I could just drill into because it's just really old and I don't have any use for it anymore. So I'm going to try to do some sort of weird little arcade installation. I'll probably sacrifice an old laptop to just go inside of it and have it run a Unity game, but be controlled by buttons on like a hexagonal table. And it'll probably be like a 2-player thing where, you know how we played that game at MagFest, TJ, where it was like that table and you kind of run around pressing the buttons on top?
Yes, that was actually pretty fun.
So that definitely got me thinking about something similar, right? I thought that the aspect of like getting in other people's space was really interesting in that game. You kind of had to negotiate non-verbally about how much you were willing to push each other around to go and hit the buttons or whatever to put the blocks on the other side, which I thought was a really interesting physical element, and I liked kind of moving around the table quite a bit as well.
A super quick explanation of this game he's talking about.
Oh yeah.
Every player who's playing, I think it's between 2 and 6 players can play. Everyone's assigned a dot, and the dot goes around the table. So there's this pillar you're walking around, and the screen is actually on the circumference of the pillar. You have to follow your dot around and make sure your dot doesn't crash into gates, into walls, obstacles. And in order to move those obstacles, you have to actually press the button over the obstacle. And you're walking around this arcade game, watching your dot and also hopefully pressing the buttons everywhere else to maybe block your opponents off. It was interesting. It was fun.
Yeah, I quite liked it. It took a little bit to kind of get used to it. Luckily, like someone was there before me and saw me trying to figure out how to play and told me how to play. And then the same thing happened where I told someone else how to play later. So I think like these sorts of arcade games like that, a lot of times they just like word of mouth from one person to the next just get taught, and you're like, wow, only one person ever had to learn how to play this game from reading the text on top of the box, and then everyone else was able to just go and do it because the person before them explained it to them because they were so excited about it or whatever. Yeah, it was cool. I liked it a lot. And so I kind of want to do something similar. I'm going to have a monitor, though, I think, in the middle of the table. So I think what I'll do is, because Global Game Jam is graciously like the full week, I'll do a little bit of the hardware prep like during the week. And because I'm running the site over the weekend, like I'm going to be doing a lot of going to the doors and getting people and just making sure everyone's fed and okay. So that'll kind of then I'll work a little bit on it over the weekend, but mostly try to get it done during the week.
It is helpful, I will say, to prepare some things before. Like, there are things that you're supposed, in the spirit of the game jam, you're supposed to start from scratch, and with your game concept, with your programming, various things like that. But you can collect your equipment. You can prepare the space that you're going to use for game jam without violating the spirit. And the less you have to, the more you prepare beforehand, the more quickly you can get into actually creating the game.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh.
I am stuck on the snowboat level, though.
Oh, it's the same level from earlier?
Yeah. Armand, do you have any questions about how we're going to run the game jam for Triangle Interactive Arts? Because this is your first one with us.
Yeah, how is there any sort of like process as far as like finding a team, or is it just kind of like a free for all, like whoever wants to form up?
Yeah, so every site for Global Game Jam is going to have a different way of doing this, but the way we're doing it is forming teams in Discord after the theme announcement, which is this Saturday, the 28th, here on Twitch. And
Be there.
Yeah, so after that happens, we'll kind of announce the theme as well in our Discord and kind of encourage people to, if they're working virtually, then they can just form teams and get off and going and just spend 48 hours during the week working on it. And otherwise, we'll have some sort of like channel for people on site that want to kind of collaborate to kind of do that. So yeah, we'll just kind of have that going. A lot of places will have a more formal system where they put you into teams. I didn't think that was something I really wanted to do. It can be good, right? Because then you can make sure that you either spread the experts out amongst the different groups, so at least everyone has someone that's done a game jam before and can kind of lead the group. That's kind of helpful, but I think it's a little prescriptive for kind of how I think I want to run things there. I don't know, Armand, what would be your preference? Would you rather just be randomly assigned into a group or have to do the group selection yourself?
I think doing it because we all kind of have like a rapport with each other for the most part, so I think we could more or less handle getting in groups together. But there is something to be said about the aspect of like having one person who's been a little bit more seasoned with each group. So maybe like a hybrid of that, even like where those people would essentially be the team leaders, maybe taking in whoever more or less wants to go with that person. I might work out, but I don't know. I think organic's always the way to go for the most part.
Yeah, I think I still am going to try to tell people like to decide if they want to like lead a group and come up with like the core idea of the game or whatever. Like basically if I saw the theme on Saturday and was like, oh, that's great, I have a great idea for an RTS game. And then I'll post in the Discord and I'll say like, hey, I'm a programmer. I want to lead a team making an RTS game. What I'm looking for is an artist and a sound designer, and my main goals are just to have fun and do whatever with this project. So so that's probably how I would structure it, and I'll probably include like an example message there as well.
Right. Try
not to do too much like specifics and keep the information very general here while we're on the Global Game Jam stream, and not just devolve into a planning meeting for our collective.
Hey, you guys in the Cary area? No.
Yeah. If anyone's, if you're in the Triangle area, you're definitely welcome to come jam with us. But yeah, and if you're in the chat and you have any questions about what we're doing or what's going on here, feel free to ask them.
RIP end table.
Yeah. The end table for the game that I'm planning on making next week.
I see.
I gotta order some drill bits.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I have some smaller ones, but I need to get the 1 and I think it's a 1/4 inch that you need for arcade buttons. So that'll be something I need to go get. Let me pull
Cut a
up.
soda can in half and stick it to the end of it.
Yeah, that could work. Cutting through wood.
Yeah, you never know. Could be a learning experience. It's all about experimentation.
So this is going to be our last call for Weslington. Wes, if you're there and you're trying to join the live stream and want to talk about a jam project, just let us know. Otherwise, I'll kind of drive through Forklift Flower Pot a little bit here. I'm kind of getting attached to the snail now a little bit.
It's impressive how good it looks just on like 5 minutes of just
Yeah.
messing around, you know?
Yeah. I was gonna say the same thing. It looks pretty good for how quickly you put it together.
Oh, you're in the backstage? Does someone need to leave in order for us? I think we could have Weslington interviewed, right? I'm happy to take down the shared screen to bring Wes in here. Just let us know.
Yeah, if there's a limit, I can also step out.
No, you're good.
Oh, look at that.
Hey, Wes. What's up?
Hey, it turns out I was in the wrong link the whole time, and I was just like, why isn't he adding me? That's all good,
sorry.
though. I feel like y'all covered everything pretty well.
Wes, do you have any games you want me to play real quick in our last 10 minutes on the stream here?
I could send you the link to Frog Token.
Okay, is it a web build?
It isn't. Is that a deal
That's fine.
breaker?
I'll pull it up.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
Cool.
It'll be a minute here, but I'll pull it down. You know, I've never played this game before.
Then this is an epic stream. I mean, it already is, but now it's even that much more epic. So yeah, people don't get too intimidated from this. We worked on this for somewhere between 4 and 6 months. It wasn't for a game jam, but it was for a contest that we entered, and we won 2 contests with this game.
Incredible. I do have a PlayStation 4 controller.
Perfect.
Plugged in. I'm gonna turn the audio down because it's louder than your all's voices.
Feel free to change the color of your frog.
Okay, I do need to do that.
Return and upgrades. We didn't spend a whole lot of time on it, so there you go. But yeah,
All right,
so that's the only level that you get to start with, Sunshine Meadows.
Okay, trigger pulls it. Got it. One hit death. That was kind of embarrassing.
Yep, and you can unlock lives as you go, but that requires EXP.
You gotta watch out for that spawn point. I forgot about that. You know, this is one of those games where I've, like, because we've shown together at conferences now, like, 2 at least, right? And so
2, yeah.
This has been playing while I talk to people about my own games quite a bit now. So I've seen a lot of people play this game, but I've never played it myself. What was the process of making this game like? I know you did it as kind of like a project in 2D first, and then you brought on more people to make this 3D version.
So yeah, I guess you could say we were frogging around in 2D at first, and we pretty much took a concept that I made a while ago and turned it into something with a 3D artist that was made in a modular way where to add more content, we didn't have to add more code. And that was the first time I really learned that that's what gameplay programming is all about.
Yeah.
So it was a really good experience for me to learn the idea of creating tools for designers pretty much. And for this game specifically, I was the designer, so I got to kind of have as much fun with it as I felt like having with it. And I had a really awesome person to work on this with, Logan Thomas, and he absolutely slayed the art style.
Yeah, I love the toon shading.
So that
Yeah, I
toon
was gonna say.
shading was kind of something that was new to both of us that I ended up taking on thanks to a suggestion from one of our teachers at Wake Tech. And I didn't realize how similar to Unreal Engine the Unity shader graph is. So that was a really awesome learning experience. And this game was just really fun to work on overall.
Yeah, I haven't done too much with shader graph, but I hear really good things about it. It's like at a certain point, I feel like I know I have got a couple shaders that I like using in the built-in render pipeline, so I haven't been using like the new render pipelines very much. At some point, I'll go and learn.
Yeah, I
more.
feel like it's universal with other game engines as well, because I had a class where I learned about Unreal Engine material shaders, and it's pretty much like almost identical to Unity's shader graph in a way.
Yeah.
Who did the animations?
So the animations are actually taken from an Adobe owned website. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Mixamo?
It's yes,
Oh, yeah.
Mixamo. It's been a while.
The breakdancing.
Yeah, but there are a couple animations. The breakdancing, mocapped by Logan. No, no, that's actually Mixamo. But yeah, there's a lot of learning that he did as well. He did some animations for one of the projectiles that is kind of a late game projectile you probably won't see in the stream. And also, I believe he did the hog animation. So that hog animation was all him. It was his first time rigging an animal.
Oh, wow.
Animating it. So it was a learning curve for him. But
I tell people like I will never design like a four-legged creature in any of my games because that's such a trick to animate. That's why all of my characters in my games have wheels.
Oh.
Yeah. So that way I don't have to animate them running. It's just
that's a good strategy.
They just roll.
The snail car is going to stick around then, probably, right?
Yep, exactly. So, that's. I feel like now I kind of have to sneak a snail car in on one of the islands in Forklift Flower Pot.
It's an Easter egg.
I know we've been talking about Frog Token Worlds crossover with Snail Boat. The crossover event of the century, because we played them both on the stream, and I feel like the characters kind of get along a little bit, and
we could totally have a frog boat level.
Excellent Judimont said, my last game jam, I made a floating reaper to avoid animating. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, Armand, you even said that, I think.
Yeah, and
make your characters fly instead of the wheels thing.
I made the enemies more ghost-like, so I didn't have to animate them. Like, they're pretty much just floating around now.
All right, cool. I think that's about wrapping up the time that we have on the stream here. I don't know, Global Game Jam hosts, are you here? I'll close out my screen share.
Happy jamming. Oh.
Hey, Tim.
Hey. Thanks for streaming. Hope you had a fun time.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
Yeah.
Cool to learn more about your community there. Sounds it's very similar to what I do here in Seattle with Seattle Indies.
Oh, that's such an awesome group. You were one of the inspirations. I actually talked to you about your group at a talk I gave at a conference, kind of about organizing, because you've got one of the biggest indies groups in the country. So, if not the biggest, I think you and Portland are pretty close.
Yeah, definitely. We do some things with them when it's not COVID times. So Portland's awesome too. If you're all going to be at GDC this year, we'll be doing our community organizer roundtable, where myself and a couple folks from the Pittsburgh Bitbridge Indies, we do like a roundtable for folks like you who organize local indie developer communities. So,
oh, cool.
That's always a fun time.
I will talk to you about that because I will be at GDC and I definitely want to attend that.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Tim. I'm going to head
Yeah,
out
thank
now.
you.
Thanks, TJ. Thanks, Armand. Thanks, Weslington.
Thanks for
Yeah,
having
great
me.
one.
Thank you very much.
Have fun
All
at GGJ.
Yeah.
Peace, guys.
See ya.
Later, guys.
Well, that was our friends at the Triangle Interactive Arts Collective in North Carolina. Thanks to them for talking about their community, showing us some games. We're going to take a break here. We have a 2-hour break until the final session of the day with GitHub. They're going to do a session in Spanish. So if you're a Spanish speaker and you want to get some more information about GitHub, tune back in 2 hours, 7 o'clock Pacific time. So whatever time that is in your time zone, we'll be back here live with GitHub. Thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you in a couple hours.